I did.
So
there's an extra torch on the wagon. We could try to go back, or we could leave. I don't know how we find his body.
Yeah, well, what do you think? He fell in? He didn't make the thing?
That's my best guess, is the as it faded away, sounded like he was getting more distant. So if I do the math, yeah, I would say he probably had a bad jump and fell.
Well, what do we walk to the... See a name. Wait.
Airplane reservations.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Star Talk. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. In this episode,
exciting because Chandra has such exquisite resolution. It's half of an arc second, and an arc second is just like a tiny unit of angular size. If you 3,600 arc seconds in a degree, essentially, you're just looking at one half of an arc second. It's kind of the equivalent of if you're looking at a dime from a few miles away, right? It's really amazing. So that kind of helps Chandra be, if I could refer to my past as a biologist, as a microbiologist, it kind of allows Chandra to be like the X-ray microscope of the universe. It really can dig down very deep, very sharp, right?
Cool, very cool.
yep, love that analogy.
It's like Chandra's resolution is comparable to Hubble's, but it's looking at high resolution. It's looking at those high resolution, the X-ray photons in the universe, of which there are not as many as there are. The stars, for example, though they give off X-ray light, they are not giving off as much output as they would for infrared or optical light, typically, unless something really wild is happening. So there tends to be a slight, dearth of X-ray photons in the universe, which just makes it really challenging to do. And Chandra's engineering was such that, you can't use normal mirrors. You have to use these barrel-shaped nested mirrors, of which Chandra has 4 pairs, so that you can just kind of skim the X-rays down. It's a grazing incident. It's like skipping a rock across a pond, right? And that lets you then focus them down at the detectors to be able to capture that.
That itself was an engineering discovery, perhaps, right?
Oh, yes.
That you can focus X-rays that way. Because, we have a lens, you put light through it, you can make an image on the other side. That's what magnifying lens is. That X-rays don't do that in glass. You got to be more inventive about it.
I just like the fact that you said it was part of the Super Friends.
Oh, the telescope.
And you made a DC reference, and the only DC character that has X-ray vision is Superman. So that makes you guys the Superman of the Super Friends.
I guess so.
I see what Chandra, you did there. Yeah,
Chandra itself. Plus, you guys are good at finding black holes that are in binary star systems.
Yes, Chandra is really a black hole hunter.
Why is Chandra so good at finding black holes?
Well, the exquisite resolution and the ability to peer through that gas and dust that can clog the hearts of galaxies that Chandra gets to see. So Chandra is looking at things like Sagittarius A star, the supermassive black hole at our own galaxy. It's looked at that over and over and over again. And kind of one of the benefits of a mission with such longevity is that you get to look at something over time and build and build and build that data for a really deep snapshot. And so with Sagittarius A star, we've seen it snacking on small snacks, like a little asteroid here and there, an after school snack. We've seen it devouring a larger Thanksgiving sized meal with a big fat star, right? We've been able to see that different things happening over time, which is, I think, really lovely. But black holes are one of my favorites. I mean,
but it's rendered visible because as it gets very hot, spiraling down, it radiates X-rays. That's the mechanism, correct?
Exactly. And again, that's that high energy phenomena, right? There's not as many high energy phenomena, things that are, burping out super high energy particles, things that are exploding, things that are colliding, as there are, say, normal stars. But there's still an awful lot to look at throughout the universe in X-ray light. So there's just always something new.
cosmos is expanding, and so is Star Talk. We're beyond excited to share that our official merch and apparel store is launching early next year, and we can't wait for you to see what we've been working on. From cosmic teas to science-inspired accessories, we're building a collection for everyone who loves exploring the universe with us. And while we're thrilled about what we're creating behind the scenes, we couldn't have done it without our friends at Shopify, who are helping us bring the entire project to life. Starting a business is a dream many of us have, but too often it stays a dream. Maybe you've wondered, what if I don't have the skills? Or what if I can't do it alone? Well, with Shopify, those what ifs become why not? Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide, including 10% of all U.S. e-commerce, from major brands to creators just starting out. Not a designer? Don't know how to code? Shopify's beautiful ready-made templates make building your site simple and seamless. Need extra help? Well, their AI tools can enhance product photos, write descriptions, and even generate discount codes for you. Turn those dreams into dollars and give them the best shot of success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/StartTalk. Wait, what is that again? Shopify.com/StartTalk. And make it rain, baby. How about pulsars? Are they something that you guys pick up a lot on, or?
Yes, pulsars are fabulous because they're kind of like, I kind of think of them as like, zombie stars, stars that have kind of come back to life. A star that was, massive, its core collapsed, star explodes, it burps all over the place. That's just amazing. And what's left is this star core about the size of Manhattan, perhaps, and it can spin really fast. And that kind of, again, incredible high energy phenomena is a perfect thing for Chandra to look at. I can't even count, I'd say, the number of pulsars Chandra has looked at. I'd actually be interested in that, but a lot.
If we didn't have an X-ray eyes on the skies, we would have no idea these phenomena were happening. Mostly, unless it also gave us visible light or infrared, there's a certain blindness we have without an X-ray telescope.
Exactly. I like to liken it, very fair. I like to liken it to like the Wizard of Oz scene when the tornado is over and, Dorothy steps out of the black and white, opens the door, and it's like this Technicolor universe now. To me, Chandra and other telescopes across wavelengths are like providing us that gorgeous Technicolor experience that we didn't have access to 20, 30 years ago. Like, this is relatively new that we're able to like get more and more of the color of that universe, if you will. And now we get to go down the yellow brick road, and it's really lovely.
Well, I first saw Wizard of Oz on a black and white TV, so I had no idea anything different happened when she stepped through the door.
Oh, wow. Really?
Nothing was in color for me. On a 19-inch black and white living room TV.
That's pretty cool.
So did the movie feel boring, like, without the color?
No, I didn't know that there was something.
Yeah, there was nothing. You weren't missing anything because there was nothing to miss for you.
It's a black and white. I got a black and white TV. Why am I thinking anything's different going to happen?
Right.
That's
right.
very
well,
cool.
That's how we were before we had all these telescopes too. We didn't know what we were missing, right? We didn't know what we didn't know.
You didn't know what you didn't know.
Right. Is the universe ever going to get a brain and a heart? And
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, they put that on the list. Yeah. So Kim, Chandra's also studied Eta Carina, which is quite the spot for action in our galaxy.
Nice.
Yeah. Tell me more about that.
It's very near to us. It's only like 7,500 light years away. So that is in our sort of local galactic neighborhood, if you will, well within the Milky Way.
Afternoon trip to the store.
An afternoon.
Exactly. The cosmic store, but yes.
You can Uber there.
Yeah.
Is Eta Carina the product of a dead star, or is it a star-forming region? I always forget which that is.
The general area around it is a star-forming region, but the star system itself is like a massive binary, though there could be three, but I'm not sure if it's two or three these days, but there's at least two pretty massive stars. Like, I want to say 30 and maybe 90 million times the size of our Earth. So very large stars that are like hanging out together. And one of them goes through these massive outbursts, which created like a near supernova event because it was incredibly bright and it was witnessed from Earth in the 1840s-ish. It was called the Great Eruption. And then it dimmed, and now people think that it could explode because it has been losing its material, if you will, over time. And telescopes like Chandra, like Hubble, and others are able to monitor it over time, which again, for longevity missions, really provide you with a fantastic way to see that change over a human time
Yeah,
scale.
there's no substitute for that baseline.
Yeah, exactly. Like the course of my son's life, essentially, like we can see changes in that star. And Chandra is detecting like the really powerful stellar winds from that explosive or near explosive event. And then Hubble is capturing some of that cooler gas and dust that's kind of created this bipolar structure called I think it's the Homunculus Nebula, right kind of around the star system. And so we do have a 3D model of that folks can take a look at on the Chandra website, chandra.si.edu/3D print.
Oh, interesting. And can we rotate it on the website as well?
Yes, you can. There's a little video that plays it going around. And so you can kind of see there are these two lobes of material. And then the Chandra material, which is not in this 3D model, kind of hugs it. It kind of looks like a giant space croissant of high energy material wrapping around the homunculus. And then the two stars, or maybe three, are buried like inside.
Did she just say space croissant?
I know, and I'm so hungry right now.
I know. I'm kind of hungry too, which is why I came to mind. But it's like a hug. It's like a hug around the homunculus, which I think is very cool. But so these types of 3D models, like these are actually done for scientific analysis. And then we're able to 3D print them so that scientists can study them and understand them and display them. But also importantly, so people who are blind or low vision or people who just really like to study tactilely or learn tactilely have access to a different way of knowing.
So, okay, so I think let's get on to some Q&A here.
All right.
Chuck, you got the list.
And guess what? They are ready to go. Our listeners
I'm so impressed with the questions that people ask.
Listen, these people are not playing around.
Yeah.
I'm like,
uh-oh.
Yeah. All right, let's start off.
And they've been cued that Kim is our guest.
As a matter of fact,
they completely know this. Okay.
These are specifically questions for you, Kim.
Okay.
So,
love that.
Yeah, the audience knows who you are, and they're very excited to ask you questions.
All right.
So this is Russell Harvey. Russell is from Colorado, and he says, how does sonification of X-ray data from Chandra help us understand cosmic phenomena like black holes or supernovae in different and new ways?
Ooh.
So what are you doing of finding that is proprietary to you that you can say, oh yeah, that was Chandra?
That's an important question because otherwise you're revealing just what is already known that a sighted person would see.
Right.
So do you have some insights there that?
Yeah, like some gossip, like, girl, I heard from Chandra. You know what I heard from Chandra?
Well, I can say, let me start out generally, right? So sonification helps us pick out patterns in data that can be hard to see. So they're often particularly helpful in things like studying gravitational waves or understanding variable stars and that sort of thing, where you have to pick out patterns in a lot of data that can be hard to see in only an image. So you can think of like rhythmic flickering. So for black holes, at least, there have been like additional thoughts about things like the Perseus cluster, because when that result of the Perseus cluster that showcased that there was this massive, supermassive black hole at the core burping out into the hot gas around it, causing these sound waves, these pressure waves, which are sound waves, and that note is about a B flat, about 57 octaves below middle C. Well, listening to the sonification, like bringing that note, if you will, back up into the realm of hearing by taking the image and scanning those waves in the image so that you can hear them through sound. What I have heard is that researchers have noticed that there were additional ripples that had been missed originally. So that is something that I haven't seen a paper on it or anything like that, but I have heard discussions that is the sort of thing that could be really useful to do more of, this idea of being able to find small details that either wasn't as obvious in the visual or numerical data, or
And you would have overlooked him.
exactly. And that's the thing. Like when you look at something a lot, or if you're just staring at something, you're getting all of the data at once. When you're listening to it, you're actually given the gift of time, right? So you have your brain responds in a different way because you're getting that data sort of parsed out to you based on the tempo of the sonification. And I think that's kind of an exciting space to do more experimenting.
And just to remind us, the sonification is basically a scan of the image where each row has some acoustic. As the scan comes across a star or an object that has X-ray flux, does the pitch go up or just the volume go up? What typically would happen there?
Yes. So it's a mathematical scan across the image or from the center out or all of that. And like pitch, tempo, volume, instrument choice, like all of those are the variables that we'll use in order to describe.
Instrument choice. I love it.
Wow, look at that.
I want a saxophone in space.
We do. Yeah. So if you have like a heavy duty data set that's got a lot of different kinds of light, choosing disparate instruments to assign to the data that you can really tell what's playing when, lets you to kind of help identify different parts of the image or the information that you're trying to decode.
Is there any use of an oboe or a didgeridoo?
Yes. I would say all instruments welcome, including voices. Yes, I think all instruments are welcome.
What a great answer.
Good.
And thank you, Russell. All right, this is Hugo Dart. Pardon me, Hugo. Hugo Dart. Hello, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Arcand, Lord Nice. This is Hugo Dark from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Chukipoom. Anyway,
you realize they have one of the largest aerospace industries in the world in Brazil, and all you can do is shake your ass when you say Brazil.
I did not know that.
You know why? Because in Carnival they do not show aerospace.
It is a valid point.
Yeah, that's valid. Yeah. Okay, you got me on that one. Okay.
Hugo says, I'm with my 7-year-old daughter, Olivia, who is also a very big Star Talk fan. So hello, Olivia. Here's our question to both of you. Why will space freak us out?
Oh, because you have a book. Kim has a book coming out.
Yes, that's such a sweet question.
Called Why Space Will Freak You Out.
Oh, get out.
And it's a book that is intended to be like parent-child combo.
Exactly. Like a family reader kind of thing.
How much you pay Hugo to send in this?
I didn't. I swear. But these questions are so lovely. I mean, my goodness.
Kim, this is your 9th book. So tell us about that book.
Yeah, this is my first like sort of, kid family reader type of thing with my amazing co-author, Megan Watsky. And it's meant to be a little fun. My husband loves horror movies. I think it's because he was born on Halloween. And so I'm not a fan of horror movies, but he watches a lot. And I think it's just kind of gone into my brain. So my humor is a little darker, I would say. And this idea of like finding fun in the creepy and the weird and the strange and the exotic in the universe is something that's just kind of been filtering in. So it's a fun look at things because it's like what is weird and creepy in our own solar system, in our own galaxy, and then like well beyond. So you can think of things like exoplanets, like the exoplanets that we have found so far. Some of them are so gosh darn weird, like, worlds where it rains glass sideways at like 5,000 miles an hour, lava worlds, frozen worlds, dead worlds going around zombie stars. I mean, it sounds like science fiction. And so it was just kind of an opportunity to think of some of those fun things, those weird things, those freaky things, and just talk about them in a way that's hopefully not too scary. But I guess to answer the question, like really, it's just that space is huge and mind-boggling and extreme and weird. And we're very lucky to live here on our cute little rocky planet where things are relatively, well, not weird.
Kind of safe.
Comparatively speaking. Comparatively speaking.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, here's a follow-up from Olivia. Okay, actually it's from me. I read this or heard this someplace, but please tell me, how far do we have to go towards the sun or away from the sun where we don't have this planet anymore.
Venus is to our left and is 900 degrees. Mars is to our right, once had water and does not. So we are sandwiched in between two wholly inhospitable planets.
Right.
So you asking what are you asking me now?
So that's what I'm saying.
Like, could we nudge like a mile to the left or a mile to the right kind of thing? Is that what you mean?
That's what I'm saying. So how far could we go towards Venus and still live? And how far could we go towards Mars and not freeze?
Yeah, there's surely people who know this. I don't have that answer.
Okay.
But Earth has a certain recovery mode that could make up for small changes.
Oh.
You can find a new equilibrium where it is, where it can still function. But not too far. You don't want to press your luck.
Right.
Kim, do you have any insights there?
No, I mean, it's a great question and I'd kind of love to know the answer, but I feel like the biology side of me is kind of like some life forms on Earth, probably not humans for a long time, could adapt to slightly more extreme temperatures either way, like we've seen with tardigrades, right? Water bears, they can live in pretty extreme environments. So there's some possibility that if we nudge left or right, I'm using, which are not the right directions, but you know what I mean, closer to Venus or closer to Mars, that there would be something that could adapt and survive that. But I feel like humans would probably not be on the list for very long because food sources, other things would be affected so quickly. At least I think.
Okay.
And by the way, there is a unique left and right in an orbit. Just the same way Rive Gauche, that's the left bank in France of the river Seine, whatever the river is there. So
the Seine, yeah.
The left is the shore that is on your left when you're moving with the river. That's a unique left.
That's unique left.
Yeah, and then a unique right. So when I say Venus is on the left,
right,
we are the river of Earth, passing between Venus and Mars.
Sweet. That's very. Only Neil can make
Stop.
Only Neil can make an orbit sound like sex.
No,
you know. Orbit.
And then a unique right. So when I say Venus is on the left,
right,
we are the river of Earth, passing between Venus and Mars.
Sweet. That's very. Only Neil can make
Stop.
Only Neil can make an orbit sound like sex.
no.
You know. All right, here we go. This is Jeffrey C. He says, "Hello, SMEs. My question."
SMEs? What's SMEs?
I don't know.
Subject matter experts.
Oh, right.
Excuse me.
So he's just talking to you two. He was like, "Screw Chuck. I don't care if Chuck is there."
I never heard it abbreviated.
SME, yeah, subject matter expert.
Okay.
He says,
"Thank you, Kim, for filling me in on that."
He says, "My question straddles the line between science and engineering. My understanding is that X-ray observatories employing grazing incidence mirror designs primarily to minimize scatter and reflection losses, rather than to optimize for minimal wavefront distortion. To me, achieving diffraction-limited imaging in X-rays sounds wicked awesome, but it seems like current X-ray telescope designs prioritize maximizing the collection of photons at the detector instead. What's the reasoning behind that? Please teach me more." Now, first of all, let me just say this. Don't nobody need to teach you nothing.
Let me teach this guy.
Right. Who's going to teach you? Listen to that question. This guy just
agree.
gave us the anatomy of the telescope
Yes, he did.
in such a way
He did.
you show off, you big fraud show off, like, "Oh, please tell me, how exactly
Definitely.
do we get the photons to the detector?" Like, you know damn well. And by the way, I
I don't know nothing about birthing
I don't know
babies.
nothing about no photons on a detector.
But Kim a moment ago explained that she didn't use the word grazing, but that's what it is.
Yes, she was talking about the
mirror,
skimming.
the conical. It's skimming
Skimming.
with the rock on the
Right.
the fellow raises a very important point.
Jeff from Boylston, Massachusetts. We're playing with you, Jeff.
Which, by the way, I have to give the shout out to Massachusetts fellow New Englander with the wicked awesome. That was perfectly, I just love this audience so much.
Yeah, wicked is a very New England expression.
Oh my God.
Yeah, wicked.
Yeah, very wicked, wicked smart.
Wicked smart.
That came out can is very wicked smart. She came here in a car.
But so I guess I would say like there's kind of two issues at hand. I talked about a little bit earlier already, so maybe it's sort of helped. But X-ray photons, very energetic, very incredibly difficult to focus. Right, this is high energy. It is bullet going through a wall kind of thing. So because of that and needing the grazing incidents and having to like skip down across a pond, as we talked about earlier, there's two things to consider: the physics and the engineering limits. I'm not an engineer, so I cannot speak to this in like detail. But I will just say that like we already for Chandra had to have mirrors like really polished, incredibly smooth. Like if you smooth down Colorado, Pikes Peak would be like maybe an inch tall, right? Like it's a really incredible accomplishment or feat that American engineers had to do just to get the Chandra mirrors to like, near atomic levels, never mind what you would need for that kind of diffraction limiting imaging, which would be like atomic scale perfection. And of course, like the alignment in them as well. And then sending it up into space, into that like harsh cold environment where it would have to operate like perfectly. So there are some engineering limits there that I would say.
USA.
Yes. Yes, but also it also goes back to like that photon starved universe that I mentioned earlier in the show, right? X-ray sources are typically a bit fainter than all of the optical or all of the infrared data that can be gobbled up by these light buckets, right? And so the idea of building an observatory that would be able to collect enough of them, that is kind of like, that has been the priority, right? So maximizing your collecting area and getting, I don't want to say good enough because Chandra's resolution is incredible to me, but like being able to get there with Chandra's half arc second resolution was an absolute feat. So getting to go beyond that, it really becomes like true engineering and physics issues that have to be fixed by bigger brains than mine. So all I can say is wicked awesome question. I don't exactly have an answer, but I love that you asked it.
But it comes down to, like you said, you don't have all that many photons to work with. So you can't prioritize resolution. What good is your resolution if you didn't have the photons
to collect?
Got nothing to collect. So I have to agree, or to what was supposed there, that it's an engineering decision to maximize your access to photons than the resolution itself, even though you still have very good resolution.
Right.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, well, by the way, Jeff, we love you, you big show off.
Definitely.
That was a great question. All right. This is Mario Funes. I think Funes. Or Funes? Mario, I'm going to go with Funes.
How do you spell it?
Funes.
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 Funes,
All
yeah.
right. All right, Mario Fun. Okay, yeah. This is Mario from Fort Lee, New Jersey, way right across the river here.
Across the moat.
Oh man, that was rough, bro. Why you got to do that?
Fort Lee is across the Hudson River from Manhattan. Yes.
Yes,
okay.
it is. But I love the moat because, I live on the other side of the moat too. X-ray astronomy often relies on assigning colors to energy bands that are invisible to the human eye.
Yeah.
How do you strike a balance between scientific fidelity and aesthetic impact when choosing color palettes? And have audience reactions ever led you to rethink your visualization approach? Does that also apply to sound? How do you get your baseline for sound?
That's not what the person asked.
Okay, but I'm just throwing that on top of Mario's question.
No, pay the Patreon fee, and then you
I'm
can
only
ask some
asking
questions.
half a question, so that's $250. I can give you $2.
I'll try to do 2 for 1. A 2 for 1. No, this is a great question because I love talking about this topic because it's so useful when you can kind of underline the idea that these are visual representations of data that is invisible to human eyes, right? And we're capturing that information. We are translating it into the visual representation, but those are human beings doing that process using software that's been coded by humans and making choices that human thinks are the best choices. But there's obviously going to be a wide range of possibilities. So for color palette specifically, we have pretty much settled on like an RGB red, green, blue for low, medium, and high energies for our color coding typically. So that means often Chandra images, if combined with, say, infrared or optical kinds of data, Chandra will often be colored in like blues and purples, and then say the Hubble data in the greens and the Webb data in the infrared in the reds, right? That's often what we're doing because we have found that that does tend to make an image that is both aesthetically pleasing, but does align with that scientific information. However, there are many times when the color palette has to get thrown out of the window because the science says so, right? The data says so. If you're getting a massive data set and you are trying to pick out different kinds of chemical emissions in a supernova remnant and you're codifying where the pockets of iron and the silicon and the sulfur and the calcium and the oxygen are, you have to go into a different type of color scheme. So I guess the shortest answer is that, we do have a kind of standardization, but the science drives the story, the science drives the visual, and then we adapt based on the needs of that. Now, to the last part of the question about rethinking visualization approaches. Yes. So I've actually done studies because I like people as much as I like space. I like to learn about both of those things because we are not just studying space as I'm kind of hungry too, which is why I came to mind. But it's like a hug. It's like a hug around the homunculus, which I think is very cool. But so these types of 3D models, like these are actually done for scientific analysis. And then we're able to 3D print them so that scientists can study them and understand them and display them. But also importantly, so people who are blind or low vision or people who just really like to study tactilely or learn tactilely have access to a different way of knowing.
So, okay, so I think let's get on to some Q&A here.
All right.
Chuck, you got the list.
And guess what? They are ready to go. Our listeners
I'm so impressed with the questions that people ask.
Listen, these people are not playing around.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. All right, let's start off.
And they've been cued that Kim is our guest.
As a matter of fact,
they completely know this. Okay.
These are specifically questions for you, Kim.
Okay.
So,
love that.
Yeah, the audience knows who you are, and they're very excited to ask you questions.
All right.
So this is Russell Harvey. Russell is from Colorado, and he says, how does sonification of X-ray data from Chandra help us understand cosmic phenomena like black holes or supernovae in different and new ways?
Ooh.
So what are you doing of finding that is proprietary to you that you can say, oh yeah, that was Chandra?
That's an important question because otherwise you're revealing just what is already known that a sighted person would see.
Right.
So do you have some insights there that?
Yeah, like some gossip, like, girl, I heard from Chandra. You know what I heard from Chandra?
Well, I can say, let me start out generally, right? So sonification helps us pick out patterns in data that can be hard to see. So they're often particularly helpful in things like studying gravitational waves or understanding variable stars and that sort of thing, where you have to pick out patterns in a lot of data that can be hard to see in only an image. So you can think of like rhythmic flickering. So for black holes, at least, there have been like additional thoughts about things like the Perseus cluster, because when that result in the Perseus cluster that showcased that there was this massive, supermassive black hole at the core burping out into the hot gas around it, causing these sound waves, these pressure waves, which are sound waves, and that note is about a B flat, about 57 octaves below middle C. Well, listening to the sonification, like bringing that note, if you will, back up into the realm of hearing by taking the image and scanning those waves in the image so that you can hear them through sound. What I have heard is that researchers have noticed that there were additional ripples that had been missed originally. So that is something that I haven't seen a paper on it or anything like that, but I have heard discussions that is the sort of thing that could be really useful to do more of. This idea of being able to find small details that either wasn't as obvious in the visual or numerical data, or
And you would have overlooked him.
exactly. And that's the thing, like when you look at something a lot, or if you're just staring at something, you're getting all of the data at once. When you're listening to it, you're actually given the gift of time, right? So you have your brain responds in a different way because you're getting that data sort of parsed out to you based on the tempo of the sonification. And I think that's kind of an exciting space to do more experimenting.
And just to remind us, the sonification is basically a scan of the image where each row has some acoustic. As the scan comes across a star or an object that has X-ray flux, does the pitch go up or just the volume go up? What typically would happen there?
Yes. So it's a mathematical scan across the image or from the center out or all of that. And like pitch, tempo, volume, instrument choice, like all of those are the variables that we'll use in order to describe.
Instrument choice. I love it.
Wow, look at that.
I want a saxophone in space.
We do. Yeah. So if you have like a heavy duty data set that's got a lot of different kinds of light, choosing disparate instruments to assign to the data that you can really tell what's playing when, lets you to kind of help identify different parts of the image or the information that you're trying to decode.
Is there any use of an oboe or a didgeridoo?
Yes. I would say all instruments welcome, including voices. Yes, I think all instruments are welcome.
What a great answer. And thank you, Russell. All right, this is Hugo Dart. Pardon me, Hugo. Hugo Dart. Hello, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Arcand, Lord Nice. This is Hugo Dark from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Chukipoom. Anyway,
you realize they have one of the largest aerospace industries in the world in Brazil, and all you can do is shake your ass when you say Brazil.
I did not know that.
You know why? Because in Carnival they do not show aerospace.
It is a valid point.
Yeah, that's valid. Yeah. He got me on that one. Okay.
Hugo says, I'm with my 7-year-old daughter, Olivia, who is also a very big Star Talk fan. So hello, Olivia. Here's our question to both of you. Why will space freak us out?
Oh, because you have a book. Kim has a book coming out.
Yes, that's such a sweet question.
Called Why Space Will Freak You Out.
Oh, get out.
And it's a book that is intended to be like parent-child combo.
Exactly. Like a family reader kind of thing.
How much you pay Hugo to send in this?
I didn't. I swear. But these questions are so lovely. I mean, my goodness.
Kim, this is your 9th book. So tell us about that book.
Yeah, this is my first like sort of, kid family reader type of thing with my amazing co-author, Megan Watsky. And it's meant to be a little fun. My husband loves horror movies. I think it's because he was born on Halloween. And so I'm not a fan of horror movies, but he watches a lot. And I think it's just kind of gone into my brain. So my humor is a little darker, I would say. And this idea of like finding fun in the creepy and the weird and the strange and the exotic in the universe is something that's just kind of been filtering in. So it's a fun look at things because it's like, what is weird and creepy in our own solar system, in our own galaxy, and then like well beyond. So you can think of things like exoplanets, like the exoplanets that we have found so far. Some of them are so gosh darn weird, like, worlds where it rains glass sideways at like 5,000 miles an hour, lava worlds, frozen worlds, dead worlds going around zombie stars. I mean, it sounds like science fiction. And so it was just kind of an opportunity to think of some of those fun things, those weird things, those freaky things, and just talk about them in a way that's hopefully not too scary. But I guess to answer the question, like really, it's just that space is huge and mind-boggling and extreme and weird. And we're very lucky to live here on our cute little rocky planet where things are relatively, well, not weird.
Kind of safe.
Comparatively speaking. Comparatively speaking.
Which, speaking of which, here's a follow-up from Olivia. Okay, actually it's from me. I read this or heard this someplace, but please tell me, what is how far do we have to go towards the sun or away from the sun where we don't have this planet anymore?
Venus is to our left and is 900 degrees. Mars is to our right, once had water and does not. So we are sandwiched in between two wholly inhospitable planets.
Right.
So you asking what are you asking me now?
So that's what I'm saying.
Like, could we nudge like a mile to the left or a mile to the right kind of thing? Is that what you mean?
That's what I'm saying. So how far could we go towards Venus and still live? And how far could we go towards Mars and not freeze?
Yeah, there's surely people who know this. I don't have that answer.
Okay.
But Earth has a certain recovery mode that could make up for small changes.
Oh.
You can find a new equilibrium where it is, where it can still function. But not too far. You don't want to press your luck.
Right.
Kim, do you have any insights there?
No, I mean, it's a great question and I'd kind of love to know the answer, but I feel like the biology side of me is kind of like some life forms on Earth, probably not humans for a long time, could adapt to slightly more extreme temperatures either way, like we've seen with tardigrades, right? Water bears, they can live in pretty extreme environments. So there's some possibility that if we nudge left or right, I'm using, which are not the right directions, but you know what I mean, closer to Venus or closer to Mars, that there would be something that could adapt and survive that. But I feel like humans would probably not be on the list for very long because food sources, other things would be affected so quickly. At least I think.
Okay.
And by the way, there is a unique left and right in an orbit. Just the same way Rive Gauche, that's the left bank in France of the river Seine, whatever the river is there. So
the Seine, yeah.
The left is the shore that is on your left when you're moving with the river. That's a unique left.
That's unique left.
Yeah, and then a unique right. So when I say Venus is on the left,
right,
we are the river of Earth passing between Venus and Mars.
Sweet. That's pretty. Only Neil can make
Stop.
Only Neil can make an orbit sound like sex.
Exactly.
You know. All right, here we go. This is Jeffrey C. He says, "Hello, SMEs. My question."
SMEs? What's SMEs?
I don't know.
Subject matter experts.
Oh, right.
Excuse me.
So he's just talking to you two. He was like, screw Chuck. I don't care if Chuck is there.
I never heard it abbreviated.
SME, subject matter expert.
Okay.
He says,
thank you, Kim, for filling me in on that.
He says, my question straddles the line between science and engineering. My understanding is that X-ray observatories employing grazing incidence mirror designs primarily to minimize scatter and reflection losses, rather than to optimize for minimal wavefront distortion. To me, achieving diffraction-limited imaging in X-rays sounds wicked awesome, but it seems like current X-ray telescope designs prioritize maximizing the collection of photons at the detector instead. What's the reasoning behind that? Please teach me more. Now, first of all, let me just say this. Don't nobody need to teach you nothing.
Come teach this guy.
Right. Who's don't nobody... reflection losses, rather than to optimize for minimal wavefront distortion. To me, achieving diffraction-limited imaging in X-rays sounds wicked awesome, but it seems like current X-ray telescope designs prioritize maximizing the collection of photons at the detector instead. What's the reasoning behind that? Please teach me more. Now, first of all, let me just say this. Don't nobody need to teach you nothing.
Come teach this guy.
Right. Who's going to teach you? Listen to that question. This guy just
agree.
gave us the anatomy of the telescope
Yes, he did.
in such a way that you show off, you big fraud show off, like, oh, please tell me how exactly
Definitely.
do we get the photons to the detector? You know damn well. And by the way, I
I don't know nothing about birthing
I don't know
babies.
nothing about no photons on a detector.
But Kim a moment ago explained that she didn't use the word grazing, but that's what it is.
Yes, she was talking about the
mirror,
skimming.
the conical. It's skimming with the rock on the
Right.
the fellow raises a very important point.
Jeff from Boylston, Massachusetts. We're playing with you, Jeff.
Which, by the way, I have to give the shout out to Massachusetts fellow New Englander with the wicked awesome. That was perfectly. I mean, I just love this audience so much.
Yeah, wicked is a very New England expression.
Oh my God.
Yeah, wicked.
Ah, yeah, very wicked, wicked smart.
Wicked smart.
Kim Arcand is very wicked smart. She came here in a car.
But so I guess I would say like there's kind of two issues at hand. I talked about a little bit earlier already, so maybe it's sort of helped. But X-ray photons, very energetic, very incredibly difficult to focus. Right, this is high energy. It is bullet going through a wall kind of thing. So because of that and needing the grazing incidents and having to like skip down across a pond, as we talked about earlier, there's two things to consider: the physics and the engineering limits. I'm not an engineer, so I cannot speak to this in like detail. But I will just say that like we already for Chandra had to have mirrors like really polished, incredibly smooth. Like if you smooth down Colorado, Pikes Peak would be like maybe an inch tall, right? Like it's a really incredible accomplishment or feat that American engineers had to do just to get the Chandra mirrors to like, near atomic levels, never mind what you would need for that kind of diffraction limiting imaging, which would be like atomic scale perfection. And of course, like the alignment in them as well. And then sending it up into space, into that like harsh, cold environment where it would have to operate like perfectly. So there are some engineering limits there that I would say.
USA.
Yes. Yes. But also, it also goes back to like that photon starved universe that I mentioned earlier in the show, right? X-ray sources are typically a bit fainter than all of the optical or all of the infrared data that can be gobbled up by these light buckets, right? And so the idea of building an observatory that would be able to collect enough of them, that is kind of like, that has been the priority, right? So maximizing your collecting area and getting, I don't want to say good enough because Chandra's resolution is incredible to me, but like being able to get there with Chandra's half arc second resolution was an absolute feat. So getting to go beyond that, it really becomes like true engineering and physics issues that have to be fixed by bigger brains than mine. So all I can say is wicked awesome question. I don't exactly have an answer, but I love that you asked it.
But it comes down to, like you said, you don't have all that many photons to work with. So you can't prioritize resolution. What good is your resolution if you didn't have the photons
nothing to collect?
Got nothing to collect. So I have to agree, or to what was supposed there, that it's an engineering decision to maximize your access to photons than the resolution itself, even though you still have very good resolution.
Right.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Hey, well, by the way, Jeff, we love you, you big show off.
Definitely.
That was a great question. All right. This is Mario Funes. I think Funes. Or Funes? Mario, I'm going to go with Funes.
How do you spell it?
F-U-N-E-S.
Funes.
Funes.
Funes,
All
yeah.
right. All right, Mario Fun. Okay, yeah. This is Mario from Fort Lee, New Jersey, right across the river here.
Across the moat.
Oh man, that was rough, bro. Why you got to do that?
Fort Lee is across the Hudson River from Manhattan. Yes.
Yes,
okay.
it is. But I love the moat because I live on the other side of the moat too. X-ray astronomy often relies on assigning colors to energy bands that are invisible to the human eye.
Yeah.
How do you strike a balance between scientific fidelity and aesthetic impact when choosing color palettes? And have audience reactions ever led you to rethink your visualization approach? X-ray astronomy often relies on assigning colors to energy bands that are invisible to the human eye.
Yeah.
How how do you strike a balance between scientific fidelity and aesthetic impact when choosing color palettes? And have audience reactions ever led you to rethink your visualization approach? Does that also apply to sound? How do you get your baseline for sound?
That's not what the person asked.
Okay, but I'm just throwing that on top of Mario's question.
No, pay the Patreon fee, and
well,
then you
I'm
can
only
ask
asking half a question. So that's $250. I can give you $2.
I'll try to do 2 for 1. A 2 for 1. No, this is a great question because I love talking about this topic because it's so useful when you can kind of underline the idea that these are visual representations of data that is invisible to human eyes, right? And we're capturing that information. We are translating it into the visual representation, but those are human beings doing that process using software that's been coded by humans and making choices that human thinks are the best choices. But there's obviously going to be a wide range of possibilities. So for color palettes specifically, we have pretty much settled on like an RGB red, green, blue for low, medium, and high energies for our color coding typically. So that means often Chandra images, if combined with say infrared or optical kinds of data, Chandra will often be colored in like blues and purples. And then say the Hubble data in the greens and the web data in the infrared in the reds, right? That's often what we're doing because we have found that does tend to make an image that is both aesthetically pleasing, but does align with that scientific information. However, there are many times when the color palette has to get thrown out of the window because the science says so, right? The data says so. If you're getting a massive data set and you are trying to pick out different kinds of chemical emissions in a supernova remnant and you're codifying where the pockets of iron and the silicon and the sulfur and the calcium and the oxygen are, you have to go into a different type of color scheme. So I guess the shortest answer is that, we do have a kind of standardization, but the science drives the story, the science drives the visual, and then we adapt based on the needs of that. Now, to the last part of the question about rethinking visualization approaches. Yes. So I've actually done studies because I like people as much as I like space. I like to learn about both of those things because we are not just studying space as robots, like we are humans studying the universe around us. And so to me, at least, it's just as important to understand human perceptions and human understandings, human meaning making, right, of that type of data. So we have done studies on looking at how humans respond to our visualizations based on different kinds of color codes and different kinds of aesthetic appeal. And the interesting result was that it didn't actually make a difference. Even if some of the color schemes would have been like a bit like, ugh, to me, in general, any color scheme that still got across the data that was described like what we were doing, that was the winner. And it didn't exactly matter how it looked. So people appreciated being able to understand what the colors meant, I guess is the point. Now, there has also been a case that I remember so specifically when it came time to do the bullet cluster, which is a cluster of galaxies and kind of like the textbook example with Chandra and Hubble that helped show this direct proof of dark matter. It showed the separation of the hot gas from Chandra and then the normal matter, the normal matter, if you will, from all of the dark matter, which was gravitationally mapped, right? And it was all kind of with a Hubble data showcasing where the galaxies and everything were located. And for that image, typically the Chandra data would have been in blue as the highest energy in the data set. But when we first made the image, we did a little like testing of it. And it just, when trying to sell the story of all of this hot matter, the separation from the dark matter, it just was not vibing for people. So we actually inverted the color scheme, put Chandra in like the pink reddish color, and then put the dark matter map in the blue. And that worked better for people for that specific scientific discovery or scientific, expression, and has since been kind of like a de facto for how we color code those examples of galaxy clusters that are showcasing the separation of normal and dark matter.
By the way, for anybody interested, I don't know the name of it, but Neil gives one of my favorite explainers on how we take any bandwidth and make it so that we can look at it with our human eyes. And it is a fascinating explainer.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Forgotten all about that. Yeah.
That's
it's in
one,
our archives. Yeah.
it's one of my favorites.
Actually, really?
Yeah.
You never told me that.
Yeah. You did you did an exceptionally incredible job of that, which is redundant, but it was like so clear, and it was something that secretly I never understood.
That's right.
I never understood. And then after that explainer, I was just like, oh, right.
That's why they're called explainers, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
and Kim, it should be fair to declare that if you assign an RGB to a low, medium, and high energy bands, I think we can, with honesty, say that if the human retinal sensitivity were shifted to that realm, it is the color picture you would see.
Yeah, they do tend to call them true color representations in that RGB setup for that reason. I like to think of all of them as representative color, right? Like we're not the mantis shrimp being able to see all sorts of colors all over the place, right? But I do think it is fair to say that that is a more true representation. Yes.
All right, time for a few more.
All right, here we go. This is Neil Cameron. Neil says, hello, Lord Nice, Dr. Arcan, Dr. Tyson. Neil here from Estonia, Connecticut. I'm going to keep this simple. Black hole sonification. Do they sound like or more like bloop? And
but how do you read that off of this?
Oh, because he said, do they sound like Godzilla roar or just a little bloop? So, so I gave him my best Godzilla roar. I hope it worked for Neil.
Mm-hmm.
And then the little bloop is, bloop. Isn't it just the gas swirling that we can sonify? Can sound exit a black hole?
This is a great question, too. I love all of these questions. These are the best. So, yes, so nothing can escape a black hole, right? Like sound can't escape, light can't escape. So, yes, we are not holding up a microphone to capture sound of black holes. But black holes do have this potential, supermassive black holes in the center of galaxies do have this potential to, as I mentioned earlier, kind of like burp out into the surrounding hot gas around it and make these pressure waves or the sound waves. And so we're taking that information, which we can see in images by the rippling, mathematically mapping it to sound. So we are choosing sounds that make sense for it. And we have done one sonification of a large population of black holes in the Chandra Deep Field South, where we actually did apply like little like boop, boop kind of sounds. It sounds a little bit like Imogen Heap was playing it because we were trying to showcase a massive field with thousands of black holes, and we assigned the sound based on the energy level of those X-rays. So we just chose low, medium, and high sounds for those X-rays. So I don't know if that answers your question.
In the pressure waves, they actually are literally sound waves.
They are literally. So the Perseus cluster is that B flat that I mentioned. M87 also has them, and it's lower. I don't know like what the actual note equates to. But these supermassive black holes do make these sound waves, right? They're not singing exactly. They don't have vocal cords. But they are, by that sort of burping out into the area around them. It's all about the environment that black holes live in, right? That's going to give you the interesting, whether it's a burp or some other kind of thing that we're detecting.
And a big part of that question was, is it the swirling of gas? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
Because the black hole is otherwise not talking to you.
Right.
Exactly.
Chuck has the best ever imitation of a black hole.
Oh?
I don't know, but I'm sure.
No, you've done it.
Have I done it?
Yes.
Does it sound like this? Yo, what's up?
No, it's not someone hanging out in the shadows ready to mug you. No, it's...
Oh, no, this is the black guy. Hey. Hey, I'm very hungry. Otherwise, I will lose some weight if I stop snacking in between my snacks.
That is great.
I forgot all about. Well, you got a good memory,
That's
man.
the best black hole I ever heard.
That is from.
If black holes could talk,
That
that's
is
what they would sound
so
like.
long ago. That's right. Get in myself. Okay, here we go. Rachel Ambrose says, "Hey there, this is Rachel from Austin, Texas. First, I wanted to say that the Chandra X-ray deep field sonification has been my ringtone for over a year now. So
Ooh.
thank you
way.
so much for that.
Way.
Yeah.
Totally way.
That's cool.
Do you have downloadable ringtones on your website?
So I don't think we put them into ringtone format unless someone on my team did that. I didn't notice.
No, she
No, we
just
got
made
people.
it her
You can
ringtone.
make it. You can make a ringtone.
But we do have little snippets of the sound available on our website to download. So I guess if you can make your own, I never thought to do that. It's so lovely.
Wow.
Oh, look
Okay.
at that.
Very good. Very good.
She says, my question for Kim is, if you could sonify one cosmic event that hasn't been done yet, something you think would blow people's minds, please tell us, what would it be?
Ooh.
That's tough. My instinct, because I just love every data set pretty much, but I think something in the time domain, something that we're seeing change over time, that's something that I would really like to do more of, like supernovae changing over time, gamma ray bursts clicking on and off, tidal disruption event, just anything that changes over time on like a human scale, if you will, that we've been able to capture. That's something that's kind of been on my list for a while. I don't know if it would blow people's mind.
Is that because the imagery would be composing for you?
Yeah, so it's already giving you like a sort of temporal flow, if you will, like the data is changing at a rate that you could track and then represent in some interesting way. And I don't know, I think that would be very cool. I don't know if it'd be mind blowing, but it's definitely something I would like to try. That would be high on my list to work on with system sounds.
The time dimension is really what you're referring to there. As
exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Hearing data can like draw your attention to different patterns. Like we've talked about that a little bit already, that your eyes can overlook. And so being able to sonify that changing data, I think could be really powerful.
All right.
Yeah, well, thanks, Rachel. Wouldn't it be cool if it sounded like scat music, like, like a little Al Jarreau would be kind of cool. You know what I mean?
It would be very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, this is Colin Zwicker. He says, hello, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Arkan. I'm Colin from Switzerland, and I have a question for Dr. Arkan. Well, thanks, Colin. That's what we're here for.
You'll cut nobody any slack.
Has there ever been a moment when a visualization revealed something that surprised you, something that you might not have noticed if you only looked at the raw numbers?
Yes, for sure. I mean, and that is the kind of beauty of not just visualizing, but like thinking about how to visualize and what method, what platform would be best for your data. Because in supernova remnants, particularly, we've got 3D models of quite a few of them now based on observational data or computer simulations constrained by the observational data. And what that has allowed to show us in the case of Cassiopeia A, specifically, that there are some asymmetries.
That's a supernova remnant. Yeah.
A beautiful supernova remnant that Chandra's looked at a lot. Some asymmetries there, and which you can't see. The image itself looks like so perfectly spherical and lovely, but when you break it down into the 3D model, there are some interesting asymmetries, and it also helps show that stars like Cassiopeia A can turn themselves inside out when they explode, because right before a massive star like that explodes, the iron is kind of really built up at the core. And when you look at the distribution of that in the supernova remnant, the iron now is actually quite far out towards the perimeter, much farther than you would expect. And so researchers were able to figure out that that star turned itself inside out. And the use of 3D modeling was really incredibly important to that type of result. So yeah, having different ways of looking at your data can be a very powerful tool for curiosity and discovery.
Very cool. Wow. Great question, Colin. All right, this is William Warren. He says, "Hi, I'm William Warren from Abingdon, Maryland. You've created immersive VR experiences of space data. Do you think future astronauts could use this kind of visualization technology to prepare for deep space missions?" Which is cool because every sci-fi movie, when they talk about going to another galaxy, they like reach and throw something into the ceiling, and then the whole galaxy opens up, and then they actually take their hands and like spread it, and they get zoom in like we pinch on a computer screen.
Yes, that is to me like the exciting future. Like I actually dream about whether it's astronauts, researchers, non-experts, like being able to do that type of work, right? Being able to go into an extended reality space of some sort and learn about things, train about things, and whatever. But astronauts are actually already doing that. They actually use virtual reality and other kinds of extended reality technology applications in order to learn about spacecraft and like where they're going to be docking, how they're going to be docking, where things are located in their spacecraft. Special kinds of like training modules have been done with VR. It's already a very useful tool because especially if you think about astronauts having to do a spacewalk and to do some kind of complicated, you know, procedure out in space, being able to walk through it in extended reality would be a very powerful tool to help kind of, you know, fire up some of those neurons differently because there's tactile memory involved if they're doing it in a very simulated environment. There's been a lot of military studies about that type of work with simulated environments, which is why I think that idea of bringing it further out into astrophysics research and communications and all that is such a great idea. So yeah, it's a great question.
So do you think they learned anything from Pokemon Go?
Oh,
where they insert virtual reality creatures out there?
Yeah, I honestly think Pokemon Go is a great tool. Like that was such a brilliant XR application that people picked up on such a massive scale. And I think having that kind of learning opportunity for different scientific and engineering activities would be fantastic. I mean, I'm not saying aliens, but like, you know, different kind of experiences would be great.
It got people off the couch.
So,
It did.
Yeah.
Yes.
It got them walking around the neighborhood.
It clearly did something good because people were out, and it created a whole community of people because people would meet up to find the characters and meet one another. Like, oh man, you're a total nerd too. Like, my God, I thought I was alone.
I love that. So great.
Yeah, super cool. All right. This is Alan Keyser who says, suppose you get one perfectly synchronized week on Chandra, James Webb, and an Event Horizon style array.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. What single measurement would you make to decisively test how black hole feedback regulates galaxy growth? And what exact observable or statistic would you publish so the rest of us can tell if you're right? Alan from Santa Barbara.
Jeez.
And he says, P.S., I am another show off.
Yes, is that a question? That's amazing. First of all, again, I feel like you might already know the answer to that question.
Right.
Yeah, I got a feeling Alan knows the answer to a lot of questions. Alan's sitting up in his classroom just like, these kids are stupid. Let me ask Neil and Kim something. These dumbasses I'm teaching all day long.
Yeah. I feel like I'm trying to be stumped on that one, which is totally fine. You know, first of all, I would have to say it has to be a large community collaborative thing. There would be no magic wand to give me any of those superpowers with my super friends. By the way, the listing of Chandra and Webb and EHT together, like that is a very cool group, I think, to be a part of. So major props to that. But all of these types of scientific observations with these massive telescopes is truly highly collaborative and all very peer reviewed. So no one person is ever making that kind of decision. I feel like I'm being a bit of a party pooper there. But I would say with the type of object I would pick is probably Centaurus cluster or a similar type of galaxy cluster with a nice active supermassive black hole at the center. Chandra could map the black hole activity. Chandra could map the surrounding, environment of the black hole, the X-ray cavities, kind of carving out into the gas by those black hole jets. Webb could definitely provide the sort of map and history timeline of the star's evolution throughout that area as well. That would give you some really great constraining information. And then the Event Horizon Telescope, which is another amazing telescope and has already taken some incredible images, would hopefully be able to get us that jet launch point, I would say, from the black hole. That would be really cool. So being able to figure out, like, what I love about supermassive black holes is that they're responsible for the care and feeding of the galaxy. And I love that Alan's question, I believe, is kind of getting at that point, like, how can we get even more data about it? So that would be my suggestion.
And if I say something just about my people, my community of astrophysicists, unlike the example that Kim is describing, because that's just, you want to collaborate with people who would be on the various telescopes with a peer-reviewed project.
Right.
However, if something goes down in the sky that no one saw coming, and I discover it first, and I see it first, I can set out a notice that night for any telescope where they can peel off an hour of their observing program to get data, because each telescope is going to be different, a different focus, different bandwidth, different, and if the object sets for me, it's rising for somebody else in the world, right? And so my community is very supportive when there's a phenomenon that comes and goes, and you got to get it in the spot.
Calling all telescopes.
Yes,
Calling all telescopes.
Yes, Chandra does that all the time.
That's exactly.
We have a code red.
That's exactly how that would play out. So that can happen for events that occur in the sky, but something so organized as the black hole in the middle of a galaxy, trying to get the best data, that, like Kim said, that's a peer-reviewed, pre-organized activity.
Cool.
Yeah. So Kim, your Chandra deep field, is that a deep field unto itself, or did it do the same, quote, deep field that Hubble obtained?
So Chandra did its own deep field, the Chandra Deep Field South, but it also did coordinated campaigns with the Goods Deep Field that both Hubble and Chandra have looked at. And there have been additional campaigns as well. So deep fields are an area of really rich research for Chandra and Hubble and other telescopes, and you kind of can't have enough of them.
Yeah, you know how the first deep field was obtained?
No.
The head of the Hubble Institute.
Now I just remember it.
With his discretionary time, because every director gets a little bit of time, but they can do whatever the hell they want.
Right.
And he said, find me an emptiest area of the sky you can.
He was flexing hard.
That's play and creativity at work.
Yes. And he said, let's burn some telescope time on this place.
Looking at nothing.
Looking at nothing.
And then something was there, and he was the luckiest director ever.
No, it's not.
Because if nothing was there,
He would have been in trouble.
you know he would not have been the director the next day.
Yes. But it was the same for Chandra, like, because Chandra has less time to kind of give, right? It has to look at objects longer than Hubble has to. It was still a risky proposition, but they looked at this one spot, the Chandra Deep Field South, which was seemingly empty. And they looked at it for like 40 days and 40 nights. And they found this massive population of thousands of black holes and galaxies with black holes at their cores. So it's lovely when you can be creative.
Let me ask you about this. Whether there's empirical evidence or just your opinion, is there anywhere we can point a lens and not see something in the universe?
With our current telescopes?
In your opinion? Because I know we haven't looked at every place. So in your opinion, is there any place we can point a lens and not see something?
Up your ass.
I gotta go.
No.
I gotta go. Because we're not going to keep that in the show.
No.
And I gotta go, because if we don't keep that in the show, then there's no reason for me to exist. I have no reason to exist. Oh, wait. If we don't keep that in the show, I have no reason to exist. Like, you can't get better than that.
So I'll lead off, and then Kim will follow up on that. So
Go ahead.
I think a better way to say that is,
Go ahead.
if you have a telescope that has opened a new window to the universe in whatever way, in the time, in timestamps, in wavelength, in how big it is. If it's a telescope that did not previously exist, and you put it anywhere, it's going to make a discovery, because it's looking at the universe beyond the fence that was set up by everything else you've been using to look at the universe.
Right.
Now, but the universe is so vast. Kim, I don't think there's a place where there's nothing happening. What do you think?
Oh, I agree. I mean, like what Hubble did for the optical field, what Chandra has done for the X-ray field, what Webb has done for the infrared field so far. Like each time we launch these new telescopes, we're finding those things deeper, earlier, back further in space and time. And so it really is, I think, mostly at this point, a limit of our technological achievements. I don't know. It's a great question. It's a very exciting thing to think about. Props to you. Props to you.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to say that the original answer was better than my question.
And I think fully pronounce the words in that comment.
Okay, good.
Up no A.
Good.
So Kim, I think we got to call it quits there, but you've got a book coming out. Tell me the name of that book, How to Freak Out Your Kids. What is it? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I hope not. My Space Will Freak You Out. It's coming out in February. I'm excited.
It's a hand-picked assortment of really freaky things in the universe. And when you think about it, that's a long overdue book, I think.
It's a lot of fun.
I think it's fun, like Lemony Snicket for space kind of thing.
There you go.
Nice
analogy there.
That's great.
Yeah, the series of unfortunate events. Right. Is that what that was?
Yes. I love that.
So, and that's your 9th book. So congratulations on staying with it. We're in the same biz.
Not quite. I try. Not quite the same biz as you, but I try.
So Kim, this has been a delight.
Thank you. It has been so fun. As always. I'm still waiting for my jacket.
Oh, see, she started.
And I said Master's gold jacket, but the Master's jacket
in RGB to a low, medium, and high energy bands. I think we can, with honesty, say that if the human retinal sensitivity were shifted to that realm, it is the color picture you would see.
Yeah, they do tend to call them true color representations in that RGB setup for that reason. I like to think of all of them as representative color, right? Like we're not the mantis shrimp being able to see all sorts of colors all over the place, right? But I do think it is fair to say that that is a more true representation. Yes.
All right, time for a few more.
All right, here we go. This is Neil Cameron. Neil says, hello, Lord Nice, Dr. Arcan, Dr. Tyson. Neil here from Estonia, Connecticut. I'm going to keep this simple. Black hole sonification. Do they sound like or more like bloop?
But how do you read that off of this?
Oh, because he said, do they sound like Godzilla roar or just a little bloop? So, so I gave him my best Godzilla roar. I hope it worked for Neil.
Mm-hmm.
And then the little bloop is, bloop. Isn't it just the gas swirling that we can sonify, can sound exit a black hole?
This is a great question too. I love all of these questions. These are the best. So, yes, so nothing can escape a black hole, right? Like sound can't escape, light can't escape. So yes, we are not holding up a microphone to capture sound of black holes, but black holes do have this potential. Supermassive black holes in the center of galaxies do have this potential to, as I mentioned earlier, kind of like burp out into the surrounding hot gas around it and make these pressure waves or the sound waves. And so we're taking that information, which we can see in images by the rippling, mathematically mapping it to sound. So we are choosing sounds that make sense for it. And we have done one sonification of a large population of black holes in the Chandra Deep Field South, where we actually did apply like little like boop, boop kind of sounds. It sounds a little bit like Imogen Heap was playing it, because we were trying to showcase a massive field with thousands of black holes, and we assigned the sound based on the energy level of those X-rays. So we just chose low, medium, and high sounds for those X-rays. So I don't know if that answers your question.
In the pressure waves, they actually are literally sound waves.
They are literally. So the Perseus cluster is that B flat that I mentioned. M87 also has them, and it's lower. I don't know like what the actual note equates to. But these supermassive black holes do make these sound waves, right? They're not singing exactly. They don't have vocal cords. But they are, by that sort of burping out into the area around them. It's all about the environment that black holes live in, right? That's going to give you the interesting, whether it's a burp or some other kind of thing that we're detecting.
And a big part of that question was, is it the swirling of gas? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
Because the black hole is otherwise not talking to you.
Right.
Exactly.
Chuck has the best ever imitation of a black hole.
Oh?
I don't know, but I'm sure.
You've done it.
Have I done it?
Yes.
Does it sound like this? Yo, what's up?
No, that's not. It's not someone hanging out in the shadows ready to mug you. No, it's.
Oh no! This is the black guy. Hey, hey, I'm very hungry. Otherwise, I will lose some weight if I stop snacking in between my snacks.
Great.
I forgot all about. Well, you got a good memory,
That's
man.
the best black hole I ever heard.
That is from.
If black holes could talk,
That
that's
is
what they
from
would sound
so
like.
long ago. That's right. Get in myself. Okay, here we go. Rachel Ambrose says, "Hey there, this is Rachel from Austin, Texas. First, I wanted to say that the Chandra X-ray deep field sonification has been my ringtone for over a year now. So thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Totally way.
That's cool.
Do you have downloadable ringtones on your website?
So I don't think we put them into ringtone format unless someone on my team did that. I didn't notice.
No, she just made it her
you can
ringtone.
make a ringtone.
But we have little snippets of the sound available on our website to download. So I guess if you can make your own, I never thought to do that. It's so lovely.
Wow. Okay. Very good. Very good.
She says, my question for Kim is, if you could sonify one cosmic event that hasn't been done yet, something you think would blow people's minds, please tell us, what would it be?
Ooh.
That's tough. My instinct, because I just love every data set pretty much, but I think something in the time domain, something that we're seeing change over time, that's something that I would really like to do more of. Like supernovae changing over time, gamma ray bursts clicking on and off, tidal disruption event, just anything that changes over time on like a human scale, if you will, that we've been able to capture. That's something that's kind of been on my list for a while. I don't know if it would blow people's mind.
Is that because the imagery would be composing for you?
Yeah, so it's already giving you like a sort of temporal flow, if you will, like the data is changing at a rate that you could track and then represent in some interesting way. And I don't know, I think that would be very cool. I don't know if it'd be mind blowing, but it's definitely something I would like to try. That would be high on my list to work on with system sounds.
The time dimension is really what you're referring to there as.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Hearing data can like draw your attention to different patterns. Like we've talked about that a little bit already, that your eyes can overlook. And so being able to sonify that changing data, I think could be really powerful.
All right.
Yeah, well, thanks, Rachel. Wouldn't it be cool if it sounded like scat music? Like, like a little Al Jarreau would be kind of cool. You know what I mean?
It would be very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Bow, bang, bow, this is Colin Zwicker. He says, hello, Dr. Tyson and Dr. Arkan. I'm Colin from Switzerland, and I have a question for Dr. Arkan. Well, thanks, Colin. That's what we're here for.
Damn, you'll cut nobody any slack.
Has there ever been a moment when a visualization revealed something that surprised you, something that you might not have noticed if you only looked at the raw numbers?
Yes, for sure. I mean, and that is the kind of beauty of not just visualizing, but like thinking about how to visualize and what method, what platform would be best for your data. Because in supernova remnants, particularly, we've got 3D models of quite a few of them now based on observational data or computer simulations constrained by the observational data. And what that has allowed to show us in the case of Cassiopeia A, specifically, that there are some asymmetries.
That's a supernova remnant. Yeah.
A beautiful supernova remnant that Chandra's looked at a lot. Some asymmetries there, and which you can't see. The image itself looks like so perfectly spherical and lovely, but when you break it down into the 3D model, there are some interesting asymmetries, and it also helps show that stars like Cassiopeia A can turn themselves inside out when they explode, because right before a massive star like that explodes, the iron is kind of really built up at the core. And when you look at the distribution of that in the supernova remnant, the iron now is actually quite far out towards the perimeter, much farther than you would expect. And so researchers were able to figure out that that star turned itself inside out. And the use of 3D modeling is really incredibly important to that type of result. So yeah, having different ways of looking at your data can be a very powerful tool for curiosity and discovery.
Very cool. Wow. Great question, Colin. All right. This is William Warren. He says, hi, I'm William Warren from Abingdon, Maryland. You've created immersive VR experiences of space data. Do you think future astronauts could use this kind of visualization technology to prepare for deep space missions? Which is cool because every sci-fi movie, when they talk about going to another galaxy, they like reach and throw something into the ceiling, and then the whole galaxy opens up, and then they actually take their hands and like spread it, and they get zoom in like we pinch on a computer screen.
Yes, that is to me like the exciting future. Like I actually dream about whether it's astronauts, researchers, non-experts, like being able to do that type of work, right? Being able to go into an extended reality space of some sort and learn about things, train about things, and whatever. But astronauts are actually already doing that. They actually use virtual reality and other kinds of extended reality technology applications in order to learn about spacecraft and like where they're going to be docking, how they're going to be docking, where things are located in their spacecraft. Special kinds of like training modules have been done with VR. It's already a very useful tool because, especially if you think about astronauts having to do a spacewalk and to do some kind of complicated, procedure out in space, being able to walk through it in extended reality would be a very powerful tool to help kind of, fire up some of those neurons differently, because there's tactile memory involved if they're doing it in a very simulated environment. There's been a lot of military studies about that type of work with simulated environments, which is why I think that idea of bringing it further out into astrophysics research and communications and all that is such a great idea. So yeah, it's a great question.
So do you think they learned anything from Pokemon Go?
Oh,
Where they insert virtual reality creatures out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly think Pokemon Go is a great tool. Like that was such a brilliant XR application that people picked up on such a massive scale. And I think having that kind of learning opportunity for different scientific and engineering activities would be fantastic. I mean, I'm not saying aliens, but like, different kind of experiences would be great.
It got people off the couch. So,
It did.
It did.
Yeah.
Yes.
It got them walking around the neighborhood.
It clearly did something good because people were out, and it created a whole community of people because people would meet up to find the characters and meet one another. Like, oh man, you're a total nerd too. Like, my God, I thought I was alone.
I love that. So great.
Yeah, super cool. All right. This is Alan Keyser, who says, suppose you get one perfectly synchronized week on Chandra, James Webb, and an Event Horizon
Telescope
style array.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. What single measurement would you make to decisively test how black hole feedback regulates galaxy growth? And what exact observable or statistic would you publish so the rest of us can tell if you're right? Alan from Santa Barbara.
Jeez.
And he says, P.S., I am another show off.
Yes, is that a question? That's amazing. First of all, again, I feel like you might already know the answer to that question.
Right.
Yeah, I got a feeling Alan knows the answer to a lot of questions. Alan's sitting up in his classroom just like, these kids are stupid. Let me ask Neil and Kim something. These dumbasses I'm teaching all day long.
Yeah. I feel like I'm trying to be stumped on that one, which is totally fine. First of all, I would have to say it has to be a large community collaborative thing. There would be no magic wand to give me any of those superpowers with my super friends. By the way, the listing of Chandra and Webb and EHT together, like that is a very cool group, I think, to be a part of. So major props to that. But all of these types of scientific observations with these massive telescopes is truly highly collaborative and all very peer reviewed. So no one person is ever making that kind of decision. I feel like I'm being a bit of a party pooper there. But I would say with the type of object I would pick is probably Centaurus cluster or a similar type of galaxy cluster with a nice active supermassive black hole at the center. Chandra could map the black hole activity. Chandra could map the surrounding, environment of the black hole, the X-ray cavities, kind of carving out into the gas by those black hole jets. Webb could definitely provide the sort of map and history timeline of the star's evolution throughout that area as well. That would give you some really great constraining information. And then the Event Horizon Telescope, which is another amazing telescope and has already taken some incredible images, would hopefully be able to get us that jet launch point, I would say, from the black hole. That would be really cool. So being able to figure out, what I love about supermassive black holes is that they're responsible for the care and feeding of the galaxy. And I love that Alan's question, I believe, is kind of getting at that point, like how can we get even more data about it? So that would be my suggestion.
And if I say something just about my people, my community of astrophysicists, unlike the example that Kim is describing, because that's just, you want to collaborate with people who would be on the various telescopes with a peer-reviewed project.
Right.
However, if something goes down in the sky that no one saw coming, and I discover it first, and I see it first, I can set out a notice that night for any telescope where they can peel off an hour of their observing program to get data, because each telescope is going to be different, a different focus, different bandwidth, different, and if the object sets for me, it's rising for somebody else in the world, right? And so my community is very supportive when there's a phenomenon that comes and goes, and you got to get it in the spot.
Calling all telescopes. Calling all telescopes.
Yes, Chandra does that all the time.
That's exactly.
We have a code red.
That's exactly how that would play out. So that can happen for events that occur in the sky. But something so organized as the black hole in the middle of a galaxy trying to get the best data, that, like Kim said, that's a peer-reviewed, pre-organized activity.
Cool.
Yeah. So Kim, your Chandra deep field, is that a deep field unto itself, or did it do the same, quote, deep field that Hubble obtained?
So Chandra did its own deep field, the Chandra Deep Field South, but it also did coordinated campaigns with the Goods Deep Field that both Hubble and Chandra have looked at, and there have been additional campaigns as well. So deep fields are an area of really rich research for Chandra and Hubble and other telescopes, and you kind of can't have enough of them.
Yeah, you know how the first deep field was obtained?
No.
The head of the Hubble Institute.
And now I just remember it.
With his discretionary time, because every director gets a little bit of time, but they can do whatever the hell they want.
Right.
And he said, find me an emptiest area of the sky you can.
He was flexing hard.
That's play and creativity at work.
Yes. And he said, let's burn some telescope time on this
Looking
place.
at nothing.
Looking at nothing.
And then something was there, and he was the luckiest director ever.
No, it's not.
Because if nothing was there,
He would have been in trouble.
you know he would not have been the director the next day.
Yes. But it was the same for Chandra, like because Chandra has less time to kind of give, right? It has to look at objects longer than Hubble has to. It was still a risky proposition, but they looked at this one spot, the Chandra Deep Field South, which was seemingly empty, and they looked at it for like 40 days and 40 nights, and they found this massive population of thousands of black holes and galaxies with black holes at their core. So it's lovely when you can be creative.
Let me ask you both this. Whether there's empirical evidence or just your opinion, is there anywhere we can point a lens and not see something in the universe?
With our current telescopes?
In your opinion? Because I know we haven't looked at every place. So in your opinion, is there any place we can point a lens and not see something?
Up your ass.
I gotta go.
No.
I gotta go. Because we're not going to keep that in the show.
No.
And I got to go, because if we don't keep that in the show, then there's no reason for me to exist. I have no reason to exist. Oh, wait. If we don't keep that in the show, I have no reason to exist. Like, you can't get better than that.
So I'll lead off, and then Kim will follow up on that. So
Go ahead.
I think that a better way to say that is,
Go ahead.
if you have a telescope that has opened a new window to the universe,
Or different scientific and engineering activities would be fantastic. I mean, I'm not saying aliens, but like, different kind of experiences would be great.
It got people off the couch. So
It did.
It got them walking around the neighborhood.
It clearly did something good, because people were out, and it created a whole community of people, because people would meet up to find the characters and meet one another. Like, oh man, you're a total nerd too. Like, my God, I thought I was alone.
I love that. So great.
Yeah, super cool. All right. This is Alan Keyser, who says, suppose you get one perfectly synchronized week on Chandra, James Webb, and an Event Horizon style array.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. What single measurement would you make to decisively test how black hole feedback regulates galaxy growth? And what exact observable or statistic would you publish so the rest of us can tell if you're right? Alan from Santa Barbara.
Jeez.
And he says, P.S., I am another show-off.
Yes, is that a question? That's amazing. First of all, again, I feel like you might already know the answer to that question.
Right.
Yeah, I got a feeling Alan knows the answer to a lot of questions. Alan's sitting up in his classroom just like, these kids are stupid. Let me ask Neil and Kim something. These dumbasses I'm teaching all day long.
Yeah. I feel like I'm trying to be stumped on that one, which is totally fine. First of all, I would have to say it has to be a large community collaborative thing. There would be no magic wand to give me any of those superpowers with my super friends. By the way, the listing of Chandra and Webb and EHT together, like that is a very cool group, I think, to be a part of. So major props to that. But all of these types of scientific observations with these massive telescopes is truly highly collaborative and all very peer reviewed. So no one person is ever making that kind of decision. I feel like I'm being a bit of a party pooper there. But I would say with the type of object I would pick is probably Centaurus cluster or a similar type of galaxy cluster with a nice active supermassive black hole at the center. Chandra could map the black hole activity. Chandra could map the surrounding, environment of the black hole, the X-ray cavities, kind of carving out into the gas by those black hole jets. Webb could definitely provide the sort of map and history timeline of the star's evolution throughout that area as well. That would give you some really great constraining information. And then the Event Horizon Telescope, which is another amazing telescope and has already taken some incredible images, would hopefully be able to get us that jet launch point, I would say, from the black hole. That would be really cool. So being able to figure out like, what I love about supermassive black holes is that they're responsible for the care and feeding of the galaxy. And I love that Alan's question, I believe, is kind of getting at that point, like, how can we get even more data about it? So that would be my suggestion.
And if I say something just about my people, my community of astrophysicists, unlike the example that Kim is describing, because that's just, you want to collaborate with people who would be on the various telescopes with a peer-reviewed project.
Right.
However, if something goes down in the sky that no one saw coming, and I discover it first, and I see it first, I can set out a notice that night for any telescope where they can peel off an hour of their observing program to get data, because each telescope is going to be different, a different focus, different bandwidth, different, and if the object sets for me, it's rising for somebody else in the world, right? And so my community is very supportive when there's a phenomenon that comes and goes, and you got to get it in the spot.
Calling all telescopes. Calling all telescopes.
Yes, Chandra does that all the time.
That's exactly.
We have a code red.
That's exactly how that would play out. So that can happen for events that occur in the sky, but something so organized as the black hole in the middle of a galaxy, trying to get the best data, that, like Kim said, that's a peer-reviewed, pre-organized activity.
Cool.
Yeah. So Kim, your Chandra deep field, is that a deep field unto itself, or did it do the same, quote, deep field that Hubble obtained?
So Chandra did its own deep field, the Chandra Deep Field South, but it also did coordinated campaigns with the Goods Deep Field that both Hubble and Chandra have looked at, and there have been additional campaigns as well. So deep fields are an area of really rich research for Chandra and Hubble and other telescopes, and you kind of can't have enough of them.
Yeah, you know how the first deep field was obtained?
No.
The head of the Hubble Institute.
And now I just remembered.
With his discretionary time, because every director gets a little bit of time, but they can do whatever the hell they want.
Right.
And he said, find me an emptiest area of the sky you can.
He was flexing hard.
That's play and creativity at work.
Yes. And he said, let's burn some telescope time on this
looking
place.
at nothing.
Looking at nothing.
And then something was there, and he was the luckiest director ever.
No, it's not.
Because if nothing was there,
He would have been in trouble.
you know he would not have been the director the next day.
Yes. But it was the same for Chandra, like, because Chandra has less time to kind of give, right? It has to look at objects longer than Hubble has to. It was still a risky proposition, but they looked at this one spot, the Chandra Deep Field South, which was seemingly empty. And they looked at it for like 40 days and 40 nights. And they found this massive population of thousands of black holes and galaxies. Those superpowers with my super friends. By the way, the listing of Chandra and Webb and EHT together, like, that is a very cool group, I think, to be a part of. So major props to that. But all of these types of scientific observations with these massive telescopes is truly highly collaborative and all very peer reviewed. So no one person is ever making that kind of decision. I feel like I'm being a bit of a party pooper there. But I would say with the type of object I would pick is probably Centaurus cluster or a similar type of galaxy cluster with a nice active supermassive black hole at the center. Chandra could map the black hole activity. Chandra could map the surrounding, environment of the black hole, the X-ray cavities, kind of carving out into the gas by those black hole jets. Webb could definitely provide the sort of map and history timeline of the star's evolution throughout that area as well. That would give you some really great constraining information. And then the Event Horizon Telescope, which is another amazing telescope and has already taken some incredible images, would hopefully be able to get us that jet launch point, I would say, from the black hole. That would be really cool. So being able to figure out, like, what I love about supermassive black holes is that they're responsible for the care and feeding of the galaxy. And I love that Alan's question, I believe, is kind of getting at that point, like, how can we get even more data about it? So that would be my suggestion.
And if I say something just about my people, my community of astrophysicists, unlike the example that Kim is describing, because that's just, you want to collaborate with people who would be on the various telescopes with a peer-reviewed project.
Right.
However, if something goes down in the sky that no one saw coming, and I discover it first, and I see it first, I can set out a notice that night for any telescope where they can peel off an hour of their observing program to get data, because each telescope is going to be different, a different focus, different bandwidth, different, and if the object sets for me, it's rising for somebody else in the world, right? And so my community is very supportive when there's a phenomenon that comes and goes, and you got to get it in the spot.
Calling all telescopes. Calling all telescopes.
Yes, Chandra does that all the time.
That's exactly.
We have a code red.
That's exactly how that would play out. So that can happen for events that occur in the sky, but something so organized as the black hole in the middle of a galaxy, trying to get the best data, that, like Kim said, that's a peer-reviewed, pre-organized activity.
Cool.
Yeah. So Kim, your Chandra deep field, is that a deep field unto itself, or did it do the same, quote, deep field that Hubble obtained?
So Chandra did its own deep field, the Chandra Deep Field South, but it also did coordinated campaigns with the Goods Deep Field that both Hubble and Chandra have looked at, and there have been additional campaigns as well. So deep fields are an area of really rich research for Chandra and Hubble and other telescopes, and you kind of can't have enough of them.
Yeah, you know how the first deep field was obtained?
No.
The head of the Hubble Institute.
And now I just remember it.
With his discretionary time, because every director gets a little bit of time, but they can do whatever the hell they want.
Right.
And he said, find me an emptiest area of the sky you can.
He was flexing hard.
That's play and creativity at work.
Yes. And he said, let's burn some telescope time on this
looking
place.
at nothing.
Looking at nothing.
And then something was there, and he was the luckiest director ever.
No, it's not.
Because if nothing was there,
He would have been in trouble.
you know he would not have been the director the next day.
Yes. But it was the same for Chandra, because Chandra has less time to kind of give, right? It has to look at objects longer than Hubble has to. It was still a risky proposition, but they looked at this one spot, the Chandra Deep Field South, which was seemingly empty, and they looked at it for 40 days and 40 nights, and they found this massive population of thousands of black holes and galaxies with black holes at their core. So it's lovely when you can be creative.
Let me ask you both this. Whether there's empirical evidence or just your opinion, is there anywhere we can point a lens and not see something in the universe?
With our current telescopes?
In your opinion? Because I know we haven't looked at every place. So in your opinion, is there any place we can point a lens and not see something?
Up your ass.
I gotta go.
No.
I gotta go. Because we're not going to keep that in the show.
No.
And I got to go, because if we don't keep that in the show, then there's no reason for me to exist. I have no reason to exist. Oh, wait. If we don't keep that in the show, I have no reason to exist. You can't get better than that.
So I'll lead off, and then Kim will follow up on that. So
Go ahead.
I think a better way to say that is,
Go ahead.
If you have a telescope that has opened a new window to the universe in whatever way, in the time, in timestamps, in wavelength, in how big it is, if it's a telescope that did not previously exist, and you put it anywhere, it's going to make a discovery, because it's looking at the universe beyond the fence that was set up by everything else you've been using to look at the universe.
Right.
Now, but the universe is so vast. Kim, I don't think there's a place where there's nothing happening. What do you think?
Oh, I agree. I mean, what Hubble did for the optical field, what Chandra has done for the X-ray field, what Webb has done for the infrared field so far, each time we launch these new telescopes, we're finding those things deeper, earlier, back further in space and time. And so it really is, I think, mostly at this point, a limit of our technological achievements. I don't know. That's a great question. It's a very exciting thing to think about. Props to you. Props to you.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to say that the original answer was better than my question.
And I think fully pronounce the words in that comment.
Okay, good.
Up to 8.
Good.
So, Kim, I think we got to call it quits there, but you've got a book coming out. Tell me the name of that book, How to Freak Out Your Kids. What is it? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I hope not. My Space will freak you out. It's coming out in February. I'm excited.
It's a hand-picked assortment of really freaky things in the universe. And when you think about it, that's a long overdue book, I think.
It's a lot of fun.
I think it's fun, like Lemony Snicket for space kind of thing.
There you go. Nice
Yeah.
analogy there.
That's great.
Yeah, the series of unfortunate events. Is that what that was?
Yes. I love that.
So, and that's your 9th book. So, congratulations on staying with it. We're in the same biz.
Not quite. I try. Not quite the same biz as you, but I try.
So, Kim, this has been a delight.
Thank you. It has been so fun, as always. I'm still waiting for my jacket.
See, she started.
Yeah. And I said Master's gold jacket, but the Master's jacket is green.
It's green.
Hall of Fame is gold.
Right.
And that's what you would get.
I think the gold sounds nice.
So we'll work on that, Kim.
Yeah.
All right.
So good luck with this effort, and sometimes that helps too, I'm told. But you're at it, and you're at it strong, and we'd be delighted for this to have been your 5th appearance on Star Talk. For anyone who wants to catch our prior episodes with her, just check our archives. We have vibrant archives of past episodes, and it's all there for you in case you're a new joiner.
Yeah.
For who and what we are. All right, Chuck, always good to have you.
Always a pleasure.
And Kim, we all love you. Stay strong.
Thank you.
All
It's so
right.
nice to be here.
This has been Star Talk, Cosmic Queries, the Kim Arcand edition. How you like that?
Like that.
Okay. As always, I bid you to keep looking up. Those 2 Merlin books?
Yeah.
I narrated them.
Oh my God. I think that might be worse.
Welcome to the universe. What do you mean worse?
For me to listen to your book, you talking like that, I would have to turn all the lights off and get a bottle of wine and light candles. And my wife would be like, why are you listening to Neil Tyson with candles and wine? Are you having an affair? I'm like, no, but he's talking like Barry White.
Barry White.
Yeah, baby.
Welcome to the universe.
You gotta put some
1970s
music. Can we put
music
some
on?
music behind it?
Put your tang, tang. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. We're doing a Cosmic Queries grab bag today with Paul Mercurio. Paul.
Hi. Well, first, nice to see you. But
welcome back.
We got. Thank you. We have to correct. I am Baron Paul Mercurio.
Did that happen?
You knighted me.
Okay, thanks for reminding me.
Where are the trumpets?
I just forgot. Baron.
No,
Baron Paul Mercurio. Thank you for that reminder.
And the nice thing is you created problems at my house because now my wife and son have to call me that all the time.
I think I used my Excalibur to do
You
that.
did. It was a big thing. And a lot of people
Excalibur
responded online. And
on the wall there.
one person said maybe you should cut whatever, but you didn't, thank God. No, it's great to see you. Great to be back.
All right. And you got a podcast.
Yep.
This is Star Talk Special Edition. And as always, that means we got Gary O'Reilly. Gary.
Hi, Neil.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Former soccer pro?
Allegedly.
And you're staying in shape. You look good.
Oh, you're such a liar.
No, most people by then, they've just gone to pot,
Oh, breathe in.
Keep it sucked in. Keep that sucked in. Chuck?
Hey.
All ready for another episode of Special Edition.
Always.
And for those who don't know or remember, this is a spin-off of Star Talk that specializes in all the science that matter to the human condition of mind, body, and soul.
Oh, yeah.
And what did you cook up today for us?
Well, Lane Unsworth and I co-producing on Special Edition.
She's our LA office.
She's in our LA office, and we were offered the chance to investigate the science of revenge.
I'll get you both for that.
Something we should talk about afterwards. So that's where we are today. All of us have likely thought about revenge at one point in our lives, even if it's nothing more than thwarting that squirrel on the bird feeder. Oh, I really hate those little... Anyway, moving on.
Wait, dude, this is Manhattan, New York City.
Yeah.
The squirrel on the bird feeder, that's not an image to anybody.
There are people watching this who do not live in Manhattan. Spoiler.
Okay. Because we're here at my office in Manhattan at the American Museum of Natural History. Right.
You know, what's funny is that you just said that to every collective Manhattanite in this city, because that is the mentality of everybody who lives in Manhattan.
I know, and I get it. And it's what makes it a fabulous place.
Okay.
Hopefully it's no more than thwarting this so-called squirrel and so-called bird feeder doesn't exist. But it can and it does get out of control. How does this happen? Why does this happen? Researchers have begun to think of revenge as an addiction, a deadly addiction. Yeah. So what is your brain like on revenge? Is it an addiction?
Big and beautiful.
Is it?
Big, beautiful brains, all about, I am your retribution.
I'm sure we'll end up there. If it is an addiction that, by the way, has been hiding in plain sight for most of us, then there must or should be an off-ramp. Let's find out. Neil, would you introduce our guest?
I'd be happy to. We've got James Kimmel Jr., JD, Doctor of Jurisprudence. James, welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you very much. I am happy and honored to be here and ready to roll.
Ready to roll. Oh, I like that.
Oh, look at that.
So he's ready. Let's roll him then.
Yeah, I love it.
Wait, so
He may not have seen the show before.
so you've got a JD, Doctor of Law, but you are not in any law school. You are a lecturer in psychiatry, the Yale School of Medicine up there in New Haven.
Look at that.
And a founder of the Yale Collaborative for Motive Control Studies.
Oh, motive control.
How's that for a euphemism for stop trying to kill people?
Right. Not to be confused with motor control.
Yes.
Oh, that's a different.
Exactly.
Right.
Very
Yeah.
different. And you do research identifying compulsive revenge seeking
Interesting.
as an addiction.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yes.
interesting.
Right, because it's not just a single event in your
Right,
life.
exactly.
If you're thinking about it all the time and you can't get it out of your head,
Right.
And oh my gosh, that's a whole other thing. And I got here. You developed the first behavioral addiction model of revenge.
Interesting.
And the brain disease model of revenge addiction. So you're in this. We love it.
Yeah.
And James has a book out, The Science of Revenge.
Right.
That's why he's on this show right now.
Yes.
That follows previous books, The Trial of Fallen Angels.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
By the way, that's a case that as a lawyer, every lawyer wants. I am representing Lucifer. Your Honor, better known as God.
yeah, but will you be the devil's advocate?
Oh!
Yeah. Booyah.
What else have we got to follow now? Well,
Yes. So let's start from scratch here. You come to this field with a JD degree, Doctor of Jurisprudence. And how do you end up in the Yale School of Medicine with this kind of expertise?
Yeah, that's an interesting story for sure. And maybe the better question is, how did I get to having a JD and then to the Yale School of Medicine?
all right, which you have a suit.
You know, that actually starts when I was in high school. I was raised on a farm in central Pennsylvania.
All right.
Farm boy.
And I wanted to be a farmer when I was a kid. And my parents moved my brother and I out there when I was about 12 as to my great grandfather's farm. And when I got there, I really wanted to befriend the farm kids who lived in the area around me, whose dads were kind of real farmers, because my dad was an insurance agent, even though we lived on this farm. And we had cattle, we had Black Angus cattle, we had pigs and chickens and things, but we weren't making our living from the land. And the guys around me that I wanted to befriend, they weren't having any of this. I was not authentic, right? So I was the subject of some amount of derision, and I was an outsider.
So you were bullied. Just say it. We have a word for that.
I was headed there, but you're ahead of me, and that's absolutely correct. I was bullied for multiple years up until the middle of high school, and it was kind of verbal at first, and then it was physical assault and kicking and punching and getting on and off the bus and going down hallways and in the locker room and stuff. So late one night, in the middle of the night, we were asleep and we awoke, my family and I, to the sound of a gunshot. And we raced to the windows to, look and see what was going on out there. And I saw a pickup truck that belonged to one of the guys that had been harassing me. So I was probably about 16, 17 years old, and it took off down the road. So we checked around the house to see if there was any damage and didn't see anything. One of my jobs every day before going to school, and one of my jobs that next morning, was to go out and feed our animals, feed the cows and the pigs, and also the sweet little hunting dog, a beagle named Paula. And when I went out to her pen, I found her lying dead in a pool of blood with a bullet hole in her head.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So that was that gunshot.
That was the gunshot.
Oh man. I mean, that's just out of pocket. That's so far beyond the pale.
Right.
That's way beyond bullying at that point.
Right.
So what's your reaction at this
what
point?
happened?
Yeah.
Because that's insane.
Yeah, it was insane. It was pretty hard to look at that, and it was pretty hard to reconcile that with reality for a while. But we called the state police. That's who patrolled the countryside, and this was early '80s. They weren't very interested in it. I mean, they felt bad, but it was a dog, and they had a lot of I guess more important things to do, and so they didn't do anything. And my dad didn't really do anything either, because as an insurance agent, he was selling insurance to farmers and really wasn't going to jeopardize all of that over some kind of kid's dispute. And so about 2 weeks later, I was home alone at night. My parents were out somewhere when I was a kid, and my parents moved my brother and I out there when I was about 12 as to my great-grandfather's farm. And when I got there, I really wanted to befriend the farm kids who lived in the area around me, whose dads were kind of real farmers, because my dad was an insurance agent, even though we lived on this farm. And we had cattle, we had Black Angus cattle, we had pigs and chickens and things. But we weren't making our living from the land, and the guys around me that I wanted to befriend, they weren't having any of this. I was not authentic, right? So I was the subject of some amount of derision, and I was an outsider.
So you were bullied. Just say it. We have a word for that.
I was headed there, but you're ahead of me, and that's absolutely correct. I was bullied for multiple years up until the middle of high school, and it was kind of verbal at first, and then it was physical assault and kicking and punching and getting on and off the bus and going down hallways and in the locker room and stuff. So late one night, in the middle of the night, we were asleep and we awoke, my family and I, to the sound of a gunshot. And we raced to the windows to, look and see what was going on out there. And I saw a pickup truck that belonged to one of the guys that had been harassing me. So I was probably about 16, 17 years old, and it took off down the road. So we checked around the house to see if there was any damage and didn't see anything. One of my jobs every day before going to school, and one of my jobs that next morning, was to go out and feed our animals, feed the cows and the pigs, and also the sweet little hunting dog, a beagle named Paula. And when I went out to her pen, I found her lying dead in a pool of blood with a bullet hole in her head.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So that was that gunshot.
That was the gunshot.
Oh man. I mean, that's just out of pocket. That's so far beyond the pale.
Right.
That's way beyond bullying at that point.
Right.
So what's your reaction at this
what
point?
happened?
Yeah.
Because that's insane.
Yeah, it was insane. It was pretty hard to look at that, and it was pretty hard to reconcile that with reality for a while. But you know, we called the state police. That's who patrolled the countryside, and this was you know, early '80s. They weren't very interested in it. I mean, they felt bad, but you know, it was a dog, and they had a lot of I guess more important things to do, and so they didn't do anything. And my dad didn't really do anything either, because as an insurance agent, he was selling insurance to farmers and really wasn't going to jeopardize all of that over some kind of kid's dispute. And so about 2 weeks later, I was home alone at night. My parents were out somewhere, and a vehicle came to a stop in front of our house. We lived along this one-lane country road, and I looked out again and saw that it was that same pickup truck, and then there was a flash and an explosion. And they blew up our mailbox and sort of shot it into the neighboring cornfield. And that was the moment that shot me, you know, sort of into the neighboring cornfield as well. And I had been shooting guns since I was probably 8 years old. We had lots of guns living in the country. And so I ran and I got a loaded revolver out of my dad's nightstand and ran back through the house, jumped in my mother's car and took off after these guys through the middle of the night, just like, you know, shouting and cursing at the top of my lungs, until I caught up with them and I cornered them by a barn on one of their farms.
So you got them cornered now. You got the revolver, and wow, what happens?
Yeah, so I had them pinned against a barn, and what I see, you know, I'm in the car, and their pickup truck is facing away from me, and so I just see 3 or 4 heads lined up in the rear window. And they slowly get out of the truck, and they're squinting back in my headlights trying to figure out who had just chased them down their long, you know, gravel drive. And what was clear as they were getting out, as they were staring into my headlights, is they were confused. I had never really confronted them before. I certainly had never chased them down like this. It was my mother's car. Maybe they thought it was her. One thing that was clear to me was they were unarmed, and there was no way for them to know that I had a gun. And that was it for me. You know, this was my moment. This is why I chased them down. And I had put up with years of abuse. Now they'd killed my dog. Now they were blowing up things around our house.
Wait, if they had just blown up your mailbox, how certain are you that they don't have weaponry?
Well, let's just say it this way. As they were coming out of their truck, they weren't carrying anything.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
maybe they did in the truck, but they didn't have it in their hands.
Mm.
And so I start getting out of the car. I grab the gun. I open the door. You know, I start stepping out. And at this last second, it would have been so easy, and it's exactly what I was wound up to do at this point, was to take them out. But I had this just really quick flash of insight or inspiration, and I could sort of see into my future a little bit. And it became clear to me that if I went through with it, I would be killing the person that I knew, either real or figuratively, you know, either for real or figuratively. And I wouldn't be the same guy that I was before that moment in time. I'd have to, you know myself as a murderer. And that was just enough of an insight to cause me to stop. I just knew I didn't want to pay that price to get revenge. And that was just enough to cause me to pull the door back shut, you know, pull myself back in the car, put the gun back down on the seat, and drive back home. So I came within seconds of committing a mass shooting. And all over some bullying and this poor dog, and all because, I guess, you know, my family were not like theirs. And they saw that as a difference and a bridge too far for them.
Now you know what it's like to be black.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Honestly, that's a fair point.
You didn't fit in, and you even had the same skin color.
That's a good point to make.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I was the same skin color as they are.
Yeah.
Were, but I was different. I was in their out group. You know, I was in the out group for them.
That's all it is. So you were imprinted here in a way that shaped your future career.
Yeah. So when I got, when I got back home and started to just calm myself down, I guess one thing that was very clear to me is that I had had a gift that night. It could have gone very differently. And it does all the time for lots and lots of people,
Yep.
right? Many, many, many people. It's 2 or 3 seconds between, who we think of as the us and who we think of as the them. And so I had a gift. But the other thing I knew is that I really still wanted revenge. It was just increasingly clear that I didn't want to overpay, right? I wanted the drug. I just didn't want to overpay for it. And over time, this didn't happen that night or in those days right after, but in probably the months or year after, I sort of ran across the idea that I could go into the professional revenge business.
They call hitmen, but
Well, no, there's a different profession, and that's to become a lawyer and do it.
Oh, that's so true.
And do it for lots of money and do it legally.
Wow. Well, guess what? You're the kind of lawyer that I want on my side.
Yes, you do.
Wow. I never thought about
Right.
Yeah, of course. So much of what happens in the courtroom.
What's the legal brand known as, James?
We popularized that with politically correct, polite term we use for revenge. That's the brand name justice.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's a little chilling in a way.
In the
You know what I
cold?
mean? Yeah. You want justice?
Well, so justice is not just in the abstract.
Right.
It's justice. It means I'm going to kick your ass.
Right.
In some way.
I'm getting my pound of flesh.
Yes.
Right.
Oh.
Going biblical.
Yeah, justice is an eye for an eye. And, we call it that.
So justice in this conversation has a whole new meaning to me based on how the lead up to how that word was just expressed.
Right.
And so, okay, now that's pretty clear how that would manifest in the courtroom. But how do you turn it into a psychiatric study?
Right. So, well, just stick with justice for a second, because I think it's really important to think about it this way. But we don't like the word revenge. It sounds too harsh. Nobody really wants to say, I want revenge all the time. Certainly, political leaders never want to say that. But to say we want to bring the terrorists to justice, that sounds noble, right? And justice has a noble meaning. The noble meaning of justice is equity, fairness, Martin Luther King justice, right? This is like the other side of justice, which is an eye for an eye. And we're going to balance the scales by, I'm going to do to you what you did to me.
Now I have a dream that one day I'm going to kick your ass.
To bring equality to the
Right,
landscape.
exactly.
Wait, so is it DC Comics as the Justice League?
That's correct.
That would sound really different if it was the Revenge
The
League.
Revenge League
The Revenge
would
League.
not be.
They would have to be the bad guys.
Yeah, they would have to be the bad guys.
Right,
Yeah.
rather than the good guys. All right. Okay.
Well, you got the Avengers, right? And the Avengers are actually revengers. That's what an Avenger is somebody who goes out and punishes other people. So they kind of cover both sides of it there. But we don't think of Avengers in that sense as the bad guys. We think of the good. There's the good revenge seekers and the bad ones. That's not really true, but that's how we would like to think of it.
All right, let's drop into your lab.
Yeah, let's. Yeah.
What does the brain look like when it's on revenge? Is there a revenge pathway? Are there areas that get lit up specifically? Or is it all, well, maybe this, maybe that? Have we found those definite areas now?
The revenge part of the brain.
Yeah.
There is not a revenge part of the brain. And that's a fascinating insight. Let me just tell you how it works inside the brain.
Please.
When you're aggrieved, when you get a grievance, which is to say you've been wronged, mistreated, treated unfairly, disrespected, humiliated, shamed, any of those things, the pain of that grievance, the pain of that grievance is registered in the pain network of your brain. It's actually like a physical
pain.
mental pain.
That makes sense.
And that's called the anterior insula, the pain network. And that activates when you are wronged or have a grievance of any kind. And it also does this whether that grievance is real or imagined.
Imagined, right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Which please tell me, you will tell me if I'm wrong, But I believe that's the same part of the brain that when someone disagrees with a deep philosophical position that you hold, that area of the brain is activated, which is why it's very difficult to change someone's mind when they feel like you're attacking me for my belief, because they're experiencing this same kind of physical pain, whether it's, imagined or not.
Are you asking him that, or are you telling him?
I mean, I'm saying it, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
This is just from what I've read, but is that correct?
Yeah, it is correct. And it's registered as an attack on their ego, right? Their identity.
Yeah.
And
Right.
Everything
attacks
that
on
matters to
identity are very
values.
painful and
Exactly.
threatening.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's step one, is you get the grievance and you get this activation in the pain network, the anterior insula. The next step in the process is that your brain, it doesn't like pain, right? Our brains do not want pain.
Mm-hmm.
And so they want a counterweight, and they want pleasure, right? And what the brain does next when the pain has been inflicted in this manner, right, that we've just described as a grievance, is it activates the pleasure and reward circuitry of addiction.
Wow.
That is the nucleus accumbens and the dorsal striatum.
Right.
And we know a lot. I mean, addiction has been studied for all these other reasons. Right. So it's a ready-made platform on which to place this idea.
It's the justice thing, but this time just the scales of balance.
Mm.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
normally in addiction, that's right. So is that still a dopaminergic response? Is it still within that
That's
same?
a word, dopaminergic.
It is now.
You know what? I mean, Chuck, you're right. It is dopaminergic. That is a word. And there is that response in that pathway in the pleasure and reward circuitry of addiction there. So there is a dopamine release that comes from beginning to fantasize about, plan, or think about revenge seeking, and then in actually gratifying that desire or that craving to get revenge, which is what follows from the initial dopamine hit. And so we get intense, humans get, this has been shown repeatedly in study after study, revenge seeking is highly pleasurable. It's right up there with drug high. It's right up there with sex and chocolate cake and all of those fun things. It's all there. Right.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You kill my father. Prepare to die. See,
That feels good.
It
That
feels
felt good.
Yeah.
But you have to be eating chocolate cake and having sex while
while
you're
I'm doing that. Right.
So
Don't try to imitate that.
no,
That's why I'm laughing.
James, why is it some people's revenge is at a level of extremity that's mind-boggling, then other people's is, by comparison, quite mild? I mean, is there like a menu we pick and choose which revenge category we go for, or is this just chemically dominated?
Good question.
It's not so much that, although there is different vulnerability for different people. But for all human beings, revenge is highly pleasurable.
Right.
And so you have to move then into the last step of this neurologically, which is the prefrontal cortex, which is your executive function and self-control circuitry. For addiction, for people who have addiction, which about 20% of people in the population who experiment with drugs or alcohol will become addicted to it, which means 80% of the people will not. But 20% is a big number when you're talking about an entire nation.
Especially given the consequences of their addiction on the rest of society.
And and if I'm not mistaken, it's not heavily dependent upon, but heavily influenced by what age you start experimenting, because your prefrontal cortex is not fully developed. So the hijacking process takes place a lot easier. If I'm correct, I'm not.
You are correct. As a matter of fact, you could easily be guiding this conversation. I mean, you've got it right at every point, Chuck. Absolutely.
All right, I'm leaving, guys. I got to go.
Yeah.
Quit while you're ahead.
Quit while I'm on top.
No, everything is correct there, and that's where I was headed, which is that prefrontal cortex is your last defense between that initial grievance and you carrying out this powerful craving to retaliate against the person who wronged you, and here's another twist to it, or their proxy. So revenge happens all the time against people, animals, objects, anything that didn't actually inflict that original grievance upon you. If you can't get at the original person, or it would be too dangerous
that's
or
bad.
too inconvenient, you will seek revenge against a proxy. Or if you want to increase the overall damage, like in a mass shooter situation, those are almost always revenge gratification experiences. And they're shooting people that had nothing to do with their initial grievance, but they are viewing them as a proxy, and the gratification is just as strong, whether it's a proxy or not, and whether their grievances were real or not.
Oh my God.
So James, I'll call it the calculating part of the brain that you exercised as a teenager when the three guys get out the pickup truck.
Yep.
What's the breakdown when it goes completely wrong, as you've just described? Is it the same prefrontal cortex? Is this some chemical that goes on and an imbalance takes place? Or is there another functionality that just tips someone over into that category?
But let me add nuance to that. Are you the kind of person who behaved the way you did, and had different brain chemistry, you would have fired the gun? So
Yeah.
Is there a spectrum of responses where you stay within your lane typically throughout your life?
So we don't know enough about it yet to be able to fully answer that. But there are studies that show, for instance, there's a genetic component to it. Some people do have a greater genetic vulnerability to prefrontal cortex dysfunction. Now, that doesn't mean that you can predict that such a person would become violent. There's no research to support that idea. But it does mean that you might, under the right circumstances, have greater vulnerability. But those circumstances could be reversed in all sorts of ways. For instance, if you were, raised and in a peaceful place and taught by your parents and everybody around you about acting nonviolently, and you had all of your needs met, and you had a lot to live for, those factors might outweigh any genetic impairment, and you may never act violently, kind of almost no matter what somebody does to you. Although if they really threaten you or your family or somebody you care about, you might. And that's the point. It's a natural process. But if there is dysfunction or hijacking, as Chuck said, of the prefrontal cortex because of the addiction, then that last wall between you and the violent act is gone, and almost nothing will stop you. And we can see, if you look at it this way, between 1 and 2 million people are in prisons today. Let's say a vast percentage of those are for violent crimes. For those people, they, at the moments of their actions, did not have the resources and control in their brains necessary to stop those acts. Right. So we now have a brain biological, for the first time ever, a brain biological cause of human violence, and that leads to how we can prevent and treat it.
What is the pathway for that? Once you understand how to reverse engineer that situation, what pathways are available to someone who might be vulnerable to this?
Sure. So what can we do? So the first thing that this enables public health officials and mental health providers and other providers to do is use the entire addiction prevention and treatment toolkit,
right,
but train it on violence and compulsive revenge seeking. So that's something that, was not known before, really almost exactly now. By seeing compulsive revenge seeking as an addictive process, we can use things like, to start for prevention, public health campaigns and school programs for kids in which we explain the dangers of compulsive revenge seeking and provide kids with resources for that.
Fantastic.
We don't know that right now. I mean, humanity has not known this for the last 5,000 years. So that's one thing we can do. On the treatment side, all of the normal and successful treatment strategies that have been used for addiction can now be applied to people who are exhibiting signs of compulsive or addictive revenge seeking, including things like cognitive behavioral therapy, motivational interviewing, counseling. Maybe there'll be rehabs at some point, 12-step programs, and then even, and kind of maybe the most exciting, anti-craving medications like naltrexone or GLP-1 semaglutide drugs that have been shown to, right now in early studies, to be able to suppress cravings in other areas.
Yeah. This is an absolute vanguard for public health because violence, unfortunately, in this country is not seen as a public health issue, and it is indeed a public health issue. And one of the things that's been found in the treatment of addiction is that community is very important for recovery. So people who are in a very strong family unit, they have a very large support system, and they have people who are there to act as a firewall to recidivism. They tend to be far more successful in their recovery than people who are isolated. So basically,
are you running for office?
What's that?
Are you running for office?
No, but I feel very passionately about this.
Got another T-shirt.
Chuck is like,
Sorry,
damn,
James.
Chuck.
But I know
This is very municipal.
Because, I've done a lot of reading on this because I feel passionate about it because, I hate to say this, but in the Black community, this is very deleterious.
Yeah.
To especially
These are forces that are
these are forces
destabilizing.
that destabilize our community in large cities primarily. And if we looked at it as a public health issue and we were approaching it in a treatment way instead of a crime and punishment way, we would be far more successful. Yeah. So I just applaud everything that you're doing. I think it's freaking fantastic.
I saw some show from the early 60s. It was a crime drama show, and they had a guy who was like a early
health issue.
Drugs that have been shown to, right now in early studies, to be able to suppress cravings in other areas.
Yeah, this is an absolute vanguard for public health because violence, unfortunately, in this country is not seen as a public health issue, and it is indeed a public health issue. And one of the things that's been found in the treatment of addiction is that community is very important for recovery. So people who are in a very strong family unit, they have a very large support system, and they have people who are there to act as a firewall to recidivism. They tend to be far more successful in their recovery than people who are isolated. So basically,
are you running for office?
What's that?
Are you running for office?
No, but I feel very passionately about this.
Got another T-shirt.
Chuck is like,
Sorry,
damn,
James.
Chuck.
But I know
This is very municipal.
Because, I've done a lot of reading on this because I feel passionate about it because, I hate to say this, but in the Black community, this is very deleterious.
Yeah.
To especially
These are forces that are
these are forces
destabilizing.
that destabilize our community in large cities primarily. And if we looked at it as a public health issue and we were approaching it in a treatment way instead of a crime and punishment way, we would be far more successful. Yeah. So I just applaud everything that you're doing. I think it's freaking fantastic.
I saw some show from the early 60s. It was a crime drama show, and they had a guy who was like a junkie.
Right.
But they all knew him, but he finally admitted he was a junkie.
What's happening, Roscoe? Man, I'm just trying to make it happen, man.
But you know what they did? He's there admitting it. They called the cops, and the cops arrested him for his drug use.
Right.
And I looked at that and I say, whoa, that would never happen today.
Yeah. Yes. Thank God.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm just our attitudes are different towards someone who's seeking help. You don't put them in jail.
Right.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Yeah. Okay.
Slowly but surely.
So
all right.
keep
So
going.
James, you look at someone you couldn't tell from the outside wrapper that this person might well be a revenge seeker.
You could if you study the bumps on their skull.
All right. That's
Yeah.
Try doing that in a New York subway. See how you get on.
The phrenologist tried. Okay.
May I feel your cranium?
They had an idea. Okay, it was like total bullshit, but
all right, where I'm going with this is how much of the fMRI investigation is part of your research, and has it been?
I could if you study the bumps on their skull.
All right, that's
yeah.
Try doing that in a New York subway. See how you get on.
The phrenologist tried. Okay.
May I feel your cranium?
They had an idea. Okay, it was like total bullshit, but
all right, where I'm going with this is how How much of the fMRI investigation is part of your research, and has it been throwing up anything that previously was unknown?
As Neil pointed out multiple times, I am a lawyer and not a neuroscientist. So I myself don't do the fMRI work. I've relied for my book, The Science of Revenge, on more than 60 researchers at universities around the world who have been doing this. And those guys in their studies have been able to reveal these different pathways that I've been explaining that are activating or deactivating inside your brain. And that is what they're able to show. And going back to Chuck's point there, which is really an excellent point, a couple of things. One is, putting somebody in jail, although people need to be isolated if they're a threat to society, they need to be out of society until they're no longer a threat. But you have to think about it this way. If you try to treat somebody who has a drug addiction by putting them in a cell with piles and piles of coke and heroin, you couldn't expect very much success by doing that. And similarly, if we are going to put somebody in a cell for revenge addiction, their violent behavior, we are essentially doing the same thing because we're punishing them. We're inflicting revenge on them, which is just activating their pain network and causing them to want to seek revenge in and out of the jail when they come out. So we are not getting good benefits for it. And on top of it, for every violent crime that you could categorize for the last 50 years, for instance, just in that period of time, in 100% of those cases, the criminal justice system was ineffective by definition in stopping that crime. So we need to go beyond the criminal justice approach. It doesn't mean we have to throw it entirely away, but it needs to be modified a bit. And we need to go beyond it to a public health approach, which actually goes to the biological root of the problem and start to fix it at that point. And we have the addiction strategies to work. And then we have one other amazing strategy to work that neuroscience has recently uncovered, which I'd be very happy to share with you guys.
Yeah, We'll take
All
it.
right,
Before we go, isn't the challenge of what you just said the fact that society itself is susceptible to revenge addiction? So when somebody commits a crime, we want to see them punished kind of as our own revenge response.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for people to say, like, let's try to help this person.
Yeah, it's the blame culture.
Yeah. It's like, no, let's not try to help them. Let's make them pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we all feel good by doing that, right? We feel good when the bad guy gets his final price, right? We want that to happen. We want that justice in the form of revenge, and we want it bad all the time, all the time.
Before we get to that escalation scenario of revenge, and we will, I think our audience would like to know if there is any difference at all between a psychopath and a revenge seeker.
So they could be one and the same person. Psychopaths, though, are different from the rest of us than that. It's been shown in brain studies that they have less empathy than a normal person, maybe down to 0. But they only represent a small percentage, 3 or 4% of the entire human population. So psychopaths are not the majority of people who are committing violent crimes in the country. A lot of work has been devoted to understanding psychopaths, but it's not really reducing crime rates because they're not the real problem. They're a problem, but they're not the problem that society is most concerned about. If we focus on the revenge-seeking part and revenge addiction, we could actually get at the root of the true problem.
And many of the psychopaths, very special people, very special. You know it, I know it.
You said something interesting earlier on in our conversation about the real and the imagined. And I'm going to refer you to something you mentioned in your book, The Revenge of Science, the courtroom of the mind, where the jury, the prosecutor, the witnesses, the judge are all the same person, and this scenario plays out. Can you explain that a lot better than I just did, please?
Sure. You did a good job, and it can play a role in both the problem and the solution. Let's just talk about it in the problem side for a minute, right? So by courtroom of the mind, what I'm referring to there is that, and this goes all the way back even to Sigmund Freud's observation that we kind of, all humans are hourly and daily going through our lives, doing away with the people who get in our way or who insult us. So we're almost always and endlessly, obsessively putting other people on trial inside our minds, judging whether they've offended us or not and whether they're guilty, deciding whether they should be punished or not. And then at the end, we have to decide whether we're going to carry out those punishments in the real world or not. And with revenge addiction, the only way to gratify your craving and get that high is actually to harm somebody versus a drug addiction in which you're kind of only harming yourself, if anyone, right? But with revenge addiction, the entire craving process, the behavior that you seek is harming another person. So let's just talk about the solution side for a minute, because I think that's where you were really going on this, Gary. And the solution side is, we talked about the addiction toolkit, and that's available for public health officials. But the more powerful, more readily available, easier to use strategy for controlling revenge cravings and eliminating the grievances in your life is called, it turns out, forgiveness. And let me tell you what neuroscientists have found recently about forgiveness. It's fascinating. So the first thing that happens when you forgive somebody is that it shuts down that very pain network, the anterior insula that I was talking about, which is the pain of your grievance area in the brain. It turns that off completely when you forgive, which is a really important self-healing response and strategy that happens at a neurobiological level.
Can I just ask you this then? Maybe you can give us a better picture of, because I've heard this.
He just described Jesus.
Forgive them, Father. Forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Yeah.
Which, of course, anybody else hanging there would have been like, yeah, I know what you're doing. I'm up here. You did it. The hell, get me down. Like, anyway, but can you give a picture of what forgiveness looks like in the mind of the person who's forgiving? Because some people have a very hard time wrapping their understanding around, what do you mean when you say forgive them?
You know, the family of a child that's just been taken for whatever reason, for whatever scenario, finding forgiveness in those individuals.
This is in the court. They have this in the courtroom all the time.
Yeah.
There's the person who killed a family member,
right,
and they're up for parole,
right,
or they could be about to be released,
right,
and they bring in the family,
right,
and this is a scenario ripe for this conversation.
Yeah, the family doesn't come in and say, we forgive you. The family comes in and says, this is why you should not be let out.
Yeah,
so what does forgiveness look like in the mind of the forgiver?
Yeah, thank you.
It's an excellent question. So in our society, right, we think of forgiveness and the word give that's part of that, that word, as meaning somehow a gift to the person who wronged you.
Right.
Absolutely isn't true. And we now know that for a fact at the neurobiological level. So forgiveness at the neuroscience level, it only benefits the victim, not the perpetrator. And you don't even need to inform the perpetrator that you're forgiving them to get the benefits. The first benefit that I just mentioned was that it stops, it deactivates the pain network. So you're no longer feeling pain, but in an authentic way. Versus when revenge seeking, you're getting a hit of dopamine that's short lasting. It feels good for a while, and then you're left feeling worse, but wanting more. With forgiveness, you're just turning the pain network off entirely. The pain is suddenly gone from your brain, at least for moments after you've forgiven. And if you continue to forgive, that pain stays away up until and through forever, because it just depends on how often you're willing to keep forgiving until the pain never shows back up.
Did you say it does not have an important effect on the perpetrator?
It does not have, forgiveness does not have an important psychological benefit for the victim. And what I mean by that is that I don't want to overstate that, because I think you're asking an important question.
I'm getting this mixed up here. So
yeah, let me try and set that straight. because I think that's a great question. What I'm talking about is the benefits to the person who was victimized. Sure, a perpetrator who hears that they've been forgiven, it might make them feel better for a while. They don't want to feel like a perpetrator forever. So you might be giving them a benefit, but you don't need to do that to get the benefits for yourself that you need to heal.
There's the rub.
That's the rub.
You don't even have to go to them and say, I forgive you.
No, it's not sharing.
You can actually perform the act internally, and you get all the benefits of that act being performed, the same as if you went to them and said, I forgive you, but you don't even have to give them the satisfaction of knowing that they're forgiven. You know? So you can just be like, you go ahead and suffer, you piece of crap, but I forgive you.
No, but there are people who become remorseful after having committed crimes.
Right.
Surely it would boost their remorsefulness, knowing that they have been forgiven.
Yes, but here's the rub.
What?
They're going to have to forgive themselves.
Ooh.
Wow, Chuck, that's exactly what I was going to say, Chuck. You're absolutely right. The forgiveness
what do
that
we
they
need you
need
for?
is
We'll just talk to
self-forgiveness.
Chuck. Okay, Chuck. Chuck, what's your next case that you're going to take?
I'm just going to, I'll just get off of this, and Chuck, you can run it, because, I mean, you've got it.
Please don't.
No, please don't. Yeah, I'm shooting from the hip, so please.
Right, so
well, your hip shots are fantastic. So what you've got, so there's three things that happen. Let me go over those, and then we can talk about it. So the first thing, like I said, is forgiveness deactivates the pain network. The second thing it does is it shuts down the pleasure and reward circuitry of addiction. So no more are you being nagged by these intrusive revenge cravings that are driving you nuts or driving you toward committing a dangerous act. And then the last thing that forgiveness does is it reactivates your prefrontal cortex. It activates your self-control circuitry.
Look at that.
All of this happens, and it's been shown in studies, by simply imagining that you forgave somebody. You don't have to talk to the wrongdoer, the perpetrator.
Wow.
You don't even have to actually forgive the person. You can just imagine or pretend what it would feel like to forgive them. And you will experience in that moment all three of these things all of a sudden, which usually for most people, they describe that experience as a sense of relief and kind of joy, because first of all, the pain's gone. That's very relieving. And then they don't have this craving driving them insane towards revenge seeking and revenge rumination. They're actually healed, and it's a real healing. It's not just covering it up with some dopamine.
So your views here by you and your colleagues at the School of Medicine, it comes across, at least on the surface, as a very novel way to think about revenge, connecting it with the understanding of addiction. Any new novel idea in science will always have some initial pushback. So did you get such pushback from either psychiatrists or psychologists that would really rather think of it as a singular affliction that needs 300 hours of couch work?
Yes, absolutely. So the initial response from some people, even my colleagues at Yale, and I don't speak for any of them or the School of Medicine. I have to make sure that I'm clear in saying that.
You don't have to say we'll say that.
You can say that, but I can't say that. And I don't want to put any words in their mouths. But some of my colleagues and academics in other areas, there's been some amount of pushback, but it's rapidly falling away, I'm glad to say. And that's because the evidence here, because this is really based on neuroscientists around the world now who are coming up with the same results in study after study, are starting to see that at a minimum, there does look like, first of all, that people who have a grievance and are contemplating revenge, A, are experiencing for a fact pleasure. That's been studied and shown to be so. B, that they are experiencing some form of driven, appetitive or appetitive, if you say it that way, craving, so that they're being driven towards it. And if they are unable to resist that urge, despite knowing the negative consequences, and there are almost always only negative consequences with revenge, and they're unable to resist that, that is the definition of addiction. But I will say most academics right now are very uncomfortable using the word addiction the way I'm willing to do it freely. And I think that there's a lot of stigma around the word addiction, and you may have noticed that as the language over time from the American Psychiatric Association goes from substance abuser to substance use disorder. There's always a kind of a new, gentler way of saying these things. But I think that addiction is the quickest, fastest way that most people in the general public understand for what this is. And I think the general population are now ahead of academics in terms of reducing the stigma of addiction, knowing that it's not something that we need to punish people for, we need to help them to get out of. And whether it's a substance disorder or whether it's gambling or sex addiction or food, whatever it is, other behavioral disorders, revenge is part of that category. And I think when we call it that, then we're now able to bring all of these resources to bear upon it.
Well, you've convinced us.
I'm seeing movement.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We've talked about the individual, James, and I said we'd get there earlier on in the show. What happens when revenge starts to take place on a grander scale? What happens when it's corporate? What happens when, as Chuck was describing, a community's coming together because of a need for justice or / revenge? What then if it becomes a nation's revenge? Is this a different mechanism?
That's just what happened in 9/11, right? In 9/11, it was like, we want blood in revenge for this. And even if no one would admit it to themselves, that's what's driving the whole ramp up and the rise of our military presence in the Middle East.
And there are people who can very easily take advantage of that, because right after 9/11, our president stood on the pile of rubble and he said, "I'll hear you. And the people who did this, they're going to hear you soon too." And everybody was like, yeah,
there it is.
And
there it is.
basically it was like, we putting together the posse.
Okay, so is it just,
Yeah.
Is it like mob mentality at that level?
For sure it is, and it can be. So in my book, I actually kind of trace the course of human history in terms of human atrocities, beginning with, biblical atrocities up through, the Roman Empire with their revenge spectacles in the Colosseums, to the Inquisition and the witch trials and all of the significant wars that have been fought. And in all of those cases, you can find that at the beginning of those, there was a feeling of offense, there was a feeling of victimization, and that every ultimate warrior and avenger always sees themselves as a victim first, never a perpetrator. And that in every war, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Ukraine right now, and Russia, Israel and Palestine, the Palestinians, all of these conflicts, every one of them was the result of nationalized revenge seeking at a compulsive level. And here in America now, and really it's for the whole world, but it started here in America, I think, we have a particular vulnerability that self-inflicted, we didn't know was coming. Up until 20 or 30 years ago, and then from that moment all the way back in human history to the time we were apes, humans have never had to deal with social media and algorithms that would create a platform in which you can cause millions of people to share the same grievance at the same time, with the click of a couple of keystrokes. And the same platform that can spread that grievance like a wildfire pandemic also gives every one of those people who are now feeling aggrieved with the opportunity to gratify their revenge desires instantly by firing back retaliatory digital tweets back and forth and back and forth. And we're just not adapted at all for this environment. And so now we're at this, what feels like a precipice of time in which social media is causing America to become a truly revenge addicted nation. And it's a dangerous point for us.
A social fabric is imploding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny because addiction is the perfect word for it. Just look at Hollywood and how many films that we call them action films. Every action film is a revenge film.
Yeah, and in fact, surely the first of the John Wick films.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, before they numbered them, they killed his puppy.
Right.
They killed his dog. And
Heard that story recently.
yes, where do we hear that story about killing a dog? So they killed his dog, and you did not turn into John Wick, but there was the same motivation for thinking about how you.
See, the thing is, what happened to James was real.
Yes.
Right? And therefore,
it was real to Keanu Reeves.
Yes, of course it was. He's not an actor at all. He's a real person. How much of what goes on that drives a revenge is an exaggerated mental construct that would, if it happened to someone else, wouldn't register a bleep?
All the time, right? I mean, we see that. We see this. We actually, it even goes further than that. You know, Gary, it goes one step further to people, in order to get these hits of dopamine, it seems, will contrive scenarios in which they feel aggrieved, in which they feel insulted, or which they kind of create a scenario in which even other people might agree with them that they should feel insulted, but they've created the circumstance from scratch in order to be able to get that new hit of dopamine. So if you look at, I look at the Stop the Steal movement that happened after Trump lost the election. There was a manufactured grievance there. And literally panels of judges were able to say there was nothing stolen. Those were the results.
That was fake news.
Right. It was fake news. And yet millions of people believed that they were aggrieved and that this is a serious grievance. Obviously, to steal an election is a big deal. So I can understand why, if that happened, people would be extremely angry about it, except for the fact that it didn't happen. But in their minds, it did. And therefore, we had millions of people all at once on social media screaming that one of their most valuable and important rights had been stolen from them, and they needed to do something about it. If you look at, I will have a whole chapter on Hitler, Stalin, and Mao. All three of them were revenge addicts extraordinary, and I kind of recount from their childhoods forward where that started to become manifest. And what they were able to do in their nations was to be able to infect their countrymen all with the same grievances over and over again, and then give them an outlet for seeking revenge that always empowered themselves. But they used revenge addiction at a national scale to do all of that work.
So the dopamine guarantees an exaggeration of whatever the original cause or justifiable response would have been.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if we know that, that the dopamine gains that, but it does cause people to seek it out and manipulate reality even in order to get it.
So, and that's to Neil's to that statement, that's the exaggeration. And the reason why you need that is you don't even know it, but you are seeking this pleasurable response that your brain gives you. So even when you're presented with all the evidence in the world that says the election was not stolen, you can't accept that because you need to be aggrieved in order to get your little fix. And so you discount that, and then you go along with, Stop the Steal.
That's right.
It's diabolical.
It is, and that happened in Germany with the stab in the back. I mean, these little phrases that do the grieving and give you the opportunity are there. So the stab in the back myth was what Hitler stated to the German people over and over again for them to feel aggrieved that, people in their society, Jews, other politicians, had stabbed Germany and German soldiers in the back by agreeing to the armistice and the Treaty of Versailles.
Right. Oh, man.
At the end of the First
All
World
right,
War.
you've set up a number of programs within the prison system here in the US to help inmates. Is revenge actually curable?
Revenge isn't curable because revenge itself is believed to be by evolutionary psychologists to be a evolved adaptive strategy that humans began to need starting maybe as early as the Ice Age. And the dominant theory right now is that humans evolved a revenge urge and therefore pleasurable experience of revenge seeking at that time because they needed it in order to be able to live in groups and societies. So humans were coming out of the caves and they were starting to live in community.
Well, why does that mean revenge?
Yeah, so to live in community, you need the people in your community to all agree upon and comply with social norms of that society.
Right.
So that might include things like, hey, don't go and take my wife, or hey, don't come and take my stash of food.
These are all the problems that arise out of groups being together.
Coming together.
Got it. And you need some way to keep that in check.
Right.
It's a force to contain behavior that would fall out of the norms necessary to sustain the colony.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
Okay,
so
good.
basically there was a caveman who was just like, we're going to go down to the quarry and we're going to get rocks.
All right, before we wrap, I have one final question for you, James. How likely is science going to be able to not just prevent violent acts, but get to a point where we're able to predict them in advance?
Dude, that was a movie.
Yes, that was the movie with the precogs.
With the precogs.
What was that?
The Minority Report.
Yes.
Tom Cruise.
Yes, that's when I had a man crush on Tom Cruise. but he's old now, so I gave him up.
No. You were just as old as he was, but no, fine.
Is the fact going to follow the fiction?
Okay.
Well, right now we can't predict who would become addicted to anything like drugs or alcohol either. So I don't see anything, at least in my area of research, that would lead us to the point easily where we could predict somebody who was likely to commit an act of violence or a type of person. But there are signs that we can use to speed that along in this sense. What I identify, and I'm hoping public health officials will pick up on this, is the idea of revenge attacks being similar to a heart attack, which is in a medical emergency. So with a revenge attack, right, you've got somebody who is now heading into the throes of serious revenge seeking. Maybe they've already moved towards planning. They've identified a target. They have potential access to weapons or are amassing weapons. And when we start to see these types of signs, and they're always talking about a grievance or grievances, and they're always ruminating on this and obsessed with it, and they're letting it interfere with their lives. Those are signs that we can start to think about.
And your legal profession holds that as the most severe form, if murder is committed, the most severe form of homicide. It's premeditated murder.
Yes.
That's, the planning, and the execution.
But this is where family
and you're coming as an attorney, you're unraveling that into something that's bio-neurological.
That's right. Right. Yeah. We now know what's happening inside the brain of that same person, which we didn't know before. What's happening inside the brain doesn't exculpate them in any way. This isn't about creating legal defenses. I mean, if whatever your actions are.
Well, you guys came up with a Twinkie defense, so don't tell me there's not a defense in this. All right.
Somebody will try, but I am not supportive of that idea. When somebody who commits a crime out of, or, while addicted is still guilty for the crime.
Right,
it's not recognized as a legal defense. And I don't think that's ever going to be, but it can be recognized as a health issue. And if we're trained and we know ourselves, if that's happening to us or somebody that we see, we could call 911 or 988 and start getting that person medical assistance like we would for somebody in the throes of a heart attack before there's a death or an act of violence.
So this is family members, this is community looking out for each other if they see something.
Knowing the signs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Being aware, because the tragedy is however many steps away.
Yeah, the kid shoots up the school, and only after that they say, "Oh, look what we found in his room." Yeah, that's a little too late.
We see the signs. The signs were there all the time. That's what they say.
Yeah.
The signs were there all along.
Dude, give us a happy thought now, please, as we wind out the show.
The fantastic news here, and it really is fantastic, is that simply imagine forgiveness when you're in pain. Feel that pain go away. That's all you need to do to get on the road to healing yourself and avoiding doing something horrific like committing a violent crime. It's really that powerful. I mean, there's sort of now, I mean, we should be thinking about it as scientific support for the ancient forgiveness teachings of people like Jesus and the Buddha and Lao Tzu. And forgiveness isn't anything other than a superpower for humans. It really is a human superpower for healing yourselves. And you ought to take advantage of it as often as you can because it's free. You don't need a doctor. You don't need a prescription.
Okay.
There you go.
Very good. And the book, I so look forward to that being a bestseller. Any book that can make society safer and more pleasing place to live needs to be up there.
Absolutely.
And the science of revenge.
Science.
And, you know, the tagline, you know, the subtitle of this book, The Science of Revenge, is Understanding the World's Deadliest Addiction and How to Overcome It.
Nice. Right on.
Right up to the national level, as you brought up there. Well, I'd like to sort of land this plane with the little cosmic perspective I might offer our audience. With this discussion of addiction being an ailment that can be applied to revenge, oh my gosh. I'm reminded of how many things used to be just blameworthy of people's conduct that we came to understand and have sensitivity to and realize that it is a problem of society and of our neurochemistry. And when you look at it that way, we all are accountable for the behavior of the one. And that's a different world that I'd like to think we're evolving towards. And that's a cosmic perspective. So, Sir James, thank you.
Thank you, all three of you. What a great conversation, and appreciate it.
And this will come out, I mean, just because of the time it takes to edit this, right around when your book comes out. So your publicist was right on time with this. And best of luck. You need a little bit of luck, too, when you're selling books.
Yeah.
Just get Jimmy Kimmel to endorse it.
That's what I need. That's really what I need. Yeah,
no, you just need us. We're the ones that'll put you on the list.
Yeah.
The fact that you guys are here is a big deal. So I'm really honored to be part of your show and to meet all of you. And you're all, I mean, not only are you hysterical, but extremely bright. And that's a rare combination right there.
Excellent. And let this live uniquely in your portfolio of interviews that you do for the book.
Which shall do.
So that's all the time we have. That's all the time we needed to really figure that one out. Whoa. This has been another episode of Star Talk Special Edition. Gary, Chuck, always good to have you.
Always a pleasure.
All right, until next time, I bid you to keep looking up. I would go to the mountain with detectors to see photons that left the center of the galaxy 30,000 years ago. Some miss Earth and continue into space, but some of them land on my detector, empowering me to deduce the nature of the galactic center.
Well, you gave your photons purpose. My photons gave their life for my black ass.
This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries Edition. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Chuck Nice, baby. How you doing?
What's happening?
All right. To grab bags, you stick your hand in the bag. You don't know what you're going to get.
And
It
you just
comes
pull
out,
it out.
and it's random.
Right. Exactly.
All right.
So,
Mhm.
and you know, if it's a turd, it's your fault, people.
Turd.
If we pull out a turd, it's your fault. This is all you. All right, this is Joshua from Portland, Oregon. He says, "Hey, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice. I'm Joshua from Portland, Oregon. I love the movie Sunshine, but the main plot
I haven't seen Sunshine.
I haven't seen it either. He says the main plot of reviving our sun by sending all of Earth's nuclear material to the sun seemed more than far-fetched and even a quite bit cheesy. Putting all the cheesy aspects of the movie aside, the movie did address what it would be like getting near our sun. My question is, if you've seen the movie, did the movie Sunshine get anything right when approaching close to the sun, scientifically speaking, of course? And if not, in your opinion, what would be the funnest or weirdest thing to know about being extremely close to our sun?
So, a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
So, first, I haven't seen the movie.
All right.
But based on what has just been told, I have comments.
Okay.
Our nukes are, well, we have fission nukes,
Right.
which are what we call A-bombs.
Right.
The sun has never been in the business of nuclear fission.
It's fusion.
Fusion. It
Right.
takes light elements into heavy elements.
Right.
We do that, but we still don't know how to control it.
Right.
So we have uncontrolled nuclear fusion, otherwise known as a
hydrogen bomb.
bomb.
Right.
Yes. There you go. Bomb.
Bomb.
We're good at making uncontrolled nuclear fusion.
Right.
And the day we harness that and we get fusion reactors, that would be very inexpensive
It will be
fuel.
It will be the beginning of a new era.
A new era. Yes, it would.
Because all of our energy problems will be solved.
Basically, that's correct.
Yes.
That's correct. So now you want to send our measly nukes into the sun and believe that's going to make a difference?
Yeah.
Okay, just for context.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen spots on the sun?
I mean, in the pictures.
Yes. You know what we call those?
Sunspots.
Sunspots. I ask easy questions here. All right. A sunspot is typically slightly larger than Earth.
Okay. Well,
So the sun has blemishes
bigger than our planet.
Our planet.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And you want to think that
And you
our
think
nukes don't have anything to do with the sun?
Right. Yeah. Why not throw spitballs at it? Just as effective. Just as effective. Get a straw and yeah, just as effective.
Or if I could do a Chuck voice, it would be you'd fire the nuke into the sun and say, this is delicious.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow. Plus, isn't that different? I mean, you can't start fusion from an explosion, right?
No, the explosion is the fusion.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, but can you trigger it?
Yeah, I'm saying because the idea would be
No, you can't trigger it because the outer layers of the sun are not hot enough to sustain it.
Right. Okay.
But at the center of your bomb, it was.
Right.
But
just like at the center of the sun.
Exactly.
Yeah, because the fusion is happening at the center of the sun,
and not in the outer
and not
edges.
in the outer
Okay,
edges.
so here's how you prolong the life of the sun. And I got to see the movie to see why they were doing it. If the sun was running out of fuel or whatever.
Right.
There's an easy way to do this.
Let me guess. Now, this is me guessing, so shut up. All right. I'm going to say, since the sun takes hydrogen and fuses it so that it ends up with like this 4-proton that creates helium.
Yeah,
right?
4 nucleons.
4 nucleons.
So it's 2 protons, 2 neutrons.
So the 4 nucleons that creates helium. What you want to do is either send the sun more helium or send it more hydrogen.
Why send it more helium?
Well, because the next step after the helium is that's where it keeps going from there.
Yeah, but sun won't.
The sun won't.
Only the high mass stars are going to take it.
Get
The
out.
sun pretty much stops.
So the sun stops.
Yeah.
Oh, so I need to send the hydrogen then.
No, yes.
I should just send more hydrogen.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now, where's it hot enough to fuse hydrogen into helium?
In the center of the sun.
In the center. Okay. So
I got to get to the center of the sun.
So if you run out of hydrogen
right
in the center of the sun, where is there more hydrogen?
If I run out of hydrogen in the center of the sun.
Yes.
Oh, maybe I can pull it in from just outside the center of the sun?
Thank you.
Right.
From everywhere else in the sun.
Just pull it back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's what's called convection.
Right.
Okay. If you can drive a convection deep inside the sun, bring fresh hydrogen down into the core, pull out the helium, then
you'll jumpstart the fusion.
You can jumpstart the fusion, and the sun, when it dies, it only used, I forgot the number, a few percent of its total hydrogen available.
Oh.
The sun could live for trillions of years if you found
a way to recycle
You don't have to find hydrogen from somewhere else.
No, just
it's sitting there in the sun itself.
Wow.
Just get a way to get it like a conveyor belt.
Right.
Send it down into the core.
And now all you have to do is do that without burning up before you get there.
Okay, so now, how do you get close to the sun?
Well, first you give it a call. You're like, hey, how you doing?
You need a shield.
Right.
Okay? Because what temperature is it in space? Because right now you have a thermometer. It's reading the temperature of what?
Whatever the room temperature is. You mean here on Earth?
Specifically. If I have a thermometer here and it says 72 degrees.
It's 72 degrees at that thermometer.
What is 72 degrees?
The temperature of the atmosphere. I don't know.
The air.
Yeah, the atmosphere. Okay.
Okay, you said it's the temperature of the room.
Right. No.
It is the temperature of the air around the thermometer. In that spot.
Right.
It's the air.
Okay.
All right.
Right there.
Okay.
Because it may not be 72 degrees over there.
Now, if I come over here and I'm near that lamp,
oh, it's going to be a little warmer.
Because that's an old-fashioned bulb.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little warmer because that's heating the air over there.
Right.
Okay.
You go by the window, it's going to be a little cooler.
Okay. Over there.
Right.
If you're in space, there is no air.
Right.
So what the hell temperature are you measuring?
You got to measure the temperature of the nothingness of space.
Correct. And space is not entirely nothing.
Right.
There is radiative energy moving through space.
Correct. Right.
Photons.
Right.
So
it's got a little bit of a temperature.
So it'll get a temperature if the thermometer is facing the sun.
Right. Because that's a radiative heat coming from the sun.
Correct.
Right.
And it's not the air, it's just photons hitting. Now, the other side of the thermometer, well, if you had two thermometers that split, so one is facing that way, one is facing this way, that's facing deep space.
And it's just like, it's cold. Why is it so cold? Man, I'm burning up over here.
Yeah. Depending on your distance from the sun, that'll be the intensity of the rays. It'll be hundreds of degrees on the other side. Okay. And as you get closer to the sun, the radiative flux is, you want to know the official term, gets higher and higher and higher. That temperature will continue to go up.
Right.
As long as you're shielded and you're looking out on the other side, that temperature is going to stay the temperature of deep space, which is like the microwave background hitting it, which is there at all times, or some nearby stars if they happen to be there. So temperature is a funny thing. Did we do an explainer on temperature? I thought we did.
We did. We did an explainer on temperature.
Yeah, okay. And you put it on your lipstick? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have supple lips. You can't do Star Talk with crackly
I don't want
lips.
the people talking about me. You know, right now, if I had ashy lips, there's some black people out there like, what is wrong with his lips? I cannot believe this brother on TV with ashy lips. His mother didn't. Hey, no, his mother
Who raised you?
Who raised you? Really?
Who's a comedian? That's his line. Who raised you? He's one of the comedians. So, if you want to get close to the sun,
you need a shield.
Well, but the shield will be too cold for you. And the other side will be too hot. So what you really want to do is make a rotisserie.
Oh, I'm cooking evenly. Tell you right now, if you want to, somebody baste me, please. Get the butter.
So you get pretty close.
Yeah.
If you're on a rotisserie.
You're on a rotisserie.
All right. But there's a point where you'll just burn.
Right.
All right. And there's a point where that shield, wait a minute, there's photons hitting that shield.
Right.
Maybe it's very reflective, so it's not absorbing any, but it's not perfectly reflective. Some are going to get absorbed, and that shield temperature is going to begin to rise. And eventually it will radiate infrared back to the other side of the thermometer.
And burn you alive.
So, yeah, the sun, and then you reach a point where it is so hot, everything vaporizes.
Right.
Do you know what has the highest melting point?
Iron?
No.
I thought what is it?
No.
What has the highest
You
melting
never
point?
guess.
I'll never guess.
Carbon.
What?
Ain't that something?
Wait a minute. But in the
Have you ever tried to melt a diamond?
Oh, well, there you have it.
Yeah, put that on your stove and see what happens.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Carbon.
Wow.
Has the highest melting point.
Look at that.
It's like 5,000 degrees. I mean, it's
insanely high.
Insanely high, and that so generally, if you're going to go near the sun, you want carbon.
We need a diamond ship. It'd have to be piloted by a hip hop star,
or Elizabeth Taylor, or somebody who likes diamond,
like that, yeah.
Or Carol Channing. Yes,
Ice. There you go.
Yeah. So I have to go see the movie now. Thanks for that prompting, and maybe I can add more to that commentary. But otherwise, yeah, it'll vaporize you.
Oh, there you go.
No matter what. Mm-hmm.
All right. Very cool. Sunshine, the movie. I haven't heard of it. So, Bill Rodwalt from Oregon, Ohio. Oregon, Ohio?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He says, if we were to find a habitable planet within a few dozen light years of Earth, and we had the technology to send a generational ship to this planet, how likely do you think it would be that the first mission launch would be the first to arrive? It seems to me that improvements in propulsion technology might be such that technological advances may lead to later missions overtaking the earlier ones. At what stellar distances do you think this would become a practical consideration as to when to launch a mission?
I love that
Yeah,
because you know what he's saying is that you launch a mission today with your modern technology, and in 50 years, that's some old technology, and then the next ship just passes you
the
by.
old ship,
waves to you.
Yeah.
It said, "Sorry about that."
It's like you started out in a covered wagon, and then all of a sudden a Tesla's going by you. Like, what the hell?
And so that's a brilliant question, and I think if we're going to be past, it'd be because we have warp drives. If you have warp drives, you can take a warp drive to the location of the ship and bring everybody aboard and put them on the warp drive too.
Right.
I think in practice, that's how we would do it. We wouldn't just
You
leave them.
wouldn't leave them like, see you. Good luck. No, you dock, you pick the people up.
Yeah, dock, you pick them up, and you put
move on with them.
You put them on the warp drive, and it would have nothing to do with the propulsion. I don't see that as real.
Right.
Even if we found a way to, and we reached like 20% the speed of light.
Wow.
Let's say, the nearest star to the sun is the Alpha Centauri system.
Right.
4 light years
4
away.
light years away.
So how long would that take?
20%, so that's 5 years for a year, 20 years.
20 years. Very good math.
Yeah.
Good math.
Mm.
Loving it.
Every once in a while. Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
What'd you call it? You have a comedy special called Just Smart Enough?
That's my comedy special. Chuck Nice, Just Smart Enough.
You just got that one. So would you go on a trip for 20 years to a planet that might host you? I mean, so here's what I'd rather do.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever was the problem with Earth that you're trying to escape.
Yeah, fix it.
Just fix it.
How about that?
I'm just saying fix it.
Right.
And by the way, if that other planet is habitable, it means the atmosphere has oxygen in it.
Right.
What do you think made the oxygen?
Right. Yeah.
Life.
Of course, that's right.
But you get that you don't know what it
we don't know where it
eat
came
you.
from.
You don't know.
Oh yeah, believe me, it's going to eat you.
Is it all life, but it's all Venus flytraps?
Right.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, the fix it part is really the issue. It's like hiring a plumber. He's like, "Well, I found your problem. You're gonna need a new house." It's like, what? What kind of plumber are you? Like, no. Yeah. So, well, what a great question, though.
Yeah, that's excellent. So it's a great question, but I don't see that as how that's going to play out.
Yeah.
Right. There's a moral question on a generational ship.
A life of isolation on a mission that they did not choose.
Correct.
But let's be honest, every kid said, I didn't ask to be born. I didn't ask to come here. I didn't ask to be born. All right, shut your ass up, man. Get over there to your station and do what you're supposed to do, okay? Because we got to get to this planet. Okay?
Nope, that's lame. Ready? Do you harbor questions about the universe? Some long-held bit of cosmic curiosity lingering within you? Or questions about anything at all? You can become a Patreon supporter of Star Talk. You have access to our exclusive question line on our website. Those are where we draw our questions for our cosmic queries.
Some of the most extreme objects in the universe.
Star Talk is a work in progress where we, every month, come up with some new way, some new idea, some new understanding of how to bring the universe down to Earth. We could not do that without your support. Thank you. And as always, keep looking up.
All right, here we go. This is Salvatore Mamana. Okay, from Brooklyn. Mm-hmm.
Salvatore what?
Mamana.
Spell it.
Mammana. Mamana.
Isn't it Mamana?
Mamana.
Yeah.
Mamana.
Salvatore Mamana.
Salvatore Mamana.
Yes.
He says, Dear Star Talk.
From Brooklyn.
From Brooklyn. Yo, Brooklyn born and raised.
Brooklyn in the house.
I hope you are well. What do you picture in your head when you think of the Big Bang? I've heard it's not quite like the image of a tiny dot exploding in all directions. If you had to make a diorama for a 7-year-old, what would the Big Bang look like, and what would yours be?
You know, I'm stuck on the explosion model.
Right.
But if you do that, it's exploding within 3-dimensional space.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a sort of a 4-dimensional with time as one of the dimensions. So I picture an inflated balloon. That's because that's works for me.
Right.
You got to get rid of one of the dimensions. So our 3 spatial dimensions are flattened into the surface of a balloon.
Right.
And the time dimension is still there, emanating from the start of the balloon, where it's small,
to any surface point on the balloon.
And every larger surface point is later in time.
Later in time. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how I do it.
Yeah.
So if you want to do it with your 7-year-old son, you get a nice big old one of these. Where do you get the really big? I have to go to a party store to get like the biggest balloons.
Giant balloons.
Giant balloon. And on the balloon, just draw galaxies on it.
Right.
And then inflate it, draw galaxies, and then deflate it. And as you inflate it back, you'll see the galaxies
spread apart.
Spread apart.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
I think so.
Yeah, I like it. All right. Well, thanks, Salvatore. That's a great. Do it with your kid, man, and tell him to give us credit for that A, because we know what you're doing. All right. This is Sotoris DeWitt from Belgium, and Sotori says, "Hello, Dr. Tyson and Lord Nice. My name is Sotori DeWitt from Belgium. The name is Greek, but not me. As you mentioned before, space gets compressed near mass, and time at faster speed slows down. This I can imagine. But if space and time are connected, does that mean I would get smaller as I go faster? If so, I would be infinitely small at the speed of light. Would I then become light? Is maybe all light matter, but infinitely small and fast?"
My boy's got some angst there.
I'm telling you right now. So first of all, Satori, it's going to be okay. That's number one.
There was some panic in that question, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's going to be all right, buddy. Okay.
The world will be fine.
The world's going to be all right.
All right. So time slows down for you as others would observe it, but you don't shrink.
Right.
Your dimensions will be measured to shrink front to back.
Mm.
So you'll get sort of thinner front to back as people measure your speed increasing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They'll also measure your mass increase. They'll measure your time slow down. We have 3 equations that tracks all 3 of those. Mm-hmm. Okay. All that happens in a black hole. You're going to shrink only because it's compressing you down to a smaller point in space. So deal with it. I mean, that's there's not a way around that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be stretched head to toe from tidal forces, but you're going to be squished shoulder to shoulder by the ever shrinking fabric of space and time until you descend into that abyss as a stream of atoms.
Mm-hmm.
Have a nice day.
There you go. Tell your kids that at bedtime.
So, yeah. And Einstein concluded matter can never go at the speed of light.
Right.
Because you have 0 volume and infinite mass.
Right.
And time would stop.
Right.
So if you're going to travel at the speed of light, you have to have 0 mass, like a photon.
Like a photon. Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
And they have 0 mass, they travel the speed of light, and they have 0 time, which we talked about.
So, right. Well, a photon only knows time the moment it is manifested by something that it hits.
Right. So the photon is created in an atom.
Right.
It is absorbed wherever it was headed instantly.
Instantly. To it.
To it.
Right.
To it.
To it.
Yes.
Everybody else gets to see it.
Exactly.
Go its path.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. And what I love is every time I'm on the beach, I always pull my swim trunks down just a little bit, so that whatever photons land on my ass, I'm like, sorry, you were born in the sun and you landed on my ass in one instant.
You did. That is so mean of you to the photon. Now, I had similar thoughts, but not so crude. So my thesis data, my PhD thesis data, my thesis is right there. Okay. Pull, we said the black one right
This
there.
one?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God. Jesus.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So a study of the abundance distributions along the minor axis of the galactic bulge. Okay. So this, it's single-sided. So don't think
still.
it's. Point is, the galactic bulge is best viewed from Chile.
Oh.
Okay. Well, anywhere in the southern hemisphere. And I went to Chile many times to get data for this thesis. Here's the thing. The telescope is at the top of a mountain, which has a tiny coastal town called La Serena at the base of the mountain. La Serena has beaches. And the people would be laying out on the beach with bikinis on and things like that. And I would go to the mountain with detectors to see photons that left the center of the galaxy 30,000 years ago. Some miss Earth and continue into space. Others hit Earth, maybe the countryside. Some of them hit the buttocks of people on the beach. Like your buttocks that you exposed.
That's right.
But some of them land on my detector, empowering me to deduce the nature of the galactic center. So to me, those are noble photons.
Well, you gave your photons purpose. My photons gave their life for my black ass.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
I can hear the photons say, "What is this? Where did I just land?"
All right, here we go.
All right.
This is Bodnar.
Actually, just to be precise, if it were like high energy photons, they were absorbed by your melanin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, they were lucky then.
It would just grab it right out.
Right out. Yes.
Snatch it right
that's
out of
what
there.
melanin is for.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Yeah. All right. This is Bodnar Marton Janos, who says from Budapest.
You can't possibly have pronounced any of that correctly.
No, Bodnar Marton Janos.
You could at least try to add a little.
I'm not trying to add anything to that.
Okay. All right.
He says, I'm trying to solve a dilemma I've been thinking about these past couple of days. Suppose I'm traveling in my super advanced spaceship towards a supermassive black hole at the speed of light with the goal of doing a gravitational slingshot maneuver at the black hole. I'm planning to do this speeding my spaceship close to the event horizon of the black hole. Questions. Is this even possible? If yes, how would I experience the event? 2. Using strong gravitational pull of the black hole and the slingshot maneuver, could my supersonic spaceship speed beyond light speed? I'm a 13-year-old student aspiring to be an astro or theoretical physicist.
Cool.
Good for you.
In Budapest.
In Budapest,
Yeah.
yes.
So, didn't we do an explainer?
We did on slingshots.
On slingshots.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's really cool.
But it's not what you think it is.
No.
So
you know why? Because everybody thinks of slingshot as this. The 2 prongs that you pull, put a projectile, you pull it back, and then you release it, and then the projectile just goes, taking all the energy of the recoil from the pullback, propelling it forward. But the way you explain slingshots, gravitational slingshots, it's not really a slingshot.
it's not at all.
It's not really a slingshot.
So here's the problem. If you fall towards the black hole, but not in it, because you ain't getting out otherwise, the acceleration of the spacecraft falling into the black hole is exactly canceled by you trying to climb out the other side.
Right.
So when you're done with this exercise, you're not traveling any faster or slower than you were before. The slingshot works because you come in from behind an orbiting planet. And you go, the planet pulls you in, and the act of pulling you in has you catch up with it in its orbit. So there's an extra speed that's outside of the symmetrical fall in, climb out of the gravity.
Which is the planet itself dragging you along in its orbit.
Correct.
Right.
And you just ate some of the orbital energy of the planet by... You stole it.
You stole it.
You stole it.
By tagging up. You're a stowaway.
Gravitational stowaway.
You're a gravitational stowaway.
So that's not going to happen.
Right.
So A. B, if it's a supermassive black hole, you can easily fall into it and not be ripped apart.
Right.
Because the event horizon is so
big.
It's so big that the tidal forces are not strong.
Right.
So
you get in, and now you're just falling inside of the black hole.
You're falling within the event horizon of the black hole. And
the closer you get to the center, that's when
That's when things start getting
that's when the
interesting.
tidal forces start messing you all up.
Correct.
But in the beginning, you're just like, oh, well, this ain't bad at all.
Not bad at all. And it's because your height, if he's in 13, maybe he's 5 feet tall, your 5 feet relative to the radius of the black hole is small.
Right.
Whereas as you get closer to the center, your 5 feet, there could be only another 5 feet to the center of the black hole. So the tidal forces will become greatly magnified under those situations.
Gotcha. Wow.
So,
But it's great to see a 13-year-old thinking like this.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
How cool.
Oh, yeah.
How cool.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you, man. And, invite us to your graduation. I mean, we're not coming, but do invite us. Say, you're in Budapest. Ain't nobody paying that kind of money. We'll wish you well. But we'd like to know when you graduate. All right.
But wait, let me back up.
Go
So
ahead.
if I'm near the speed of light and I do an actual slingshot maneuver,
Right.
okay,
Right.
around a planet, could I be slingshot to go faster than light? The answer is no.
No. Yeah.
No, because you're not going the speed of light.
Right.
Because you're made of material substance which can't
Right.
go the speed of light.
And it's not like the slingshot gives you all the energy and then you just keep it and keep going. You got to climb out of the fall the descent that you made. You have to
and
now
that's exactly
climb out of it.
symmetric with it. So what happened was, let's say going 95% the speed of light, and you were to get a slingshot, what effect would it have? It would add energy to your trajectory. And there's a point where adding energy is not simply increasing your speed. There are other ways to boost the energy of the system. He will end up going faster, but he won't catapult past the speed of light. That's
Right.
the way to think about it.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, here we go. This is Writer's Eye from Ohio.
Writer as in W
As
R I
in writer.
T.
Yeah.
Right.
Writer's Eye.
EYE?
EYE. So does the fact of us living in an expanding universe contradict the premise of living in the black hole? Since we know that black holes evaporate and there is a limit upon which all matter can be compacted, we wouldn't notice any intake of energy or matter from the waves it would cause. So not since the Big Bang has any more matter energy been introduced. Can we assume the universe in a black hole would not be expanding? Hoping to get an answer, lost in illiteracy in Ohio. That's very funny.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I don't have a good answer for that. If we were in a black hole and the black holes are eating things in its vicinity, you would see material coming in, just as he suggested.
Yes.
But not all black holes are actively eating.
True.
Quasars are galactic center phenomenon where the black hole is dining on stars and gases that have wandered too close, and it's emitting energy in the process. There's a distance within which quasars no longer are there. They shut off. We think they just completely ate everything in their environment. And so a black hole, it's not a requirement. It's not a prerequisite that a black hole is always eating things and you would then see things coming in through your event horizon. So don't use that as a reason for not embracing the possibility that we are in a black hole.
Gotcha.
So, and evaporation, supermassive black holes, forget black holes the size of our universe, supermassive black holes take 10 to the 100 years to evaporate.
Yeah.
So it's just don't hold your breath.
So we got time. A lot of time. Nothing to worry about.
Right.
So very cool. All right, but nice thought experiment. Here we go. This is Robert Dudok from Flint, Michigan. He said, I read a paper validating the subliminal warp drive as a more realistic possibility than the Alcubierre FTL drive.
FTL stands for faster than light.
Faster than light. Constant velocity physical warp drive solution. The one thing that was not even hinted at on the paper was how one might accelerate the warp bubble. I would appreciate any thoughts on acceleration and how fast the subluminal drive might eventually go, hypothetically, and thank you.
Yeah, I've got to do some homework on that. A couple of things. A warp drive, there's no prerequisite that it goes faster than light.
Right.
You just warp space and you go. But if you can go faster than light, then why not?
Right.
Like, what do you do? What are you doing?
And if you were to go faster than light, this would be the only way you could do it because you would have to compress the space because you can't go faster through the space. Than light.
You're stepping through basically the compressed space on the Alcubierre drive. He was a Mexican physicist who came up with this. And so I don't know what the problem is because the Alcubierre drive is a way to go faster than light, but there's nothing in principle preventing you from just dialing it down. That just go slower.
Right. Exactly.
Right. I mean, your car probably goes 130 miles an hour.
Guys, take it easy. You know, this part of the galaxy is a speed trap.
Red light cameras. So I don't see that as a sticking point, at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just dial it down. Yeah.
Right. And by the way, even in Star Trek, they have warp 1 through 9.
Yeah, but warp factor 1 is the speed of light.
That is the speed of light, right?
Right, but I don't ever hear them say warp. Oh, it's impulse power or something.
Impulse power is less than light.
Less than light, correct.
Yeah. So, all right, well, there you go. So you just fly on impulse, baby. All right, this is Tyrone Morgan from Hackensack, New Jersey. Joycey. He says, hello, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice. Tyrone Morgan from Hackensack, New Jersey. Love your show, and here are my inquiries. What if the graviton was not quantum? What if the space-time that we live in is the gravitational field and black holes are the graviton in a higher dimension? Black holes having infinite mass at the singularity might be similar to photons having no mass in the electromagnetic field. Holy moly, bro.
Man,
you smoking some shit.
People.
Wow.
Oh my
What would a
gosh.
photon look like to someone whose space-time was the electromagnetic field? I think it's very difficult to see the full picture when you're inside of it. Thank you for everyone for the science that you do, curiosity, the passion, and your discovery.
I don't know if I can help this man.
This is a wild question.
He's got it bad.
Yeah,
right there.
man. The graviton.
Okay, so
The gravitational field and black
just
holes
so you
in
know,
a higher dimension.
Just watch.
So wild.
So there's electromagnetic force,
Right.
that is propagated by the photon.
Right. Okay.
They go
Yes,
hand in hand.
hand.
And a photon comes in waves as well.
Of course.
We have gravitation. Einstein said it's the curvature of space and time. But if it's going to be a force and we're going to describe it in a quantum way, there ought to be
We
a
need a
particle that propagates the gravitational field.
Right.
And we already have the wave that propagates it.
We've seen that.
That's called it's LIGO discovered.
Right,
it.
LIGO discovered it. Yeah.
Okay, so we got that. So what about the particle counterpart to the wave? We call that a graviton. Just like the photon is a particle counterpart to just the waves, light waves. Light waves,
Right.
okay? So we have a graviton is the particle counterpart to gravitational waves. But we don't know how to detect that.
Right. But it does make sense.
It does. Well, if you can turn all of gravitational physics into a quantum solution,
Right.
then that makes sense.
Yeah.
But if not, it could just confuse things.
Yeah. I mean, I'm already confused. So, to be honest.
Yeah. So I think it's kind of fanciful to think of black holes as the gravitons of.
Right.
Yeah. It doesn't feel right to me because black hole, we already have that described. It's not some mysterious thing that you're finding some other mysterious thing to say that it is.
Yeah.
And
Right.
and we want to avoid that anyway. You don't want to take this thing that we barely know and to use it to explain this other
something
thing
else that we don't know at all.
I don't know.
Take this thing that we really don't understand and barely know and use
This is
it
what
to
happens with
describe.
consciousness. People are saying, let's take the weirdness of quantum physics that nobody understands and use it to explain consciousness, which nobody understands.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. All right. Well, listen, I like the way you think, though, man. You definitely smoking some good weed. Please send me some. This is Matt D from Oklahoma who says, good day, Dr. Tyson, and a big high five to Lord Nice. My name is Matt Dodd from Oklahoma, and I'm wondering about our bubble universe in the multiverse. If our universe is constantly expanding, does that mean our bubble in the multiverse is growing over time? Who's to say another multiverse bubble would not merge with our own? What would it mean for our universe? And thanks for the insight.
Yeah, I worry about that.
Yeah.
Because quantum physics in the multiverse model is pumping out universes left and right, and each universe has slightly different laws of physics.
Right.
You don't want to just, hey, let's go visit the Johnsons over in the other universe.
Right.
If the charge on their electron is different from yours.
Right, because now I just exploded. I turned to goo.
Or you collapse into a pile of glue.
Goo. That's it.
So
Damn, I knew I shouldn't have come.
you bring something to test it with,
Right.
like a gerbil or something.
So now somebody, I don't know.
That would be mean. Maybe not a gerbil.
No, gerbils are fine. Yeah, they ain't worth it. I'm not losing any sleep over a gerbil. Okay. Anyway, put that sucker in a habit trail, send them right through. All right. But
that other universe could be made of antimatter, for example.
Right. That would be terrible.
You toss it a coin and the thing blows up. Right.
That would be so cool. And then, of course, you meet yourself, but your other self, you look, has half of it is black and the other half is white. It's like
what episode from
Star Trek? The antimatter guy. That was very cool.
No, they'll have a goatee.
Yes,
and
exactly.
And a black hat, that's the evil man.
Somebody, I don't know where I saw this or heard, because I don't think I read it, saying that, is there a possibility that dark energy or dark matter is another bubble universe colliding with ours, and that's why it doesn't interact, it's just passing through?
Yeah, I'm a fan of that kind of thinking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's even though it involves a higher dimension, it's kind of simpler than other explanations.
It makes sense too.
Yeah.
It's like, this thing is just passing through us, but it doesn't interact because it's
like a sphere
passing through
two dimensions.
Two dimensions, right?
It's a dot, then a circle that gets bigger and bigger, then it gets smaller and smaller again, then disappears from your universe. So yeah, I'm partial to those explanations, even while knowing they're probably not correct.
Right. Fun to think about. All right. This is Sweet Heat 223 from Dallas, Texas.
Sweet what?
Sweet Heat 223,
Sweet
better known
Heat.
as Sterling from Dallas, Texas.
Sterling, all right.
He says, hi, Dr. Tyson and Chuck
So
Nice.
Sterling was not a cool enough badass name.
Yeah, he had to go with Sweet
Heat.
or she. Sweet Heat. All right.
Sterling, that's a boy name.
Sterling's a boy name?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sterling from Dallas, Texas. He said, if we could travel via warp drive, is it possible that speed to bypass the spaghettification process when entering a black hole to reach its singularity? So, could you warp into a black hole and then bypass the singularity because you're going so much faster than the speed of light itself? So you've warped through the black hole. So technically, you don't need an escape velocity to get out of the black hole because you're warping through it. It's a wild
Are these
proposition.
two black holes?
No.
Just
This is you in the black hole.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it. Yeah, not feeling. It's an intriguing idea.
It is.
And like, can you bypass
the
rules?
The whole rules.
Yeah. The
No
boundary rules.
spaghettification.
Right.
None of the super
There
gravity.
are black holes that you can fall in and not go to the center.
Right.
They're like rotating black holes, and there are other configurations you can imagine. But yeah, no, I'm not feeling it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Chuck, got a few more minutes.
Okay, let's see what we can do.
Okay.
This is Patrick Laverdiere, who says, in video games, when you walk into a complex area, the frame rate drops because the system is rendering more data. If our universe were a simulation, could gravity be doing something similar, slowing down time because the cosmic engine is processing more information?
I like that.
Wow.
I like that.
He's saying the more complex areas of our universe
happen more slowly.
require more computing power, and as a result, everything slows down.
This is the argument either for or against that we're in a simulation, because the simulator doesn't have to simulate the whole universe.
No.
Only the universe that
you
you
are
perceive
seeing at the time.
Correct.
That's it.
For example, if we are in a simulation, are they simulating every molecule within the Earth if no one is looking at inside the Earth? But now you start digging, so it's in their interest to simulate ahead of you, without having to waste computing power on the whole Earth.
Right.
And so that's just an intriguing scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense if you are in a simulation.
Right.
Why would you waste all the computing power necessary to create the stuff that's never even being seen?
That's correct.
You know, right? All right. So this is Merwaki Merwaki. I don't know. Gerzeiger, who says, "Hello, everyone. I was wondering if black holes accelerate things beyond the speed of light once inside them. Does that mean those things are going backwards in time? So the gravitational pull is so strong once you are past that event horizon. Could you then go faster than the speed of light since light can't escape?"
Yeah, what happens is you start gaining mass.
Right.
And rather than gaining speed.
Right.
That's how that happens.
How that happens. Okay.
Right. And so, no, you don't just keep getting faster and faster.
No. Okay.
And as you gain more mass, it's harder to accelerate you.
Right.
So, yeah.
Oh,
that's not a thing.
But what a great question, man. I like that. All right. Femke Say Naive from Belgium. He says, "I was wondering, would it be possible to say if we reach a black hole with conventional space travel, even if it took thousands of years, to send a quantum AI computer or quantum robot, a bit like they did in Interstellar, ultimately sacrificing itself to send us the data and solve the quantum gravity theory? Could quantum computers handle this information and send it to a spaceship in the vicinity, or would the information forever be stuck in the black hole?" Think you answered your own question.
Yeah.
Pretty sure you answered your own question, buddy.
Yeah. I'm going with it's stuck
It
in
ain't
the black
coming
hole.
out.
It ain't coming out.
It ain't coming out.
Yeah. I mean, there's the Hawking radiation, but
Right.
it pulls it out as a striptease, right? One molecule, one atom here, one particle there.
Right.
And then you have to reassemble it later.
You would have to find that. You would have to put that information back together once it all evaporates.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I have time for one last question.
All right, this is Martin from Denmark. Martine from Denmark, who says, "Hello, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice. Martin from Denmark here. I think there's something undiscovered around the perception of time and the speed of light. If we humans were to travel at the speed of light, we say no matter the distance, it will feel like an instant when arriving at the destination. But since we also discovered that we can accelerate particles faster than the speed of light, when did we discover that? The hell, Martin? Martin, did you get a Nobel Prize that nobody heard about? Because, damn, bro, what you talking about? And he says, how will we perceive that? Like yesterday, or thanks for a great show?
Okay, so no, we have not accelerated particles faster than the speed of light in a vacuum.
Right.
But the speed of light is slower
in mediums.
In media.
Right. Media. Right.
Plural of medium.
Plural of mediums.
Media. It's slower in water. It's glass, air, and especially diamond.
Right. Where it gets bounced around and then comes out.
When it's cut correctly.
Right, when it's cut correctly.
You're going to cut it in such a way.
So it refracts.
So it looks like the diamond has a certain radiance to it.
Right, yeah.
And it's refraction.
Yeah.
That's exactly. And dispersion on the way out.
Right.
So.
Cost you a lot of money for a little bit of like praise. I stopped buying diamonds years ago. Anyway.
And why are you forcing upon others your own marriage experience?
Just warning.
For those considering
if you're considering, just warning, I'm telling you. Cuban zirconia, man. Don't make the mistake. Don't make the mistake. The diamonds are expensive, buddy. Let me tell you something. They throw them on like it was no big deal. They don't put them on every time like, oh my God, look at this. This man went out and spent all this money on. They just throw them on like it's nothing to it. Okay? Get them zircons. Save yourself some money. Take it from a pro.
I forgot what the question was.
Okay. All right.
Oh, no. So you can't make them faster than the speed of light.
No.
So, but 2 points. If you could, the particles would go backwards in time.
Right.
According to the
mathematics.
Right. So in Einstein's equations, you can go up to the speed of light, but you cannot attain it. But nothing stops you from existing on the other side of the speed of light and then going faster than that.
Right.
And if you do that, you would live backwards in time.
And what's that called?
Tachyon.
Tachyon. That's
Yes.
right.
Tachyos from the Greek, meaning fast, like a tachometer.
Right.
You've heard of
Yes,
tachometer?
of course, on your car.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the
Well, my car doesn't have it anymore because I have an electric car, so there's nothing to tach. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah. So then it would be moving backwards through time, and you could then send yourself a signal
Using your tachyons.
using tachyons before you knew to send yourself a signal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Trippy.
So yeah, it's a fun particle. Someone decided to move all the way into the other side of the equations and follow them through, and that's one of the conclusions. We've never found tachyons
Right.
in the actual universe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well. It's
Yeah.
kind of cool. So tachyons, then, if they did exist, they would be moving. We could only intersect them at the point which they meet our reality
Going opposite directions
in
in
opposite
time.
directions.
Correct.
That's the only time we can see them.
It's a perceptive point you're making.
Yeah.
You can't see them in the future.
You can't see them in the future. You can't see them in the past.
You're going to see them as it's going backwards through time, and we're
And
going forward
through
through time.
and boom, that's where you see the
In
tachyon.
that instant, that's
Oh,
correct.
that's wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like it. Well, thanks for that, Martin from Denmark.
Yeah.
Very
yeah.
cool.
All right, I think we're done here.
All right, that was fun.
Man, we just knocking these out.
We love the
They
grab
keep
bags.
coming in.
Well, listen,
We're here.
As long as you keep sending them, we'll keep doing it.
There it is. Another installment of Star Talk Cosmic Queries. Grab Bag Edition. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Chuck, Lord Nice in the house.
Yes,
Thanks for being here.
always a pleasure.
As always, keep looking up. You have access to our exclusive question line on our website. Those are where we draw our questions for our cosmic queries.
Some of the most extreme objects in the universe.
Star Talk is a work in progress where we, every month, come up with some new way, some new idea, some new understanding of how to bring the universe down to Earth. We could not do that without your support. Thank you. And as always, keep looking up. So let's back up. You and I have chatted, we've hung out socially, and you confided in me that when you were a kid and when you were in school, if you picked a book off the shelf and there were no equations in it, you immediately put it back.
Yep.
Wow.
Who does that?
I gotta say, that's
Who does that? Okay.
a math teacher's favorite kid. That's who does that. Every math teacher's favorite student.
The teacher's pet in the math class. So you have a math brain. You have a brain wiring where the math is clear and present to you more so than any words or descriptions that surround it. I don't have a problem with that. You are also dual professor at Columbia in physics and mathematics. What you just told me makes math the preeminent, supreme account of reality because you're saying the math forces it. And I'm asking you, math is our tool. Why should math that you invented, anybody, humans, force anything? Why can't I say there's a different idea that's going to have different math that doesn't lead to that conundrum?
So if you asked me that question 20 years ago, I would have given you one answer, which would have been very combative, and I would have been defending mathematics as like the deep truth of the world. In the past 20 years, I've shifted closer to your perspective. I really do see math as a powerful tool for describing the external world. I don't see it necessarily as the truth of what's out there, which is why I don't support the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics the way some of my colleagues do. I allow for it. It could be true. It's interesting. It blows your mind. But I do not say it's true because it comes out of the equations.
Thank you.
wow. Okay. That's a very, I'll say, mature and advanced.
That's a mature. That's right. That's a mature.
Very mature stance.
You have matured in the past.
I have.
Because I don't. I love me some math. Don't get me wrong. Not as much as you do.
Yeah.
But when I look at Kepler, who was a mathematician, fundamentally, and he knew about the Platonic solids. Do you know about the Platonic solids?
I know that they're friends.
The Platonic friends. Yeah. So you can, if you have polygons, which are flat shapes that have the same sides on them.
Right.
So a triangle would be a polygon.
Right,
a regular polygon.
Right.
A triangle, a square, a hexagon, that sort of thing.
Right.
So if you ask, can you make solid objects with these as its sides?
Right.
There's only five.
Five shapes that do that.
Five shapes
That do exactly that.
where each side is the same polygon.
Okay.
Only five.
Right.
And one of the, some
One's
obvious,
a pyramid, definitely. One's a soccer ball.
No, soccer ball has two different kinds of shapes on it.
Oh, really?
Yes, it does.
Oh, so they're not all the same.
No,
Oh,
they're not.
okay.
Check next time.
All right. Go ahead.
But it is a way to tile
them
a sphere
so that you can do it.
So one is a pyramid, another one is a cube.
Cube, of course.
Right.
Yes.
And then there's like three others. Give them to me.
Dodecahedron, and I don't even remember the rest of the name. Yeah, so
And there's another one. Okay, so now Kepler, a mathematician, said there must be some divine reason for this. There's five of them.
Shapes.
And we have 6 planets. There was Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. So he said, wait a minute. If the universe is special and math is special, obviously, they have to be connected.
Right.
They must be connected. So he embedded these Platonic shapes in each other, circumscribing one around the other to see if that gave him the orbital distances of those 6 planets. Because if you have 6 planets, you have 5 separations between them. He thought that was a major connection.
thing.
So he spends 10 years doing this.
And it was like, and then it was over. He was like, I've wasted my life. Oh God, what have I done?
But the math is what took him there.
Yeah.
Right.
The beauty of the math.
Yeah.
And so that was my lesson that I ain't going there.
But it goes the other way too,
me.
right? Because you go back to, say, Georges Lemaitre.
So he's a priest, a Belgian priest.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's studying Einstein's mathematics, finds that the equations, the math, says that the universe should be expanding or contracting. He goes to Einstein, and Einstein says, your calculations are correct, but your physics is abominable. This math is not relevant to the world. It's like the Platonic solids. You're wasting your time. And yet, in this case, Einstein was wrong.
Oh.
Einstein's math was relevant in the way that Georges Lemaitre was suggesting. The universe is expanding.
And it is.
So you have to go...
Einstein didn't even know his math
Yes.
was
No,
relevant.
So Lemaitre, he used calculations of Einstein's equations to force upon him a feature of the universe that not even Einstein was imagining.
Exactly right.
So that's math being badass.
But the math discovered that.
The math discovered it.
Yeah. So it's all just to say that it has to be case by case.
You got me.
No.
You got me there. Okay. So now if everybody's doing these quantum physics experiments all over Earth and in all alien planets, is this a countable number of worlds?
Yeah, that's a tough question. It's infinite in any reckoning, but exactly which kind of infinity, we kind of understand it because we don't want to go into the deep mathematics, but there's a whole structure due to David Hilbert, a mathematician, who actually raced Einstein to the finish line in general relativity.
Did not know he was on the track.
Yes, in fact, he published general relativity a little bit before Einstein did.
Oh.
There's a little known fact.
Well, that must hurt. What's his name again?
His name is David Hilbert.
Damn.
And the thing
I
that
know
was
Hilbert because it's Hilbert space.
Hilbert space.
You have to tell me about that in a minute. Okay.
But in this particular story, Einstein had visited Hilbert in June of 1915, showed him everything that he'd worked out for 10 years. Then Hilbert took it the final step and published before him. In the end of the day, Hilbert said, no, it's your theory. It's your theory, Albert. I'm not trying to take it from you.
That's very cool.
But he did publish a little bit before him. Yes,
Even though he would not have published had Einstein not visited him.
Yeah, he wouldn't have known anything about this.
Guy,
but the point for quantum mechanics is that there is this thing that you made reference to, Hilbert space, which is the mathematical structure within which all these worlds live. And we understand the math of that pretty well.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
So why does it need a mathematical structure in which they live?
Well, if you're going to describe things with rigor mathematically, you've got to define things. You've got to have the operations. You have to be able to categorize the ingredients. And remarkably, this space that Hilbert introduced has just the right mathematical properties to be the space in which all these worlds live.
Does it suffer from an incompleteness feature?
You know, everything.
And who's the dude with the incompleteness theorem?
Yeah, Gödel.
Gödel.
Yeah.
Gödel.
So Gödel had a very powerful result that any basically sufficiently complex mathematical structure will have true statements that can't be proven true within the axioms of that structure itself.
So it just has to be asserted.
It has to be asserted, or you have to somehow intuit it or feel it, or
in the general
That
relativity.
sounds a little suspect.
But the deep question is, are there interesting physical features of the world that would be undecidable in this Gödelian sense?
That's what I'm asking you. So is there a feature
I don't know the answer.
of general relativity where you part the curtains enough and then there's just some assumption you had to make?
Yeah.
And everything issues forth from that you cannot deduce from anything that follows.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly are axioms within these theories, for sure. But are there then deductions that are true but can't be proven within the structure itself? I don't know, because when you look at Gödel's proof, the kinds of things that are undecidable are very contrived. You know, with things like, you know, the set of all sets that are not subsets of themselves. You're like, well, does that ever come up in the real world?
Right.
You know, or the barber of Seville, you know, nobody shaves themselves, but then like who shaves the barber? Who's, you know, so they're all very self-referential, and it's not obvious that they have direct relevance to things that we could measure.
But it's still an important discovery
Hugely
that he made.
important.
Yeah.
Hugely important.
And this thing about the closest I got to that barber question was I used to read brain teaser books when I was a kid.
Okay.
And so one of them was you come to a town, only 2 barbers.
Yeah.
And one of them's just completely messy, and the guy's unkempt, and and his hair all.
But the town looks amazing.
Wait, and then there's another barber where he's clean shaven. He's everything's neat. So which barber do you go to?
I'm going to the messy one because he clearly does the other barber.
Exactly. Somebody cut the guy's hair.
That's the guy.
Okay. That's the closest I've gotten to the barber.
good.
Right.
So with the many worlds, now connect that up to a multiverse.
Yes.
It's just a declaration. It's a multiverse of a kind.
It's one flavor of multiverse that comes directly from the math of quantum mechanics. And the natural next question is, can you prove it? Can you demonstrate it?
It feels less real to me than other multiverses I've read about.
Yeah, no, I understand that feeling because our consciousness feels singular. And this theory is saying there are many individuals in this larger realm that have your memories, that have your experiences, and they only differ from you that they saw the cat dead and you saw the cat alive.
In
And
some
that
universe
just,
that's out there.
Yeah.
So
and
now
that
let me
just-
ask you this with respect
Well,
to
how to
that.
react to this? Give me a second to
All right.
just tear up.
See, I watch a lot of Rick and Morty, so it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm just like, oh, okay, of course it works that way.
Duh. But this other me, that's me identically, except we observed a different outcome of the experiment.
Yeah, and then from there you continue to diverge because we know that little changes right now over time can turn into major deviations in your lives later on.
Because I've seen in several films, but let me pick one in specifically, H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. I'm referencing, I didn't read the novel, but I saw the movie when it was from the 60s. And the guy, the main protagonist, befriends a woman who shortly after they have this encounter, she's like hit by a truck. And he says, well, I have a time machine. I can go back and fix this. So he goes back and says, oh, don't exit the part this way, go the other way. She goes the other way and something else hits her and she dies.
Yeah.
And the safe drops on her head.
One anvil.
Right. And that, well, even better. Right.
And so after 2 or 3 iterations of this, or in another one, she's mugged and killed.
Yeah.
He concludes that it was just her time and he can't change fate.
Can't change the outcome.
Okay. But when I saw that, I said, the molecules of air that are around her are in a different place because she's displacing these molecules relative to these. That's a different universe.
Yep.
I'm not going to look at these as just this is the only thing that has to stay constant. Tell me about all the other little things that change relative to the big thing that you notice.
Yeah, so in that version, I think you're right. You know, if the person could really go back in time, change things, I think you would get a different universe. I don't know of any uber law that says certain major events or minor events have to be preserved. But in the quantum mechanical version, it's completely different. If you take on board this idea, you are committing to different worlds where things are radically different.
No matter
in
what.
one, she would live, and the other, she would die. If they are allowed, if these outcomes are compatible with the laws of physics, then they will happen in one or more of the worlds in the quantum mechanical multiverse.
Wow.
All things compatible with the laws of physics are realized.
Are still a real. Wow. That's pretty wild, man.
Okay, but all right.
I love that, though.
Wait. Stop.
I love that. Here's the only thing that I can't get with that. All right. In that case, how do you reconcile infinity or an infinite number of worlds?
Let me get there. So,
okay, go ahead.
So watch. We went from the many worlds hypothesis where it is exactly me, but I look at a dead cat instead of a live cat, or vice versa. In the multiverses to which I've grown accustomed, there's possibly an infinite number of them, but maybe in one of them I'm there mostly myself, except I have a goatee, or I'm evil Neil instead of friendly Neil. So that's not a many worlds Neil.
You're Neil who believes in tarot cards.
Well, so that's not a many worlds Neil. That's just another statistically configured Neil out of the random molecules in that universe.
Right, but the beautiful thing about the quantum mechanical multiverse is that when you study the possible worlds that can emerge, they embrace effectively anything that would have a non-zero chance of occurring.
Okay.
And that's anything, in effect, that's allowed by the laws of physics. So if the laws of physics allow you to have a goatee, then there will be a world in the many worlds where you do have a goatee.
Right, but in that world, that's a different me looking at the cat, because the dead cat, live cat version of me, they each have a goatee.
Yes. So if it's a very minor event, like doing a single observation, usually a single observation can't yield such a radical change immediately. It'll be you without a goatee in one, you without a goatee in another. But then if you wait long enough and you accumulate the huge number of ways that you could have gone left, you could have gone right, you could have gone up, you could have said yes, you could have said no. When you put all of those possible,
now you get a whole different world.
Yeah, now one of them results in you having a goatee because that came along for the ride in that particular world.
Right. So here's what I want to know. Back to the infinity.
Yeah.
Are there a finite number of particles in this universe?
There are a finite number of particles in the observable universe. But the universe could go on.
It could go on forever. Okay, then that answers my question.
We don't know.
Yeah, because my point is, then that means there's a finite combination of all these particles that could create these worlds. And so, how do you get to infinity? But if the universe goes on and on and on, then yeah, there is no there's no end.
But even with an infinite number of universes with the same number of particles, you just configure them and keep reconfiguring them.
My point is this. Can you reconfigure a finite number of particles to get to infinity?
You can't, because it's not reusing the same electron or the same proton in one world and another.
Okay.
It's a realization of that particle in a different configuration.
Right.
And that's so there's not like a conservation of particle number.
Wow.
So I used to be into I used to be into big numbers, and I still am, but I haven't stayed with it. And one of my favorite big numbers was Skew's number. Do you know Skew's?
I don't know Skew's number.
It's 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 34th power.
Okay.
And if you play that out, you get the total number of configurations of all the particles in the observable universe. Right? So it's as though if the universe were a cosmic chessboard, it'd be the total number of possible moves.
Right.
Because you're not counting objects at this point. You're counting events. You're counting things.
Yeah. Combinations.
Combinations. So
I would get a different number if I was to use the entropy of the observable universe, which we can calculate from the dark energy. I would get a 10 to the 10 to the 120. So
is that much different from 10 to the 10?
Yeah, so I think it has to do with whether you're only looking at material particles
yes, it is.
Versus the energy that...
Oh, no, of course. Yeah, the energy is all in there, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just counting up the the physical particles.
Sure, that makes sense.
Okay, cool.
So do we actually know the amount of dark energy that's in the universe? I mean,
we measure it.
We do measure it.
We do measure it
All right.
by the rate at which distant galaxies are accelerating away from us.
Exactly.
And it's this ridiculously small number in the units that we typically use to measure these things. And that translates into this particular number for the entropy, the number of states that the universe can possibly be found in.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
But the question you asked before, if we could return it for a second, because it is this issue of infinite number of worlds.
Yeah.
Wait, just before you get there, I just want to remind people that when you say, if there's a chance something can happen, no matter how small, you multiply that very small number by infinity, and you get a real number.
And you get many worlds.
You get many worlds.
In which that that small probability thing could happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the infinity that where you're about to go helps bring out of the depths the statistically unlikely possibilities.
And that, to me, is the Achilles heel or a potential Achilles heel of this approach. And again, I have to say, different people in this chair, they will say different things. But the issue that many of us have taken with the many worlds is just that. If an outcome has very small probability, right, that should mean it's very unlikely to happen. But from the analysis that you just gave, no matter how unlikely it is to happen, it will be realized in some world. So what does it mean to say something is unlikely if you're sure it's going to happen in some world?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like having a drink. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
So we encounter this in astrophysics, where we talk about supernovae as being an extremely rare event. Okay, not all stars will go supernova, and even high mass stars, some go black hole.
Right.
It's rare.
Right.
However, the galaxy has 100 billion stars in it. There's 100 billion galaxies in the universe. So when people realize if you have enough of a sample size, you could deliver every single night supernova into your catalog.
Right. It's a rare event that happens often.
Yeah, exactly. So that was initially kind of hard to explain to the public. How you get that.
Yeah, so we have a version of that in the quantum mechanical multiverse, but it is more of an issue because you're guaranteeing the existence of a world, a whole world filled with observers and experimenters who are guaranteed to see the most unlikely things on a regular basis.
Right.
And that is an issue. Now, there are some people who work on this who say, we've solved that. Just read our paper, read our book, and they do some interesting mathematics. I am not convinced. And that, to me, is where the issue is.
Okay.
Interesting.
Right. So let me ask, I think we chatted about this over lunch a few moons back.
Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, it's in your inbox.
I missed that.
And forgive me, I might have had this conversation with Brian Cox. So I'm
sure
forgive me because you're my favorite physicists out there. So, do you feel bad that I have another physicist who
a little bit, but it's all right.
So I learned this early because I said I was into big numbers when I was a kid, that there are levels of infinity.
Yeah.
I think there are at least 5.
You can keep on going.
You buried the lead, guys. Now you got to explain that. You can't just say that.
You weren't at the lunch.
Move
so
on.
Should I?
That there are levels of infinity.
Yeah. But you weren't at the lunch.
Do you know how counterintuitive that is?
I know.
You weren't at the lunch. So do I have to drag you behind us?
I know, man. Listen, I'll take a doggy bag, okay? Because that's crazy what you just said.
Well, we'll explain that in a minute.
All right, go ahead.
So I kept thinking to myself that you can have an infinity of universes, and that would not be a big enough infinity to exactly reproduce me, and that you would maybe needed higher levels of infinity to get all the combinations that people like to talk about in the multiverse.
Right.
So does it require the higher levels of infinity?
You know, the most straightforward answer would be to say I don't fully know because I don't know that science understands you, and by you I mean life, well enough to say.
You know what he just said? He said, I could be so simple. It's it's trivial to copy.
Science is under no obligation to understand you.
But if you take on board the idea that you are just a collection of particles that are governed by the quantum mechanical laws, if that is something you're willing to accept, then there is enough room inside of, Hilbert space and the quantum mechanical infinity to reproduce you and to reproduce every variation on you where some of your particles...
Every variation conceivable.
Yes, yes. Every variation allowed by the quantum laws, which simply means...
Is there a version of me that has a tooth cavity? Because I've never had a cavity.
If that's compatible with the laws of physics, and I think it is, then yes.
So non-dental plan Neil.
Non-dental plan.
This is the Neil with no dental plan. If that's within the bounds of quantum
The
mechanics,
laws of physics don't
the
prevent
laws
it.
of physics don't prevent
Yeah.
it, then we got enough. We got enough not matter. We have enough material to make sure that
So
that happens.
I don't need the higher levels of infinity
No,
to get there.
Right.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's catch up, Chuck, because everyone
Yeah.
else out there knows about multiple infinities.
Sure.
So
Please catch me up.
so these are levels of infinity. I think there's a Hebrew letter associated.
Aleph.
Aleph 0
Right.
is a traditional infinity. Aleph 1, 2, 3. So we don't have to do all 5. Just get me to like the second infinity.
Yeah, so the simplest one is the one that comes to mind immediately. You just count the numbers. 1, 2, 3.
And they just go on.
And they just go on. And that's the simplest,
That's the simplest
straightforward.
infinity.
But then if I ask you, how many numbers are there between 0 and 1 on the number line?
Oh, wow.
Now you say to yourself, well, can I enumerate them? Can I put them into a correspondence with the counting numbers and just list them?
Because if you correspond...
However, but am I not? But I'm still going towards
the
infinity.
important fact- wait,
I was going to say, aren't I dividing then when I go in between numbers?
Yes.
I'm kind of dividing.
You
now.
are, and you could
All right.
say, well, let me put a dot in the midpoint, call that 1, and then a dot in the midpoint between it and 0, and call that 2. You won't cover all the numbers. And there's a wonderful...
I'll never reach 1 because there'll always be a place where I can once again put something in between 1 and where I am.
It's another way of saying it, but Cantor had a powerful argument that's actually pretty easy to understand. We'd need to write it out for me to show it to you. But he established that if you try to enumerate the numbers between 0 and 1, just list them, you will fail. You will always miss some. And therefore, there are more than an infinity of numbers between 0 and 1. And that next level of infinity is the version that Neil was referring
That would be
to.
Aleph 1.
wow.
Yeah.
Alex, give me my bag. I'm going to need my weed.
Okay, so you just skipped by it, and I want to make sure we can contemplate it briefly. The one way to know which infinity is bigger than the other is you correspond them to each other.
Yes, exactly.
Right, so you can say, because this is kind of a little freaky, the odd numbers is the same size infinity as all the counting numbers that include odd and even numbers.
Of course.
Now, how do you get that?
Well, you could take any given number and say multiply it by 2 and add 1 to it. And in that way, you're certain to get an odd
number.
You get an odd number, and now
Guaranteed odd
you've lined up the numbers 1, 2, 3 upward, and the list that it corresponds to are all odd numbers.
They all just go up.
Yeah.
Damn, that's wild.
Okay.
Wow, math is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Okay, and just to taste it, if I remember correctly, Aleph 2, does it go into another dimension? The number of lines in 3-dimensional space is a bigger infinity than the counting numbers on a number
Yeah,
line.
that may be a way of saying it. I'm not sure. There are
Yeah.
many ways of expressing these infinities, and there's actually a kind of an almost an algorithm that allows you to start to build up this set of infinities. You can look at subsets of subsets and things of that sort. Look at power sets, as it's called. And so it's a astoundingly strange idea, which is why mathematicians who thought about this in the early days...
They're all in asylums right now.
I'll never get to 1. I'll never get to 1. I'll never get to 1. I'll never get to 1.
Chuck, that is so rude. And if you go to higher dimensions, in principle, does that take you to
Not necessarily
greater infinities?
No, I mean if you start to look at the number of points in the plane, you
points on a line versus points on a plane?
so you have to be fairly
Careful.
sophisticated in how you build up these infinities.
Okay.
But for our purpose, there is this thing that we've made reference to. It's a bit abstract, this thing called Hilbert space. And we understand it reasonably well. It's an infinite dimensional space that David Hilbert developed, but we understand it well enough to say it does have enough room to embrace all the quantum mechanical
It has
states.
infinite dimensions. You think
Yeah.
it has enough room?
Yeah. and within that space, in principle, there is a place that describes you.
All right, so now I am, however improbable in the configuration of atoms and molecules.
Even here, in this actual reality.
Okay, so have you thought much about whether or not something can exist and whether or not it does? The likelihood of such things?
And it's a mind-blowing thing.
Tell me,
when you
take me
think
there.
about the sequence of steps by which you came to be, and I'm saying, let's go to your childhood, to your birth, and let's keep on going further back, your grandparents, let's go all the way back to the Big Bang. And if you look at the sequence of steps from the Big
ancestors
Bang,
that go back to the Big Bang.
you do actually.
We all do. As a matter of fact.
we all do, right?
That's how we get here.
You know, we have collections of particles that are configured in a certain way, and they have a history. And it's that history which resulted in them being in the configuration that's called Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
And if you look at the sequence of quantum steps, each of them are incredibly unlikely, and the collection of those sequences is innumerably huge and therefore incredibly unlikely. And yet here each of us are.
So what do I do with this information?
Well, I think it gives you
Want
a
me to feel
certain
special?
Well, you know, if you want me to be a little bit sappy,
Yeah.
you know, I think it inspires a gratitude. The unlikeness of us being here against of being at all, and therefore is a certain kind of thankfulness that the universe turned out in a way that gave us a brief moment to stand up, look around, and appreciate everything.
That's wild. So now I'm looking at that and immediately going back to our previous conversation about the two observers, okay?
With the dead cat,
with
live
the dead
cat.
cat, live cat, and the many worlds. What you just said can negate that,
Yes.
meaning that also there are an infinite number of worlds where there's just no Neil, and then there's an infinite number of worlds where there is no cat, and then there's an infinite number.
You're absolutely right, and I think that's one of the lessons if you take the many worlds approach to quantum mechanics to heart. It is saying that clearly we are compatible with the laws of physics because we're here, existence proof.
Right.
And if you take the many worlds seriously, then we were guaranteed to live in some world in this grand collection of many worlds. Now, in some sense, this world is incredibly unlikely within the panoply of possibilities. But you're right. In that sense, we were an inevitable outcome of the quantum laws because we are allowed by those very laws of physics.
Okay,
Yep.
right.
But Brian, I have a more anchored version of what you just
Yeah.
said that I credit to Richard Dawkins.
Yeah.
If you look at the total possible genetic combinations that will make a human being, a viable human being,
Okay.
it's a stupefyingly large number.
Like 4 to the 3 billion or something, right?
Yeah, it's
No,
crazy.
it's or 10 to the 30th power. It's high.
Right.
Yeah.
What matters is not even how big it is,
Yeah.
but it's vastly larger than the total number of people who have ever been born.
Right, yeah.
Which, plus or minus, it's about 100 billion.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dawkins' point is we should cherish life because most people who could ever exist will
Don't.
never even be born.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we can be sad that you die, but he describes those people who die as the lucky ones
Who got
because
to live in the first
because
place.
you can only die if you got to live.
Right.
And for me, that's a little more anchored than
Yeah, but to take the point we were saying before, if the multiverse version of quantum mechanics is the right way of thinking about it,
They did.
then
get a
they did
chance
live
to
if their genetic sequence was compatible with the laws of physics.
All right.
So,
Right.
you know,
So then I'm not
So
special.
don't feel
Yeah.
bad for all those little swimmers that didn't quite make it to the egg.
The sperm you're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
So, Brian, I get this question often. Surely you do as well. If we live in a multiverse and we're just one of an infinitude, where are the other universes?
Yeah.
And you're going to cop out and say, oh, they're in the infinite dimensional Hilbert space?
Well, it's easier to answer that question for other flavors of multiverse, like the inflationary multiverse that you made reference to before, because
that's the simplest.
That's the simplest one to
give us
picture.
that one. So those are those other places within our own. We're in a bubble,
right?
And there's another bubble over there in the same sort of space-time.
In the same construct.
In the same construct.
Yeah, because according to inflationary cosmology, as you're making reference to, there was an energy field that gave rise to repulsive gravity that drove our Big Bang, but the math shows that it would not have used up all of that energy in the process. Some would be left over. The leftover energy would yield another Big Bang, and it would not be fully used up yielding
Okay.
another Big Bang. And so these distinct Big Bangs, as you say, would give rise to these sort of bubbles in a big cosmic bubble bath.
Okay, so that's in one construct.
Yeah.
Okay, but now there are other variants, multiverses, where it's sort of separate.
Yeah,
detached.
when you talk about the quantum mechanical multiverse, it's much harder to think about where those other worlds are. They're not kind of adjacent to our space. It's a more abstract place that they inhabit. And I'm going to try to avoid using the word Hilbert space, but that's the mathematical architecture within which we can see these worlds existing. I can't picture. I can't picture where these other worlds are. If you ask me, do I have a mental image of them? Not really.
Okay, so that's a mathematical architecture.
Yeah.
Can I divine an experiment that would show that they exist? Can I wormhole to them?
Yeah.
Do I even want to wormhole to them? Because quantum physics might give you slightly different laws of physics.
It's unlikely that the laws of physics are different, but the properties of ingredients might be different in principle if there are sufficient quantum mechanical processes that could yield worlds with those distinctions. But I don't know of an experiment, and I don't think anybody does, where when you can say, if we could get this and this result, we would establish that the multiverse is true.
You tell me that other universes, gravity can leak out of them?
Yeah, so that's another variation on the multiverse that comes from string theory, which we can talk about.
Oh, we'll get there? Yeah, okay.
But just to presage what we might talk about, in this version, our universe is sort of like one piece of bread in a big cosmic loaf. And the other slices of bread would be the other universes. So they would really be hovering next to us, just displaced in an actual additional dimension of space. And then you're right, gravity can permeate that space.
So when I was having my little ayahuasca trip, I met these beings that were in-betweeners, and they were in between dimensions. That's where they occupied. Okay, I feel so silly. But we're
listening.
Okay, they explained that...
They talked to you.
They did. They talked to me. And they were two-dimensional beings that I could see in 3D. Sounds creepy, but that's the only way I can explain it, okay? And they explained to think of it like an infinite number, and they call them dimensions, going out and going up and going out, but to think of them as a deck of cards slapped up the way we see a deck of cards. We see it as one deck of cards, but it's not. It's however many cards are in that deck.
Right.
And until you separate them, that's when you can see the different things. That's how it was explained to me.
So this is almost the reverse of that. It's as if we only see one card in the deck. That's our world.
Right.
But a god's eye view would see the entire deck, which would have the other cards.
And that's where they see.
Right.
I see it as the one card, and they were explaining that they see it as the deck. But anyway, I had shared that with Jan 11, and she was like, that's pretty interesting because, and then she gave me some speak that I didn't understand.
Yeah, it must be the same basic idea. Actually, we just wrote a paper on these so-called brain worlds in string theory. So this is
Brain
something...
is short for membrane.
Membrane,
No,
okay.
sorry.
Gotcha,
I
membrane.
should have said that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, so these ideas, these are universes that are like a membrane, and there can be multiple membranes, which would be multiple worlds.
Right.
And in principle, as Neil was mentioning, they can influence each other. Gravity from one can influence
bleed into
things
another.
in the other.
Right.
Yeah.
So I never took, I'm saddened by this. In graduate school, I'm taking astrophysics classes, but I wanted to take more physics. And a physics class I never took was field theory.
Yeah.
A whole course on field theory. And
You can come to my class
You
one of
teach?
these. Yeah, I've taught field theory a number of times. Yeah, I'll let you know next time. and-
excellent. I sit in the back.
Yeah,
and I'll be-
exactly.
Boy, that's not intimidating.
auditing your
class Tyson? Oh, I'm going to fail. I swear to God, I'm going to fail.
No, but I'm not in a position to calculate or even really know why gravity can escape, but not the electromagnetic
Well, I
forces.
could give you a quick mnemonic sort of to think about
Really?
that,
Okay.
which is, so in string theory, gravity is communicated by a string that has no ends. It's a closed loop.
Okay.
The electromagnetic force is communicated by photons, which in string theory are strings that have two open ends, and those ends are anchored to the membrane. They can't escape the membrane, but because the gravity particle, the graviton, has no ends, just a loop, it's not anchored. It can get off and travel between those worlds.
Wow. Is that a description that would be in the book String theory for dummies?
It's there, no doubt.
Okay, so if that's the case, why isn't what we measure as dark matter just gravity leakage from another slice of bread?
People have made proposals like that. If your dark matter is meant to explain the gravity that we know is there,
It's really
but
dark gravity.
It's dark gravity.
It's really just
Yeah,
gravity.
so if you can have some source of gravity that you don't literally see, it's a candidate. And so people have put forward, it's hard to make this idea really work. But in terms of its general possibility, sure.
Because the betting person's, if you're into betting, what an outcome would be, an exotic particle is sort of the betting man's solution to.
Yeah.
But that's put forth by particle physicists.
Right.
If you're a hammer, you're
A little bit of bias, right
A
there.
little bit of bias, right? So I'm liking this gravity spillage.
No, I like the idea. It's in detail. It's only when you get down to brass tacks that it's hard to make this really work.
All right, so let's pick up the baton here on string theory.
Yeah.
Okay. Where I'm a little older than you, but we came of age with enough overlap so I can speak of the 1980s as a time where string theory was birthed and started taking off with some vigor.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody I spoke to at the time, and at the time I was at the University of Texas, which had its share of string theorists.
Yes.
And Steve Weinberg
Steve
was there
Weinberg,
as well.
for sure.
A graduate of my high school,
That's true. That's true.
not your high school.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So Steve Weinberg, a Nobel laureate in physics, cosmologist, all the way back. Anyhow, so I asked people, so when you guys going to figure this out? Because you're trying to unify quantum physics and the large and the small. And it's, we're almost there, 5 years. In 5 years, we think we'll do it. So, 10 years later, well, when are you going to do it? Oh, in 5 years. 20 years later. Oh, in 5 years. The problem is hard. It's a hard problem, but we're on and so I've never heard convergence
Yeah.
in any conversation about string theory landing where it had intended.
Yeah.
A. B, could it be, and I think I've said this on stage to you, and you didn't jump up and try to hurt me, could it be that all of you are just too stupid to figure out the solution? And let me say that more charitably. Are we awaiting the birth of some 21st century Einstein to see the solution here that none of the rest of you are?
Yeah, it's all possible. First off, I would never have said 5 years back then. It's a very dangerous thing to make a prognostication of that sort. Yeah, there was huge enthusiasm. But look, string theory has done miraculous things since the 1980s, and I'm happy to sort of list the achievements, but you're right. It's not done the one thing that ultimately matters, which is make a prediction that we can test, at a particle collider and determine whether these ideas are correct. And it could well be that we just don't have the brain power to get there. And it may not be that we're awaiting the birth of the next Einstein. Maybe we're just awaiting the next configuration of AI that may be able to do what we as individuals have not been able to do. I do think there's a real possibility of the nature of research changing in the next 5 to 10 years.
I said 5 in the next 5 years. Did you hear that?
You did. I did hear that.
This one I'm willing to stick with, though, because, I give you an example. I mentioned this paper that I wrote with Jana Levin that you make reference to.
Is this the loaf of bread paper?
No, it's we wrote a handful of papers together. This is a more recent one. And I wondered, could chat get the answer that took us a long time to get? If I treated ChatGPT, if I treated it as sort of a good graduate student. So I just gave it a few prompts the way you would to a graduate student, did not give it the answer, and it couldn't look up the answer. We hadn't yet published the paper. And within a half an hour, it was able to reproduce the results that took us months to get.
Oh my gosh.
And so it's as if you have the greatest graduate student known to humankind, even an army of them, at your disposal. And that's now.
This is a hologram right now.
It's an AI. I'm not even here.
So what is it going to be like in 5 years? It's both exciting and scary at the same time.
I have a colleague who has a similar story regarding his research where he was prompting chat to think about a problem.
Yeah.
And it solved a problem that he had not been able to solve.
And actually solved it.
Yeah, actually solved it.
Wow.
In the sort of, you prompt a really good graduate student in just the way you're describing.
Right.
But catch us up just on why the whole field is called string theory?
Well, the basic ingredient is a filament that looks like a tiny piece of string. The idea is that it can vibrate in different patterns. And the different particles that we know and love, electrons, quarks, neutrinos, and so forth.
The fundamental particles.
Fundamental particles would each correspond to different vibrational patterns of this new entity called the string.
So the string becomes the fundamental particle.
Yes, and it's a unity because it's one thing that can manifest as many different things, depending on how it's vibrating.
Which is, for people who like unity, this is a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing, and it goes even further. When you look at the math of this, you find that not only does it unify all the particles, but it unifies quantum mechanics and general relativity, the laws of the small and the laws of the big.
Does it do that for free?
It does that for free. It just comes out. I'm telling you, you look at the math.
That's a nice fact.
That's really nice.
Let me, you look at the math, right? You stare at the equations, and out pops Einstein's equations from general relativity.
But to whom does it pop? Who do you have to be for it to pop out? So I had not fully embraced that reality of string theory. So I'm delighted to hear that. So that was part of the enthusiasm that people would have then had.
That was really the heart of it all.
The major obstacle?
The major obstacle is that the theory is mathematically complex, and the pathway from the fundamental equations to physics we can see in the laboratory is fraught. It's difficult. It's tough terrain to cover. And so we've been developing mathematical tools to do that for now 30 years. We've made progress on black holes.
The 80s was 40 years ago.
I guess you're right. Oh my God. String theory hasn't answered that question yet. Yeah.
It's 40 years ago.
40 years ago.
40 years before that was the 1940s.
Yeah.
Just to put this in context.
I'm with you on that.
All right.
You know, so we've been for 40 years trying, you know, and so we've understood things about space and time and gravity and black holes, which I didn't think we'd ever understand in my lifetime.
Yeah.
On the flip side, though, we've not understood the things that I thought we would have understood by now, which would be make a prediction for what's going to happen at the Large Hadron Collider, and let's check it. And so it's an interesting thing that we've made headway on the very things I thought would be too hard, and we've not made headway on the things that I thought we would be able to reach by now.
Right. So I don't like making arguments that other people make just for the sake of bringing the argument to you, but let me just do that.
But let me do it anyway.
Let me do it anyway. So string theory has not been without some criticism.
Yeah.
As something that has consumed the ambitions of graduate students and faculty and promotions.
Yeah.
And so it's a field without a prediction that can be tested, yet it had such a presence on the landscape of physics departments that it might have smothered some other branches of physics that might have been a little more promising. Could you just comment on that?
That sounds like jealousy to me.
Well, it's an interesting argument because the very graduate students and junior faculty and senior faculty who this person who's making this argument fears may have wasted their time not looking at something more promising, you gotta assume they're really smart people because they're the very people you think who could have pushed the frontier of another field. And if they're that smart, allow them to make the choice for where they think the greatest promise is.
Yeah, who are you to say that they're not going to?
Yeah, so it's not as though somebody was like putting a bag over their head or putting a gun to you. They were looking at the ideas that were out there, found the string theoretic ideas so compelling that they were willing to take a chance. And that chance may not pay off in our lifetime.
And tell me about the 10 or 11 dimensions.
Yeah.
Because that sounded very cop-outy.
Well,
so it's like, I can't explain it, so let me throw in a dimension.
Good,
I need another dimension.
But
another dimension.
Why do you need the dimension?
Good. And I think if I articulate this correctly, I think you'll have the same epiphany that you did about gravity coming out of string theory a moment ago. Because, again, you wondered, do you have to put general relativity into string theory? I said, no, it just comes out for free, which is a beautiful thing. How about the extra dimensions? They come out for free, too. They're forced upon you by the equations.
You don't put them in.
Not at all.
The math does it for you.
Literally, this is not a joke. There's an equation in string theory that basically looks like D, the number of dimensions, minus 10, times this complicated factor must be equal to 0 for this theory to be self-consistent. The complicated thing is never 0, therefore d minus 10 must be 0, therefore d must equal 10. That is where the extra dimensions are forced upon you by the equations.
Jeez, that's insane. That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah. And
I mean, that's...
So 10 dimensions.
Wow.
So we don't experience them. Why?
Because we believe that they're probably too small for us to see with the naked eye.
I don't know what
or
a small dimension means.
it means that if you head off in a given direction, you kind of return to your starting place so quickly. You can think about a straw, right? A straw has a long dimension that we can easily see, but it has a curled up circular dimension. And if that circle, of course, we can see that with the naked eye, but if you made that circle...
You're sucking liquid through it.
Yes, but if you made that circle smaller and smaller and smaller, at some point, you won't see it at all, and you'll think it's just a line. You've hidden the extra dimension.
So all the other dimensions are hidden.
We think that is one explanation for why we don't see
Can
them.
anything exist in those hidden dimensions?
In fact, I was going to call the Elegant Universe Hidden Dimensions. That was the title I was playing with back, 25 years ago. But anyway, yes, exactly.
All right, so you're hiding the dimensions from us.
Yes.
Okay, but
Now
it has to be there.
that is by hand. So when we look at the math, the equations don't tell us these extra dimensions are really tiny. Instead, we're doing what you accuse me of perhaps on other things. We're saying, how can we make this theory compatible with what we see? Let's envision that the extra dimensions are really small.
Got it. Okay. And so a string is 10 dimensions.
A string is living in a 10-dimensional space.
Right.
Okay. Now, why would a string be fundamental and not, because a string is one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And dimensions are just dimensions. Why can't there be another reality, maybe in which we're embedded, with the string is not fundamental, but a plane is what's fundamental?
Yes, and that's one of the developments in string theory itself. So when we talk about these membranes, the piece of bread or the card
so
in the
that's string
deck.
theory upped by a dimension.
And string theory takes you there. It's not something, again, that you put in by hand.
He goes wherever his equations want to take.
I got to say, it's pretty fascinating.
Yes, I need to say, this is a purely mathematical undertaking.
It's all driven.
Totally. But the beauty of it is you don't put things in from the outside.
Right.
You study the equations, and it takes decades sometimes, but you extract what the equations are trying to tell you.
So before we go to queries, what is the current state of string theory?
Current state is
It's health.
Yeah, it's funny. I asked this question in a program to 3 string theorists, a World Science Festival program. I asked them, guys, grade string theory. How, if string theory was a student, how would you grade it? And the grades went from B+, I think that may have been Nobel laureate David Gross. I could be getting their grades wrong, to an A+, which was Andy Strominger, who's a string theorist at Harvard. And if you look at its theoretical insight into black holes, the mathematical insights that it's given started whole fields of mathematics. If you have any interest in the nature of space and time and what it might be made of, these are the kinds of insights that string theory is giving. So I'd say it's very healthy, but it has not made a prediction allowing us to determine whether it's correct.
Wow.
And that's almost a violation of one of the most important tenets of a viable theory.
Yes. And that's why maybe you shouldn't call it string theory.
Oh, what should we call it?
Yeah, maybe call it the string hypothesis.
Okay.
Theory really should be preserved.
That's a more humble...
Yeah.
But the math makes it a theory.
Well,
No. The theory, for a theory to be a bona fide theory, it's got to not only account for what you see,
right,
or in an organized, coherent way, it's got to make predictions that you have verified.
Right. You got to be able to. You got to be able to measure.
If you have not predicted, then it's only one half of what's going on, and it does.
And so we're using the word wrong, and I agree with people who are sticklers on that.
Got it.
But is that because? And I don't want to sound like a jackass, but what you just explained, I got to say, like Einstein had it easy. I'm serious.
Yeah, right.
Like Einstein had it easy compared to what you're just talking about.
I agree. He wrote down his equations, and within a handful of years, you could test it.
Right, because it's like it's here.
Right.
It's right. It's around us. It's everywhere. Like you're talking about stuff that is. I mean, how do you get to it?
Right.
We've had problems, unsolved problems that have lasted much longer than these 40 years in the history of science.
Okay.
So it took a long time to understand heat and energy.
That's very funny what you just said. It took us a very long time to understand heat.
No, we didn't know what it was.
The fundamental basis of it.
That's
yeah.
hilarious.
No, we didn't know. Is it some fluid?
A fluid,
Right.
caloric. They called it caloric that could
Caloric, right.
flow.
Yeah,
right,
and
you
so,
know.
and do you know where we did
It
most
kind
of
of looks. Well, no, that's the air looking like the air is
Right,
a fluid.
right, right.
The air is a fluid, though. That's not
Right.
the heat. But
So
go ahead.
one of the main centers of experiments for this
Yeah.
were cannons. Because you'd fire cannons, the metal gets hot.
Yeah.
So as it got hotter, they weigh it to see if it had more heat. If the heat was a thing,
Right. If it was like possessing heat.
possessing
heat.
Exactly. So we went decades and decades with other issues. So maybe I shouldn't be so hard on string theory.
Yeah, this is a pretty good place to have gotten. Let's wrap it up right here, folks.
Thank you. Good night.
And one last thing. I want to hear it again just because it was so beautiful.
All right.
So beautiful. Just speak to me, Brian. Because it's sweetness to my ears when I heard you say, I think it was you, that the virtual particles in the vacuum of space coming in and out of existence as predicted by quantum physics, they are quantum entangled with each other, and that quantum entanglement are wormholes. And those wormholes represent the literal fabric that stitches together the universe itself.
Yeah, we were definitely talking about this at some point. This is
Where are we on that?
well, it's a beautiful idea. It really,
Beautiful.
It really comes from Lenny Susskind and Juan Maldacena and a whole army of string theorists who developed these
Leonard
ideas.
Susskind, he came here, gave a talk, one of our evening talks at the planetarium.
Yeah, he has wonderful books.
Very
and-
innovative guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, he's driven physics for decades. So,
Mm-hmm.
so he and Juan Maldacena realized that these quantum entangled particles, which Einstein really, in a sense, predicted in his EPR paper, Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen in 1935, may be connected to another Einsteinian idea, which he came up with 2 months distinct from that first paper, an Einstein-Rosen paper on wormholes. That is, two particles that are far apart can have a subtle quantum link, and that quantum link may be nothing but a wormhole yielding a shortcut through the fabric of space that in some sense makes them very close to each other.
And those wormholes themselves are what space-time is comprised of.
Yeah,
So the substrate of space itself would be wormholes.
Yes.
that's right. So Mark von Ramsdorff, a British Columbia Canadian physicist, realized that these wormholes may be the fiber stitching together the fabric of space itself, because he could show mathematically if you cut the quantum entanglement, the fabric of space pulverizes, it falls apart, because you no longer have the wormholes connecting pieces of space together.
That is wild.
Okay. So I'm going to keep watching that space.
That's great.
It's time for Cosmic Queries.
All right.
We should have some jingle or something or some animation.
Some animation would be good.
Cosmic Queries.
Right.
Questions asked by you, if you're a Patreon member, knowing that our guest today is Brian Green, the one and only.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a starter question
Yes.
from one of our own producers.
Yeah, Tamsin, our producer.
Yeah.
Our taskmaster.
Yeah.
Tamsin wants to know this, Brian. If space-time had consciousness and could have a favorite movie, what do you think that movie would be?
I think it would be Planet of the Apes.
Really?
Oh,
That scene at the end, with a half submerged or
Yeah,
sunken
yeah.
statue.
you blew it up! You damn you! Damn you!
That's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because that played loosey goosey with space time.
Yeah.
To
It
go into the
certainly
future. It's another Earth, and that
it
had
was
a
a
different evolutionary path.
It was the first time that time travel really meant something to me as a kid. I was like, oh man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a good one, man.
Yeah.
Planet of the Apes, the original.
The original. Forget about the other
Yeah,
75,000 follow-ups.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Return to the planet. Escape from the planet. Bride of the Planet of the Apes.
Banality of the Planet of the Apes.
You know what? When I went back and saw that film, it's actually quite deep because the different species of apes had different
Yeah,
roles
that's right.
in
Have a
this
caste system.
society. It's a caste
Caste
system.
system, for sure.
Right. So the chimpanzees were the academic class.
Right.
Because they're close. Why not?
Of course, they're our closest cousins.
Yeah. And the baboons were like the police, right?
Yeah.
Or the gorillas,
The gorillas
were
are
the police.
police.
And
The orangutans are the elders.
no, the orangutans were the diplomats.
Diplomats. That's
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Right.
So
right. The politicians.
It wasn't politicians.
Yeah.
It was a caste system.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
So our first few questions have been previously asked by our Patreon supporters, but you said I'm going to have to see what Brian says about this.
Oh.
Right.
So they were elevated.
So they were elevated.
Okay, it was
right.
above my pay grade
So
right there. Okay.
they wrote in with a question, and you were like, "Let me get my supervisor."
So I punted it. Okay. Which one go?
So this
Which
is
one?
Brian Burke. He says, "Hey, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice. Chuck, you should be able to nail this one. It's Brian from Portugal." Brian, shut up. He says, "Can you help explain the information paradox with black holes? My understanding is that quantum mechanics and Hawking radiation are at odds about this. One says information is forever. The other says information disappears when a black hole evaporates. Are we any closer to understanding how this can be? Thanks, and please keep doing what you're doing. We need real science to carry on, live long, and prosper."
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Now let me preface that a little more here.
please.
So I was delighted to learn that the evaporation of black holes, the Hawking radiation, is the exact inventory of fundamental particles that went in, even though it's being conjured out of the gravitational field of the black hole itself, the energy density of the field. So I said, oh, so that's a total reckoning of ingredients. But if I went in as a DNA molecule and I come out as the various fundamental particles, the information is that I was DNA is gone. So no, there's no preservation of information there.
And that's what Stephen Hawking said. So when Stephen Hawking did his initial calculations in the 1970s, he came up with this idea that black holes could actually radiate through quantum processes, the production of particles just outside the edge of a black hole. One falls in and the other races away. And the question was, do the particles race away have the information content about everything that fell in, or don't they? He said they don't. My calculations show it's a thermal bath of particles, a vanilla, featureless bath of particles, no information inside of it. We particle physicists said, come on. Quantum mechanics doesn't allow information to be lost or destroyed. So if you're saying that, you're saying quantum mechanics is wrong.
Okay.
And we're not willing to go there.
Yeah, quantum is so successful.
Right.
That's you got to be ready for
You got to be somebody more than Stephen Hawking.
And this led Lenny Susskind again and Gerard 't Hooft, who won the Nobel Prize, and various other people to spend 25 years trying to answer this question. And we believe, largely from string theory, that we do understand that the information does, in a very subtle way, come out of the black hole. Subtle quantum correlations between the particles that emerge from the black hole do carry all the information of, say, the DNA molecule that fell in. So you can recover all the information, we believe. Now, there are still mysteries that we're still figuring out, but just about everybody, including Hawking before he passed away, agrees that we believe the information does come out.
Preservation.
He had that with
of
somebody,
information.
wasn't it? Was it with Preskel? Or
John
was it-
Preskel?
Yeah, he was a postdoc when I was a graduate student at the University of Texas.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
Preskel won the bet then.
So Preskel won the bet, but Kip Thorne was also part of this, and Kip Thorne was unwilling to concede.
Kip Thorne is in our archives. Check him out.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
We interviewed him in his office in Pasadena.
So
Yes.
so Hawking conceded the bet that John Preskel said the information does come out, and he gave him an encyclopedia of baseball, a lot of information he provided him as the way to...
Baseball already has too much information. Now you have an encyclopedia.
That's right.
of
It made good on his bet. I don't know where Kip Thorne stands on this. I don't know if he has conceded.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, and
All right.
what's the business about the information being stored in the event horizon? Have you?
Yes.
Oh, that's
so,
what do you call that? That's the holographic.
holographic
model.
idea, and that's part of the solution for
Okay.
why we believe the information comes
And
out.
it's Susskind again.
Susskind again. This guy is incredible. Things fall into a black hole, and we believe that they leave on the surface, in some sense, a copy, a residue of their information, and that's how it can come back out. It never actually goes in.
It never went in.
Yeah.
The imprint was left on the event horizon.
Yes.
Very cool, man. Super cool, man.
Yeah, so we have an explainer on whether or not we're living in a black hole.
We
Just
could
the
be.
properties, we could
right.
be. And
If it's big enough, yeah.
yeah, okay.
All right, here we go. This is Rachel. Rachel says...
And we're still in questions that I had to call my boss.
Rachel says, what's up, Dr. T? Rachel here from Austin, Texas. I've been thinking about the spinning universe hypothesis, which suggests our cosmos might be rotating as a whole. This idea has been proposed as a potential way to resolve the Hubble tension. But it got me wondering, if the universe is indeed spinning, could the force we attribute to dark energy, which is causing the accelerated expansion, actually be explained by a kind of cosmic centrifugal force? So she's saying that we just on a whirling dervish. We're in the whirling dervish. We're in a teacup ride.
Yeah. It's hard to see how you'd make that work. When we see the evidence for dark energy, it seems to be so-called isotropic. It's the same in every direction in which you look. Whereas if the universe is spinning, there's an axis. There's an angular momentum that picks out some directions as different from others.
That's right.
So it's hard to see
So if you look
how
up
that
along
would
the
work.
axis, there's no centrifugal force.
Yes, but if you look off the axis, we study the motion of distant galaxies. We look across the entire
Every
sky.
direction, right.
And so we have sufficient data, I think, to rule that possibility out. But who knows? Write a paper and we'll see whether
We'll check
it
it
works.
out.
Okay.
Yeah, that
All right,
was
good.
all right. What a great question. These okay.
Yeah.
We're going to move into regular questions now.
Wait, let me pull out one that was there, and I forgot who asked it, and it was about whether we'd have a quark catastrophe. So we had a Patreon member write in. The questioner knew that if you have two quarks in some kind of nucleon, then you try to pull them apart. There's a point where that snaps, but you've invested so much energy in it that two new quarks show up in that instant. Now you have two pairs of quarks, right? We good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So in a black hole, or maybe in the Big Rip, either, let's look at you're descending to the singularity. The two quark particle falls, tidal forces get greater and greater, and then it splits the two quarks. So now we become two pairs of quarks as they fall in. Then it becomes 4 pairs and then 8 pairs. And it'll just be this unlimited increase in the number of quarks as it descends to the singularity. Why doesn't that happen?
Well, you do feel tidal forces as you get ever closer to the center, for sure.
But I'm not a quark.
And it's a finite time scale between when you cross the event horizon and you hit the singularity. And I can well imagine that particle pairs are created in the last moments of this. But whether all of the energy gets transformed in this way, that seems unlikely. You'd have to calculate it.
After I rethought about it, it occurred to me it's pulling that energy out of the black hole. So it would evaporate the whole black hole.
Oh, if they're thinking that an infinite energy transfer, then yeah, absolutely. Everything is finite timescales, finite energies. And so, yeah, exotic processes can certainly happen when the gravitational force is that powerful.
Right.
Now, of course, when you get to the singularity, we have no idea what actually happens.
Because you string theorists haven't figured it out yet.
We have not. But that's actually a real point. That's one of the goals that we've not yet achieved.
And the Big Rip would be the same thing. There's a point where
that's true too. Yeah,
expansion
expansion,
of the universe,
if it was sufficiently high,
would get on the scale of nucleons and split apart the
quark
quarks,
antiquark pairs,
and then make another pair, and just keep doing that.
Yep. I mean, there are many other processes that can happen in the world, so I wouldn't just focus on this. There are all sorts of ways that energy can transfer from the Big Rip or the gravitational energy of a black hole into particle production, into various kind of processes.
If it just creates a whole universe of quarks.
You'd have to sort of calculate the rate at which those processes happen versus other things.
Maybe it eats the entire dark energy universe.
Inside you, but we're still inside the black hole?
No, now we're just looking at the Big Rip.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if this keeps happening, it's using up the energy of...
But then, of course, if that were the case, it would no longer undergo the accelerated expansion.
Exactly. It would halt the expansion. It would halt the expansion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, this is Michael de la Morena, who says, is time a dimension or a field? it seems more like a field because it can be affected by gravity.
That was another one that I punted to Brian.
Mm-hmm. Is time a dimension or a field?
Well, I'd say the deep lesson of Einstein was that space and time can be affected by their environment, and they in turn create the very environment that then reacts on their own shape and structure. And so we usually think about time as a coordinate, a label telling us when things happen, just like coordinates in space tell us where things happen. And the unexpected thing is that label, the amount of time between two different locations, can be influenced by the force of gravity.
Right.
But that doesn't require that it be a field.
Yes, it doesn't require it be a field.
Right.
To be influenced by a force.
But I understand the intuition because we used to think that the labels, the locations of where and when things happen in a Newtonian perspective, they're just inert. They just sit there. They don't do anything. Einstein elevated them to be dynamical qualities of the world. And that's the deep lesson.
Very cool.
All right.
Great question, Michael. All right, this is Cody Rosenberg, who says, hello, doctors and Chuck. I'm Cody Rosenberg from Eugene, Oregon. Please know that y'all are goated for us armchair physicists or physics enthusiasts.
Nice.
All right, very nice. Anyway, do you guys think that life is inevitable? Do you think it would be weird for a universe to exist that can't be experienced or observed? Do you think we are the physical manifestations of the universe yearning to experience itself?
So it's a very John Wheeler-like way of looking at the world.
Yeah.
Wheeler loved to say that we are the way that the universe becomes cognizant of itself. It's
In fact,
a
he drew a
poetic
picture. He had a U.
with an eyeball.
Yeah, a U, a serifed U, and on one of the upwards of the U, there's an eyeball looking at the other line of the U.
Oh,
so
very nice.
the universe
Looking at
contemplating
itself.
So it's a, narcissistic or beautiful, depending on your perspective, that we're here so the universe can think about itself.
Yeah.
I don't know of any law that makes life inevitable. It seems it was a lot of happenstance between the Big Bang and today, but we don't understand a lot about the world, and maybe one day we'll find there's this law, this inevitability of the existence of galaxies and stars and planets and people, at least on one such planet. I don't know of any such law today.
So let me ask you both this.
But there's some thinking that, and this is wishful thinking, not because someone has researched this,
Okay.
that you go to a different planet, you can take a geologist there, they'll be comfortable there because they'll know what a rock, there's an igneous rock.
Because they see their crap everywhere.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So the rocks and the minerals, there might be some more exotic ones.
Exactly.
But they have a sense of what elements do when they're heated for a certain amount of time under pressure.
Right.
And that repeats depending on the planet. So there are general rules of geology that apply to all planets.
To all planets.
So let's go to biology.
Okay.
Could the DNA molecule be a natural consequence of complex chemistry operating on planetary surfaces? Could it be as natural on a planet as rocks are to the geologist?
And that's what I was about to ask, and both of you can chime in on this. How cheap is life? So forget if it's inevitable. How cheap is life?
I don't know what that means.
Well, in the sense that it formed relatively quickly on planet
That's what I'm
Earth,
saying.
so it didn't take an enormous amount
If it took
of time.
billions of years, you'd say, whoa, that was some hard stuff. Yeah, it formed in fact, we used to, how long do you think it took?
500 million, I'd say.
Okay, that's what we used to say. Okay.
What would you say now?
Okay, we used to say that because you'd start the clock at when Earth formed, right? 4.5 billion years.
4.5 billion years.
Yeah, and then the early signs of life were like 3.8, 3.9. So you say 600 million years, we used to say. And then we said, no, that's unfair. That's unfair. When Earth formed, there was periods of heavy bombardment where the surface of the Earth could not have sustained complex chemistry.
Of course.
Because the energy is too high, it breaks apart all. Let the Earth cool, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
So the cooling, it let it cool at about 4 billion years. That's 500 million years. At 4 billion years, now you start the clock. And you have life 200 million years later.
Wow. That's really quick.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
In the grand scheme.
In the grand scheme.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So life is pretty cheap then.
Yeah, it's 5% of the total time Earth has been around. So
again, however, I think that's likely the way to talk about it, but there are so many detailed physical chemical processes that maybe they just so happen to come together in this one planet of the trillion that are out there. So when we understand it better, that cheapness, we may explain it by a coincidence of a whole lot of factors that just happen to align on our planet. I don't think that's how it's going to turn out, but it's a possibility.
It's a possibility. Yeah.
Well, except that there are amino acids on meteorites.
Yeah, we found them already.
Right.
Yeah.
An interesting question, though, is the way that proteins are coded by amino acids is uniform across all life. It's the same code. 3 base pairs on the genetic code give rise to a particular amino acid. That is the code that works for you, me, and all life. On another planet, if there is other form of life, the deep question will be, is it the same code?
Right.
Or is it different? So
does it need DNA at all?
Right.
Right.
And so if it's different, that would be wonderful. That would suggest that life in a whole variety of different forms can exist throughout the universe.
Fully explored all the ways of being alive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, great question. Way to go, Cody. All right. This is Aaron Bailey who says, "Hey, Star Talk. I am Aaron from Florida, and we're sorry."
Stop. Florida's trying. They're trying. All right.
Yeah, so Aaron says, longtime viewer, first-time subscriber. Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate that. According to Einstein's equations, is time travel still possible if you are traveling to a black hole? And why can't we use gravitational detectors to measure the properties of dark matter?
So in the first question, I mean, Einstein's special and general relativity both embrace a certain kind of time travel. And the black hole provides the mechanism for one kind. If you go hang out near a black hole, time for you elapses more slowly compared to someone who's far away.
Famously portrayed in
Interstellar. And so if you go to the edge of a black hole and you hang out and then you come back, everyone that you meet is going to be much older. Their clock was going much faster than your clock. And that is, some people say, well, that's not time travel. That is time travel. You've traveled into their future, which would have been your future if you
had stayed there.
Exactly.
And you know who they left up in the ship?
The black dude. He came back like, oh, goddamn.
23 years, 6 hours.
You know, I seriously, now, I'm on Social Security. I don't get it. You go down there, you tell me you come right back. You're worse than my kids. You're worse than my kids. You're worse than my kids. I don't get it, Matthew McConaughey. All right.
What was the second half to that question?
What was the other half?
And so the second half, he says, why can't we use gravitational detectors to measure the properties of dark matter?
Well, we do. The way we know dark matter exists is by the gravitational influence that it has on its environment. What we're unable to do is identify what the dark matter is made of. And so we have these detectors all over the planet trying to capture little particles of dark matter, if that's the right explanation. We haven't been able to find any yet.
You know what we're doing now?
What?
Okay, they're pulsars. They're rapidly rotating neutron stars. They
in a very precise way.
Extremely precise.
Right.
And they're across the galaxy. There are not all that many of them, but there's enough to map out the galaxy. So if you precisely know and measure the pulses of these pulsars, you can track a gravitational wave moving across the galaxy.
Yeah, so you're kind of using them like buoys in the ocean.
Oh, yeah, good analogy there. Beautiful idea. And you don't even need LIGO for that. You just need high-sensitive, high-precision time.
Yeah, for gravitational waves of a certain wavelength, this is a beautiful way of detecting their influence.
Super cool, man.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to Alex Frias, who says, hey, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice, Alex here from Mexico. Oh, I should say Alex.
No, Alejandro.
Alexandro from Mexico.
What? Isn't that racist that you assume?
I can be racist. I'm black. I don't know if you realize. Okay? The world invented racism for me. Okay, here we go. He says,
did I tell you? It was, I was giving a public talk and I thought I'd say something funny. I was talking about the dinosaurs and they went extinct by an asteroid that hit the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. And I said, but that's not what the dinosaurs called it. Okay.
Okay,
I thought it'd be
that's
funny.
funny.
I thought it'd be funny.
Right.
I thought it'd be funny. And then someone in the front row said, they called it Mexico.
That's funny too.
Spanish fluid
Spanish fluid dinosaurs. Yeah.
Okay. All right,
All
go.
right. Yeah. And then you had Trumposaurus, who was just like, keep them out. Anyway, I've always been intrigued and confused by the idea of supersymmetry.
Ooh, nice.
If the standard model of particle physics is one of the most successful theories we have, what is telling us that it needs doubling up? What would supersymmetry fix in our understanding of the universe, and what problems might it create? Thank you both, and greetings from your neighbors in the beautiful Upper West Side.
Oh, nice.
Oh, look
nice,
at that.
nice.
Way to go, Alex,
Upper
from
West
right up
Side
the street.
of Manhattan.
Yeah, right. He's
So let me sharpen that even further.
Sure.
So the standard model is quite an organizational map of our particles and our forces and the like. In its current state, now that we've got the Higgs, is it missing anything? Is it a closed box right now? And if we do anything to it, does it simply make it more powerful, or do we know we need things to explain other things that we don't yet understand?
Good, good. So the main motivation for supersymmetry is to address exactly the way you framed the question, which is when we study this Higgs particle, this newest addition that we found on July 4th, 2012, at least that's where the announcement was. When you look at the mathematics, it says that the mass of the Higgs particle should be much, much bigger than the mass that we find.
What?
And when we try to keep the mass at the value measured, we have to stand on our mathematical heads to do so. We have to tune and tune and tune. If supersymmetry were true, the terms that would push the Higgs mass up, they cancel out from those pairings. That's why we need the pairings. That's why we need the doubling. And if you can cancel out the new contributions, you can rest easy. The Higgs mass will stay at a small value.
look at that.
So how many more particles come along?
It doubles it. It really does. For every known particle, there is a partner.
There's
Electrons have
supersymmetric.
yeah,
partner.
supersymmetric
Do we have words
electron.
for all these particles?
Yes, so the electron has the selectron, quarks, squarks, neutrinos, sneutrinos.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. I don't name them.
Neutrino.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You know why? Because somebody, when they found it, they're like, nah, neutrino, sneutrino.
And so the big hope, if you would have spoken to me when I was a graduate student in the 1980s, the big hope and the reason we believed that string theory might be 5 years away was we expected supersymmetry, which is the super in superstring theory. We thought it would be found. Those particles would be found at the Large Hadron Collider. And they were not found.
Wow.
And so this
And
did
they
not...
will never be found.
Well, that's probably true because the collider has a limited energy reach. Nothing in our theories tells us how massive the partner particles would be. If they're sufficiently massive, they'll be beyond the reach of the Large Hadron Collider. So there's a natural explanation for why we didn't find the particles, but we were certain that we would.
He wants another collider.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You're
Sounds
going to
like
need
it.
one.
That's what it sounds like.
Look at that.
All right.
Well, that is fascinating, though. Okay. And does the Higgs have do we have a name for the other particle?
Higgsino.
Higgsino.
Yeah.
I prefer squigs. As long as you're going
If you're
there.
going to go with squarks, you might as well
Give me
go
some
with squigs.
And how about the photon? What's the symbol?
Photino.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
And the W and Z bosons, those are harder Xenos or Wenos.
Winos. Yeah,
Winos.
that
No,
would
they get a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's
but-
getting a little funky.
Okay, and how about the graviton?
Well, you see, the supersymmetry that we're talking about doesn't have gravity in it when you're just talking about the standard model.
Oh, standard model doesn't have gravity.
yeah,
It's not
yeah.
there.
But if you include gravity,
Right.
then there is a version. It's called supergravity, and it comes out of string theory as well, and it's the gravitino.
Right.
Okay, all right.
It's from the graviton.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, way to go there, Alex.
So we're still looking for him.
Yeah.
You're still looking for them. There's no evidence for
Okay.
them. Yeah.
Is this just a matter of a lack of detectors? Could you build enough detectors where we could get all this, capture all this stuff?
Not so much detectors; it's a matter of the energy. So how big the
how big the
collider is,
right,
and
right.
that's colliders are expensive, and the
Yeah.
bigger they are, the more money they cost.
And we had a big one going in our, in our side of the pond. The superconducting super collider in Texas,
Right.
funded in the 1980s under Reagan.
Right.
And dug the hole, got all ready. Waxahachie, Texas. It would be 3 times as powerful, I think.
Yeah,
as,
about 50 TeV, and we have 14 TeV.
Yeah.
Yep.
So 3 times the power of the one that was built in Switzerland. And then early 90s, they zeroed the budget. And they said, oh, those cost overruns and this sort of thing. But
oh, some kind of defense thing. We no longer were fighting for our
peace
lives.
broke out in Europe.
The fall of them.
Yes.
Yes.
Peace breaks out, and all of a sudden, it's like, we don't need physicists.
We need this.
What do we need physicists
Right.
for? And their little toys. You never heard of cost overruns in any other particle accelerator for the whole 20th century.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
This is Blake, who says, hey, it's Blake. Greetings from warm, sunny Columbia, South Carolina.
Oh,
Way
okay.
to rub it in there, Blake. He says there are quite a few theoretical particles that have been discussed on this show, the graviton, the tachyon strings, etc., but we don't seem close to actually finding any of them. Are there any experiments proposed that might help us capture and learn about these elusive particles if they exist? And slightly more an engineering question, if we did find them, how might we use them for the benefit of humanity? Do they have a use if we find them? I mean,
well, if dark matter is actually found and it is a particle, look, it'll deepen our confidence, our understanding. Can I imagine applying dark matter particles to build something? The whole point is they're incredibly elusive. They only interact gravitationally.
How do we even capture them if they don't interact with anything?
They don't even interact with themselves.
They interact with themselves.
Yes, but anything that has energy interacts gravitationally. And these dark matter particles, through indirect quantum processes, do interact with ordinary matter. And that's how these detectors are set up.
The universe is accelerating. Or is that the energy?
Yeah, well, yes, you can. Well, that's the dark energy.
That's the energy.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's the same basic idea.
Okay.
And so, yes, you can detect these things, but that's different from gathering them together and engineering with them. So I don't see any direct benefit
There's
that
no
comes
bricks
out.
and mortar.
Right.
You know, but again, it's the same argument we made before. The deeper your understanding, that's step one.
Who
and
knows
then
where that's
someone
going to
figures
take you.
out where that goes.
That's going to take you
figures it out.
someplace
Yeah.
else, right? Okay, gotcha. All right, this is Luke Sr. who says, best regards from Joliet. He says, Dr. Luke Laporta, PhD, translation scholar and sinologist. He says, could it be the entanglement phenomenon is simply a matter of absence of the time dimension at the scale of the particles, and that we see two particles interacting instantaneously at a distance in some, his word, magical way, in their own 3 dimensions only universe? They're just unaware that a change of state has occurred, that for them, there's no before entanglement / after entanglement. Thank you very much. It's a very well thought out question. Does it make sense?
It does, and I think we can interpret it more or less along this wormhole idea that we were describing before. The wormhole notion, again, this is still very much at the forefront. We're still working out the details. But if it is the case that 2 distant particles are connected by a wormhole, if they're entangled quantum mechanically, then it would be as if they're right next to each other.
Right. To them, they don't know the difference.
To them, they don't know that they're far
Exactly.
apart. And so that's a variation on the same thing. I don't think you can say they live in a world without time, because the conundrum is, to us beings that do have time, you do something here and it instantaneously, according to us, affects something over there. And that would still be a puzzle no matter what.
No matter what.
And one explanation would be, well, they're actually closer together than you think by looking at them, because they have this secret shortcut connection, which could be the wormhole.
So I think for so many years, people were imagining wormholes as some kind of a ride in a water park.
Exactly.
You know, even in the movie Contact.
Right.
Jodie Foster is going
go
through.
right.
And so, but no, you just step through.
No, you step through
I think it
you're-
depends on the nature of the wormhole, but yeah, there can be versions where it's effectively stepping from one place to another.
Star Trek did it right, though. They had a portal where it looked like a doorway threshold.
City on the edge of forever.
City on the edge of forever.
Yeah.
And that's a wormhole. You step through it and you're already there. There's no ride. There's no, you just step through it and you're already there.
And that's another one where they were going to save someone's life. And they decided not to.
And they realized
what they're going to change the future.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I was talking with Bill, and he said that was his favorite episode.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my favorite watching as a viewer.
Yeah,
for
just
sure.
because it dealt with time travel in a very
Emotional way.
emotional
Yeah.
and unorthodox way.
Yeah.
And causality is actually addressed. All right, Zachary E. says, hello, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice, Dr. Green. Is it possible that through the many worlds interpretation, quantum immortality can become macroscopic? If every single possible state of every single particle in existence is equally real, I feel like the superposition of a single particle in quantum immortality theory can be expanded to incorporate the superposition of every single particle in existence.
Yeah. And look, another way of saying it is, we said before that the many worlds allows a world in which anything compatible with physics is realized. Us living to 100, 200, 500, 1,000, I don't know that there's a law of physics that prevents that can happen.
Now, there is a law of Jesus, I'm bored, that will allow that.
The boredom.
The boredom. Can you imagine living 1,000 years? Kill me. Just thinking about it, I want to die.
wait. Here's something that we did not raise, which was, if there's another identical me, is it me?
That's the deep question.
Wow, that is the question. That's a consciousness question.
And I think the answer to that is yes. Because
I think the answer is no.
Why?
Because we've already kind of done that experiment. They're called twins.
No, I'm saying that person has literally your memories, literally your sense of self until measurement happens that causes you to be different
from that.
Yeah. So it's truly you.
That's wild.
I mean, if I spoke to that version of you, you would adamantly claim, yes, I'm the same guy.
Right, that's me.
It's me.
It's me, damn it. That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
I've never heard you say that
before. So that means we are living forever.
The
reincarnation folk are all over this.
That's right. Right.
Why?
Or at least extraordinarily long. Maybe there is some physical law about maybe the proton decays in 10 to the 38 years. That kind of
38.
Yeah,
Wow.
or 10 to the whatever.
More than 10 to the 32.
Yeah.
32.
Wow. All right. This is Marcus Ruzon. And Marcus Ruzon says, hello, Neil and Brian. Love the show. I've been wondering something about time and light. If nothing can travel faster than light, and the speed of light is a universal constant, could it be that time itself is actually an emergent property of light? Is it possible that what we perceive as time is actually just a consequence of us traveling through space-time at a finite speed below the speed of light? Is that not confirmed by the fact that from the point of view of a photon, there is no time, thanks, and keep looking up from Singapore?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
And in some poetic sense, I agree with what the questioner asks.
Yeah.
They're saying that if a photon had consciousness, from its perspective,
it would not know.
It would not know that time is elapsing.
There's no such thing as time.
Now, I think it's really important to recognize that you're extrapolating Einstein's result to a particle for whom the equations don't literally apply in the way that we're using them.
Correct.
So if you apply Einstein's ideas to any massive body, you find that they can't travel at the speed of light. And therefore, they will always have this conception of time.
Exactly.
But if you want to push it to the absolute limit, which I call poetry, not quite mathematics, then yes.
Right. Because the key is the photon has no mass.
Yes.
That's the key.
Yes.
That's it.
Yep.
So once you have mass, you can't be a photon, and you'll never experience what that photon experiences.
Precisely.
All right. Okay. Well, there you go, Marcus. But thanks for the,
I had nothing to add to that. Okay.
All right. This is Patrick Dietz. And Patrick says, hello, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Green, Lord Nice, Pat Dietz from Ravenna, Michigan. Could the reason we cannot see dark matter also account for the expansion of the universe due to dark matter moves faster than light? Let me read that again. Could the reason we cannot see dark matter also account for the expansion of the universe due to dark matter moving faster than light?
Okay.
That's a tough one to parse
It's
for
not
me.
really rough, but
Yeah.
I see what he's saying. How can you see the thing that's faster than the thing that allows you to see the thing?
Right. I get this sort of collection of words, but the problem is.
Okay, by the way, people,
It's a satchel of
listen,
words.
This is why I love scientists, because they know how to call you a dumbass
Not at all.
without
Not at all.
ever saying those words. See,
The important point is that for a particle to be a particle of dark matter, it has to have mass.
Right.
Once it has mass, it can't travel faster than the
than
speed
light.
of light. So
Right.
the ideas don't meld together in a consistent way.
there you go. All right. I like the question just for the fun of it. All right. Thank you, Patrick. This is Mr. Zoot. And Mr. Zoot says, Dear Star Talkers, Jeffrey here. Pronounce Jeffrey, Chuck. Screw you, Mr. Zoot. He says, I understand electron orbitals are really probability clouds, but still exist in discrete energy levels around the nucleus. What then happens during ionization? Do they stay as a probability cloud, just untethered from their anchor, so to speak? Do they still have discrete energy levels? Hey, what gives? And thanks.
So if it's a great question.
Somebody's thinking.
And so it certainly does stay as a probability cloud or probability wave if an electron is
it's a
ionized, say, from hydrogen. But if that electron is living in a universe that is not a box, that's infinitely big, then we don't believe its energy levels will be quantized.
You think it'll be continuous?
Yes. So if you have a particle in a
my
box,
God.
if you have a particle in a box, then the energy levels are quantized, but they are dependent upon the size of the box.
Because you're solving the wave equation.
You're saving the wave equation in a box.
You're expanding what's it called?
The harmonics.
The harmonics
Yes.
of the wave.
And the harmonics have
They have
to
to fit
die.
inside the box.
They have to fit inside the box. But if there's no box, then they could have any wavelength at all,
What you're
any
saying is
energy
that
at
the
all.
energy of a free electron is not quantized.
Correct.
I did not know that.
That's I've never
Now
heard that
you
before
explained
either.
it. It's obvious that it could only be that way.
That makes that's wild.
Wow.
That's absolutely wild. Very cool, man. Wow, great question,
And
Jeffrey.
just to highlight, because he said something important here.
Yeah.
So we'll call it a box, but let's look at a tube. Let's look at it like an organ tube.
Okay.
Okay. So
Like a pipe organ.
Pipe organ.
Right.
And you can ask, what kind of wave can you set up inside that tube? And it can only hold a wave where the complete wave is there.
Right.
You can't hold like a half a wave. Right. So it sets what the wavelength is. So the frequency of the sound, that's the wavelength. You get that from the wavelength in each tube. So different tubes have different frequencies that resonate inside of those tubes.
Right.
And so when I think of atoms, I think of you got the nucleus with the protons sets up a box. And so you do the math and you get a set of wavelengths, I'll call them that fit inside this box. And it's unique for every atom. And that's what gives you the spectra of each atom.
Oh, nice.
That's so each atom has a unique spectrum.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
wow.
really cool.
That is excellent.
Yeah.
Wow. I learned stuff on this show. It's so great.
So did I. I just never thought about free electrons and their energies.
Yeah. Okay. This is Brian Nadeau, who says, Hey, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Green, Lord Nice, Brian from upstate New York here. Would the discovery and verification of the graviton assist at all in reconciling general relativity and quantum
I love that.
mechanics?
Isn't it just assumed that there's a graviton?
And that assumption needs to be verified, hopefully.
And what's the energy of a graviton relative to the waves that we just detected?
Well, the energy, the mass of a graviton, we believe, is zero, because gravity also travels at the speed of light.
So,
okay.
So it's much like a photon in that particular way.
Okay.
And yes, if we could ever really detect a graviton, do experiments with gravitons, scatter gravitons off of each other, then yes, we would learn an enormous amount about general relativity and quantum mechanics.
Yeah, but will it help you merge them?
Well,
Because that's a quantum expression of gravity.
That's right. In fact, the very existence of a graviton would be the first evidence that gravity is quantized.
Right.
Wow.
And so we're assuming that there is a graviton, but verifying it would be a huge step.
Who was the first to presume that?
The idea of the graviton, I don't historically know.
But Einstein was the gravitational wave. For that.
Yeah, well,
so where you have a wave,
he was a reluctant gravitational wave person. He was really uncertain in 1916 and 1918 about whether they were real.
Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, the quantum assumption is that where you have a wave, you also have a particle.
Yeah.
And like the photon is a wave and a particle.
Yep.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
That's super cool, man.
That's a good question, though. Who first introduced the very idea of a graviton? I don't know the answer.
It feels kind of natural if you're going to.
I'm going to look that one up.
Quantify.
Yeah.
All right. This is Tash Shaw, and Tosh says, "Dear Dr. Tyson, Dr. Green, Lord Nice, I'm Tosh from Orange, Australia. I'm a longtime listener, so my boyfriend bought me a subscription to Patreon for Christmas."
Oh, nice.
Very nice. What a nice boyfriend.
Very nice gift.
Yeah. Now, that's a smart man. I have read that other dimensions could potentially be detected through gravitational and other anomalies.
Yeah.
I was wondering how we would be able to distinguish these from any effects of dark matter. So, would there be dimensional differentiations?
Yeah. In fact, a proposal that was made a while ago is that at a collider, like the Large Hadron Collider, when you slam protons together, you can calculate and measure how much energy you have before the collision. You can measure how much energy you have after the collision. And if you have less energy after the collision, that energy must have gone somewhere.
That is so cool.
And the possibility is the energy went into the other dimensions. And so this was missing energy signature of extra dimensions that we were again hoping we would see.
Why
but
would
we've
you
not.
presume that and not as what occurred in the first neutrino experiment?
That's right. So it could be some other particle, mysterious particle carrying away.
Right.
But there's
the first neutrino, they did an experiment and there was
an imbalance.
Yeah, there was an imbalance. There was like, you start with this much energy and they have less.
Right.
And you accounted for all the particles.
Right.
So
You're like,
what's
well,
up with
maybe
that?
there's another particle.
What's up with that? And they said, if there is a particle, it has to be neutral and it has to be very low mass. And the guy who proposed it was Italian. So little neutral one, neutrino.
Oh.
Like Bambino, little
Like
baby.
Bambino, neutrino.
What you got, Jack?
Let's go to Cosmic Moss. Says, hello, everyone. Love the show and every star you've had on it. You guys are great. I love the way you teach. Please keep the education up. Dr. Tyson, Dr. Green, could theoretically a frequency be matched at 2 points in space by a microparticle uninhibited by resistance, only to be met by its astrophysical counterpart?
Neil, I think you should take this one.
I don't know that I understand the question.
Kind of like matter, antimatter, but the particle is already in existence, and then it's a counterpart that impedes, I guess, the entanglement. It's kind of like...
So read the first sentence again.
All right, he goes, could theoretically a frequency, all right, so that's the, I guess, his version of the string, be matched at 2 points in space by a microparticle. So that's the entanglement.
Maybe.
Uninhibited by a resistance, only to be met by its astrophysical counterpart.
The only counterpart particles are antimatter.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
there's no other.
That's what
thing.
I was saying.
And there's not much antimatter in the universe.
Right.
In fact, well, other than the centers of stars, we probably make all the antimatter there is in the universe on Earth. Would you say?
I haven't done the calculation, but I can imagine that.
I mean, just think about that, right?
yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of antimatter made in the center of something.
Most antimatter in the universe will get annihilated, finding matter.
immediately in the centers of the sun.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
Yeah.
The cool part was in one of the Dan Brown stories, the Catholic Church had a vial of antimatter that they carried.
That's so funny. Dominus is spirit. Oh, he's gone. Physics jokes, people. All right.
So yeah, I'm not quite clear. If it met its the counterpart, it would annihilate, no matter what else is
Right,
going
no
on.
matter
there.
what else is going on.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
so here we go. Kenny Watts says this. Hey, Dr. Tyson, Dr. Green. What's up, Lord Nice? Kenny from Dothan, Alabama. Is the reason why we can't reach the absolute 0 degrees in temperature because of the CMB?
Is it due to the act of time using energy to move forward, creating heat? And if we were to reach absolute 0 degrees, would space-time move forward in that region?
Different pieces of this, Brian. So my understanding of absolute zero is that, all particle motion stops, except it doesn't because you have quantum fluctuations, even at absolute zero.
That's the key point right there. Yeah,
Okay.
That's the real barrier.
Okay, but why isn't the cosmic microwave background a barrier?
Well, if you didn't shield yourself from 2.7 degree photons,
Yes.
they would influence. But presumably, if you're able to shield your environment.
Yeah, but the shielding would have to be temporary because the heat transfers.
Yeah, sure. But an experiment takes place over a period of time. So as
Okay.
long as your time scales are
That's true.
set right.
That's how a thermos works.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
a time with which it is.
So I think it's really the uncertainty principle is the true barrier against truly having particles at a definite location not moving. That would mean position and speed were both nailed down at the same time.
Which is not
and you
happening.
can't do
Right,
that.
you're not going to do that.
Not happening.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the wave function would cease to exist if you were ever to get to the place where you could get the particle to stay exactly frozen, like still and definable in one point.
Okay, so what is the temperature of that state of matter?
Well, it depends on the details. I mean, you can calculate the quantum fluctuations of a field, and if you tell me how it interacts and its mass, you can calculate its quantum fluctuations, and indeed, that's how you make predictions about the Casimir effect, where you have two metal plates and there's empty space between them.
Evacuated completely.
And yet those plates can pull together because the fluctuations of the field inside are a little bit less than the fluctuations outside. And that imbalance, you can actually calculate it and you can determine how the plates come together.
That is so freaky, man.
It's all freaky.
That is so freaky. I love it.
It's all freaky.
Oh my goodness. And then they attract.
Yeah.
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 Brian, you freaky dude. So we should do this every week. What do you think? No, Brian, you have a life. Thank you, Brian.
My pleasure.
This was great.
You're working on a quantum physics book?
Yep.
And this is the centennial decade of the discovery of quantum physics. So
Exactly.
we can't have too much quantum physics out there.
Yep.
And this is for the general public?
Yeah, so we're finishing it up now. In 2027, it should be out.
Get it out in this decade?
Yeah, that's the key thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And this year, we're recording this in 2026. This is the centennial of Edwin Hubble discovering that the Milky Way is not the only galaxy in the universe.
Wow.
He discovers that Andromeda is not just a fuzzy spiral sitting within our stars.
Right.
It's a whole
nother
island universe out there.
I love that.
That was 100
term.
years ago. So this has been a special edition because it's an extended conversation with my friend and colleague, Brian Greene, right up the street at Columbia University. And Delight, thanks for spending the afternoon in my office.
My pleasure. It was great fun.
All right. And Chuck.
Always a
Chuck,
pleasure.
baby.
Yes.
And catching you on YouTube, were you just smart enough?
That's right, on the Star Talk YouTube channel.
Were you just smart enough for this conversation?
Today I was the dumbass, and happy to be so.
All right. Till next time, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Keep looking up.
That I have and run and definitely haven't forgotten about. Definitely not. I'm back after a long period away that I haven't explained, but for the first time in a long time, you guys seem to understand why I was gone in the first place. Even though you probably don't, but I appreciate that you think you do. So I'm back, and that means it's time to play some goddamn games. Because I've been away a little bit, and there's been some other horror games that have come out. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not even going to start with a horror game. So it's all kind of a bait and switch here, but I have other horror games here that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start off with Fever Meme, and I know that well, I don't know anything, but I know that this is probably not a horror game. But judging by it, I bet there's going to be some random jump scares because it's probably going to be. When I go into OBS and I try to actually capture this game by itself, it calls itself the Troll Game. So I got a funny feeling that it's going to be something else. Anyway, we're going to warm up on this. I'm going to try to write down a little list of all the other horror games that I've missed in the time in between. And then every once in a while, we'll talk about the movie that I've been working on. But I just, man, I just am completely flabbergasted and blown away by everyone's support of it. I had no idea that it would go this far. Even when I posted that vlog last month where I said I couldn't believe this would happen, it's gone even further than that. It's over 2,500 theaters. We're in Canada, UK, Australia, and New Zealand, and we're working on getting some countries in Europe to show the movie. It's really cool to see. And so I won't talk too much about it. If you want more, there's a link to the website, ironlung.com, in the description below. But I'm here back to just talk with you guys and catch up and just play some goddamn games. I know, I missed you guys too. It's been a journey. It has been a journey. The past 2 weeks, 3 weeks actually, have been quite a sprint for different reasons than the usual one. You know, always the final stretch with this thing. But now it's actually done, and it's actually going to be coming out. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So anyway, thanks so much for getting your tickets, guys. I really appreciate it. Yeah. I know it's been a while. It has been a while. So I'm going to go into this, and I'm going to see what's waiting me. Am I still playing? Well, if there's any game that you're expecting for me to play, then yes, I'm going to say yes, I absolutely. I want to finish Silent Hill F. Been meaning to for a very long time. I was going to get it done before I went off and sprinted. Something got in the way that I can't even remember what it was, but something got in the way of me actually finishing it in the time that I did. I was like just about to go into this kind of like fever dream of fever dream of just finishing the movie, but then something got in the way at the last minute and I couldn't. So that is that. Yes. Yeah. This isn't game suggestion time. That'll come later. This isn't, oh, you're going to finish XYZ? If you keep asking that, the answer is going to be no. All right? If you keep bothering me about, am I going to play XYZ, that game, I'm going to say no. And just to spite you specifically, I'm not going to play it. So I just got back. I'm getting used to it, but my anger's always where it was. So don't try me. Also, I probably forgot about that game, whatever it was. July 4th, 1946. German-occupied Wyoming. Interesting.
Salvador here will guide you through the tutorial.
Hola. Soy secretamente un dictador fascista.
All right. I have no idea if the game balance audio is good or not. Once again, haven't been a YouTuber for a good bit, so my entire existence is kind of up in the air right now. I'm going to turn that down just a bit because I imagine that might be a little bit loud. Yeah, no, it's a horror game. Sure is. Anyway, this is Fever Meme.
Si llegas al verdadero final me encontrarás allí.
Alright, that's fine. Oh. Okay.
Vine a decirte que hay más en este juego de lo que parece. Hay múltiples finales y si no tienes cuidado tu copia del juego se destruirá por completo.
Hey, a pink portal. Where have I seen a pink portal before? A little bit Warsash here. Yeah. Yes, hello everybody. Yes.
All right, the first actual map of the game. Good luck. Have fun.
Okay, so that was all just a tutorial. Can I crouch? Okay, I can't crouch. Well, that looks ominous and huge. This reminds me of like the beginning of, what's it called? Poppy Play, no, not the beginning of, what was that? Not the beginning of Poppy Playtime, but that time in Poppy Playtime where I wasn't able to go the right path and I went the left path for a very long time and everyone got mad at me. It reminds me of that. Some kind of chasm that I gotta...
You died a stupid death.
Alright, cool. Alright. So, is the other path good? Wow, that's nice. Except at the end they're gonna... Okay, well that's fine. I kept getting hurt. wish I could have read that. I suppose if I die, I could read it once more. Okay, hold on. Okay, all right, hold on. I don't know if this is going to be at all worth it, but I'm going to try to get this for you. Okay, wait. Oh, why is it gone? Oh, it's gone! It's probably gone forever because respawning doesn't actually reload the level. Okay, whatever. Alright, thank you. This is some kind of ragey something. I have no idea. Hop. 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 Nailed it. And this is going to be the trick. I knew it!
Come now, you really should have seen that coming.
I did, actually, but I didn't know which way it was going to go. So it's not entirely my fault. Hup. 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 Now I wonder if it's going to actually stay the same. Oh, well, that was nice. Why was it so nice to me and gave me an actual hint? Let's see. It's like Cat Mario. Now, that's a game I haven't thought about in a very long time. Yeah, there used to be a slew of these,
You were impaled by a flying bed of spikes. How quirky.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So, is it not going to get me if I go here? You going to do that again? You going to do that again? And this time you're going to go all the way? Turn up the game. I thought it was going to be super loud. I thought you were all going to be mad. I just don't know what to do. I'm going to go for it. But I'm going to close my eyes. Okay, well, ah! Okay, but it's gonna be different this time. You're gonna be different. You're actually gonna try to trick me this time, unless you think that I think you're gonna be different this time. Unless somehow in the other one I died. Did I die? I don't even know if I died and respawned. I'm gonna go for it. Okay, well this seems strange. Oh!
Careful. You should really watch your step.
Great. Good, great. All right, thanks. All right, so the secret is just on the third one it was going to change, but it didn't. I didn't know how. What in the hell? What did I do wrong? Was I not far back enough? Good Lord. I guess it just gets closer than you think it does. All right. Sure, whatever. That is extremely close. Okay, so I don't like that. All right, so if I'm not supposed to go backwards far enough to... Please don't kill me. Fucking LA Noire liar. All right, I'm gonna go for it. Oh, well, that's fine. All right, cool. Maybe it doesn't move. Ah, I guess it's too late now. I read that in the past.